Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumbs.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh!
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But
You pissed off the wrong woman.
Oh my God! I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Where am I? Could you not hear me that whole time? Sorry. One of you made me that let kids eat on the bus flag when my son had a run-in with his bus driver over not being able to eat his sandwich that I made him for the breakfast on the bus. And he had a meltdown, and the school called while I was doing a stream. And you guys made that for me, and I have loved it ever since. I'm going to leave it there forever, I swear. So, all right, how you doing? So I've had a morning. I was supposed to be on with Legal Vices at 9, but I fell back asleep after the kids got on the bus. And I just joined him for the last 10 minutes of his stream. I feel so bad. Jeff, please still love me. I didn't do it on purpose. I have just been really tired, and I have not gotten a lot of sleep lately. So I don't know what the problem is. It's just not sleeping all that well. I don't know if it's allergies or what. So, dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah. Danielle says, I saw your episode last night with Nick about David Grab-Ass Shane. That's a classic. It's a classic. And also about the Wicked Coven in JD's house, the one who climbed on the ceiling. I was dead. Yeah, that's a good one. Hey, if you want a good Halloween stream, go look up the first appearance that I was on Nick Rekida's stream, because we talk all about the satanic witch coven that Johnny Depp had squatting in his house. And it was a hilarious stream, seriously hilarious. So can't sleep, do squats. Well, I stayed up really late making my night stream intro and outro because I've been doing these night streams when I can't finish the court. in the day, and then we come on at night and I do like a chill ASMR stream where I'm being quiet because everyone's in bed. So I made a new intro and outro for those, and I can't wait to show you. I can't wait to show you that. We'll have to wait until there actually is a night stream to pull that out, but I'm all excited about that because I stayed up really late doing it. I hope you like it. All right, so on the stand today, I had to fire up the stream as soon as I could because it is just silly. It's silliness what's going on. By the way, welcome Rumble. Glad to see ya. How's everybody doing over there? Make sure you like this stream wherever you're watching it. If it's Rumble, if it's Facebook, if it's YouTube, give it a like and subscribe. We did hit 20,000 subscribers, and now we're on our way to 30. Yes, I can do math, sort of. I know it comes after 20,000. It's 30. But that's what we're doing. We're going full steam ahead. We're headed to 30,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I would like to see Rumbles get up to 5,000. We're at 4.6, and I really think we can do better than that. All right. What are we doing? Okay, today. Did you guys see the thumbnail today? There is going to be some serious stuff going on right now. Let me show you the thumbnail that I made for today, just in case you didn't see it. We're going to meet a new character. And this is Saint Lisa of JHACH. Move over, Mother Teresa. You ain't got nothing on Saint Lisa. You got nothing on her. Saint Lisa of JHACH is about to take out all the saints on the saint scale. This one has done so many good works for Maya Kowalski that the Pope himself may show up in his little Pope-mobile before the trial is over and just canonize her right on the spot. I personally think we need to alert the Pope because Saint Lisa is just, you've never heard of such kindness. Florence Nightingale, forget her. No, Saint Lisa. Saint Lisa is where it's at. That nurse seemed like a great person, says Dudley. Well, she sure wants you to think that, doesn't she? She thinks so too. I'll tell you what, she agrees with you. I have never heard anybody be so proud of themselves for doing a damn load of laundry in my whole damn life. But, you know, awards. They gave her an award for it, so you know that it had to be good. All right, enough talking. I'm going to get over there. Let's get over there. I don't have it queued up. I'm sorry. I'm only medium professional here. Only medium professional. We're doing the best we can. Uh-oh, Judge Carroll looks exasperated. Something's happening right now. It doesn't look good. Oh, they're just waiting for a witness to get out of the room. Uh-oh. The judge looks, hold on. The judge looks very serious. Maybe it's nothing.
2014 of October, the end of October 2015, and the end of October
All right,
2015.
ones that he reviewed.
The ones that he reviewed through the end of October 2016.
All right, that's live. We don't want live. We want to go and meet Saint Lisa. Because she's something. Okay. Laundry is extremely canonical. Like, I guess we should all be sainted. Well, when you hear it from Saint Lisa's perspective, you're going to know that she deserves it. Uh-oh, is my camera doing that weird thing? If my camera is freezing this close into this, hold on. I'm going to refresh StreamYard. Hold tight, folks. I'll be right back. Oh, here we go. Get on in here. Hit the like button.
You have not sent me any clips, media clips about this case, is that correct? Okay. Defense, let's call your next witness, please.
Why is the volume so low?
Registered nurse.
I gotta fix the volume. Hold on. St. Lisa, here she comes. Get ready for it, folks. You've never heard this kind of goodness before, ever in your whole life.
The time that they're at the hospital.
We're going to skip past her
therapy that's ordered.
Professional credits.
Basically, we keep in contact with the physicians if there's any changes in their.
She's just talking about what RNs do.
So we help with the coordination of care during the time that they're hospitalized.
Why did you choose pediatric nursing as your calling?
It sounds kind of cliche, but
Time I believe you served as
Don't care.
Maya Kowalski's bedside floor nurse as well as a charge nurse across several days over the course of October and January, correct?
That would be correct.
What do you recall about your time with Maya Kowalski?
Objection narrative.
Sustained.
During the time you cared for Maya Kowalski, did she have good days and bad days?
I would say definitely. I would say that she was no different than any other patient that we see that's in the hospital. Some days are definitely easier than others for everyone.
Okay. And did Maya Kowalski ever complain of pain during her admission?
Yes, she would. She would complain of pain, and honestly, pain is something that's very patient specific. So if someone's telling me in pain, I'm going to be understanding and provide what care I can to help with that. So yes, I would say that she definitely complained of pain on occasion.
Did anyone in your presence ever tell Maya that she was faking her pain or that she was making it up?
No. Honestly, that's something that we would never do. And again, just speaking to the point that something that's painful for you may not be painful for me, and recognizing that, we would never question someone's authenticity when they're talking about their pain.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about the collaborative group of nurses that helped Maya Kowalski through her 3 months at All Children's?
So probably what I remember the most about while Maya was with us is really what we as a nursing staff did to really just bring like normalcy and a daily routine into her life. I kind of talked about it. So anytime someone is admitted to the hospital, there's a medical plan. And nursing is 100% going to follow whatever is outlined in the nursing plan. But we as nursing also have the most one-on-one contact with a patient. So we're spending a 12-hour shift with them and interacting with them way more than the other disciplines in the hospital. So I really feel like what myself, along with the rest of the staff on my unit, really tried to do for Maya was, just to provide things that she could do to make her life a little more normal. So, for example, she had a very specific morning routine, which I participated in often.
Can you tell the jury a little bit more about that morning routine?
Okay. We would get up in the morning. She'd wake up. We'd get her into the bathroom. She would always brush her teeth, comb her hair in front of the mirror. We'd get her back into her bed. And at that point, she would pick out the clothing that she wanted to wear for the day. So in order to get her dressed, we would lay out different options for her. She had brought in her clothes from her home. We would lay out different options, and she would pick maybe her pink shorts to go with her white shirt. And then when she was ready to put her clothes on, I remember her being extremely modest. So what we would do is at that point, we would close the door to the hallway. All the doors have a blind that you can close as well. So we would close the blind. And then whatever nurse was assisting her that day would move the clothing closer to her. And then literally we would hold up a blanket and stand behind it, allowing her privacy to change. Once she was done changing, she would say, I'm done. So we would, basically put down the blanket, assist her with positioning if she needed any help moving after that, reopen the door, reopen the blind, that sort of thing. So she definitely had a very specific routine that she followed. Some mornings she even put on a little makeup. She would ask you to move her. She had a little makeup kit. She would ask you to move her makeup kit closer to her so she could apply, just little eyeshadow and stuff like that.
Since the jury wasn't there, can you give me an idea of what Maya's various rooms over the course of October to January of 2017 looked like, the types of things that were inside there, the type of just creature comforts that Maya had on hand?
So all of our rooms, we're fortunate enough to have private rooms. So every room is private. It has its own bathroom. We have 2 TVs. There's a big screen TV that would have been directly in front of her bed. And, she would have been allowed to watch whatever she wanted. And then we have a smaller TV that's set off to the side for a parent or anyone else to be in the room as well. All of the rooms have a large picture window. We do have varying views on our unit. So, for example, our hospital is curved and part of the 7 North faces the bay. So some of our rooms have a city view. And then some of them, as you come around, you can actually see the water. And then as you continue on the curve, then you're looking more back at the building itself. So yes, definitely all of the rooms are open bright. None of our rooms are painted just plain white. They're all pastel colors. So you'll see colors like yellow and light blue and kind of a purpley color. So we really do try to make them as kid-friendly as possible. Maya, because of the length of time she spent with us, definitely accumulated a lot of items in her room. So just thinking about things like she had tons of arts and crafts. We were constantly bringing in new arts and crafts for her to do. She had stuffed animals, she had blankets. One of the things that the kids can participate in is bingo. It happens like every Thursday. And regardless if you win bingo or not, there's a prize cart that comes around after, and then they can choose an item. So I can tell you definitely Maya had a lot of items in her room.
You talked a little bit earlier about helping Maya with some of the toileting. Can you talk a little bit more about Maya's toileting routine and why there had to be, the door had to remain slightly open?
Yes. So Maya at one point was in the bathroom by herself, and she had a fall from the toilet to the floor. So at that point, she became like a heightened fall risk awareness patient. So following that incident, any nurse who was assisting Maya, while we could allow her to be in the, sit on the toilet by herself, we would have to stand outside of the door. We would always stand to the side with the door slightly cracked so that we could visualize her without fully seeing her as she was trying to go to the bathroom. But we did it more for a safety measure than anything else.
And so there's a door to the bathroom, and I think you said earlier there's also a door,
to the hallway.
To the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So what about that door to the hallway? Did that have to remain open?
Yes, that's part of the heightened fall risk awareness. We would also leave that door cracked. And that is because, if she was alone in the room, we of course would have the side rails up, but if for some reason she was able to get out of the bed, we wouldn't want her to sustain a fall. So we would also leave that that door cracked as well.
You touched a little bit on this earlier, but can you describe some of the activities of daily living that Maya Kowalski was able to do independently, and maybe some of the things that she needed help with from the nursing staff?
So I would say independently, definitely she could, brush her own hair, she could brush her own teeth, she'd wash her own face. Like I said, she would put makeup on. She definitely had, like I said, with her modesty, preferred to dress herself. So she would get her own little sports bra, t-shirt, and shorts on. Things that I would say that we had to assist her with, just because we didn't want her to fall in any way, is if she was moving from the bed to the wheelchair, we would always.
Okay, have you guys noticed yet that there's a real fall concern? So they know she's a fall risk. Why is she a fall risk? Oh, because she can't put weight on her feet. And yet all these people think she's faking. They actually believe Maya would rather fall down on the ground than walk in front of them. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but this is crazy.
Always be by her side to kind of help her pivot from one position to another. And that would also be similar for
So do you notice how they all have two different stories? So on one hand, this nurse was like, oh yes, she had all kinds of trouble walking. We had to be with her. We had to help her pivot. We had to help her get from here to there so she wouldn't fall. We had to keep her door open because she was a fall risk. And one time she fell down, and so we couldn't leave her alone. Well, I thought that she couldn't. I thought you didn't believe her. So why is she a fall risk?
Pivoting from the wheelchair onto the toilet so that she could do her toileting.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Maya would have some good days and some bad days. Why don't you tell the jury on those days where she wasn't feeling well or having a bad day, some of the things that the nursing staff would do to try to help cheer up and make the situation a little better for her?
Yeah, so I feel like some of my best memories of the time that Maya was with us is just the little things we did for her. We had a couple of nurses that have a lot of skill with.
Here we go. Here it comes. The nurses at JHACH need to be sainted. They've done so many good things for Maya. They've lost count.
Braiding hair. So if she was feeling down, or we knew that she wasn't 100%, those nurses would go in and they would offer to braid her hair. We would do mini spa days with her. I remember nurses bringing in their own nail polish from home or going to the store and buying her new nail polish and painting her nails. So when David talked a little bit about just the collaboration of nursing, a lot of interaction happens with our patients that you're not necessarily assigned to. So say, for example, I was not assigned to Maya, but I heard that, someone had just braided her hair or they did her nails. I'm going to go to her room specifically and say hey, let me see your nails. Oh, I love them. Or if I heard she got a new t-shirt, I'm going to say, oh, cute t-shirt. There's a lot of interaction
That's it. I'm sold. These people are clearly the greatest people in the world. She complimented a little girl on a new t-shirt and, oh, I like your nails. That's great. St. Lisa, You should be canonized. You really should. But wait, we're not even at the part yet that's really going to make you want to fall down on your knees and thank God for this woman. Eric, thanks for the super chat, says, not a religious man anymore, but I wouldn't throw Jesus in the bin. Look, even the non-religious people know how offensive that is.
Our nursing staff works together really well, just to make sure that, that all our kids feel special. We would do it for anyone. It wouldn't necessarily just have to be someone in Maya's position. It's something that we do on a daily basis. Another example would be if I'm walking down the hallway and Maya's call light is on, or anyone's call light's on, and I don't see another nurse close, I'm going to pop open that door and say, hey, can I help you with something? Or what do you need? So we really work together in a team effort that way, to make sure our patients' needs are met the best that we can.
Did Maya appear to be appreciative of these efforts by the nursing staff?
Objection involves speculation.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski being appreciative of these efforts you just outlined?
Yes.
The judge just esteemed
I'm going to say yes. Something that I talked a little bit about child life. So a child life therapist is someone who has special training in helping kids just kind of adjust to being in the hospital or adjust to a new diagnosis. And Child Life runs programs every single day of the week. So we have specific times where they have an open activity center where kids can go do specific arts and crafts that they have a theme for, interact with other patients, that sort of thing. But they also choose to do one-on-one activities with patients as well. And Maya was definitely someone that they did one-on-one activities with. One thing that comes to my mind, especially because I was her nurse that day, they had taken her to bake cupcakes. So when she came back to the floor, she specifically had picked out a cupcake that she wanted to give me. So, I graciously took it, and then she asked me to send in the other nurses so that they could pick out a cupcake too. So little things like that. I really do feel like Maya.
Send in the Pope. I swear, send in the Pope for this woman. And all the nurses, they let her pick out a cupcake. Oh my God, I've never heard such goodness before in all of my life. How is it that we don't have a parade of priests coming with a litter to carry this woman out on their shoulders through the town, shouting her praises throughout the town? How is this not happening? Duncan, Idaho, thanks to the super chat, says, oh, Maya, are you sad because you're being held here against your will? You want me to paint your nails? What a nice shirt you have. I mean, it's true. And Life According to Martin, falls patients should be commode, not in the toilet, because of using a hoist or hover jack in case the patient falls. Standard moving handling procedure. Yeah, I don't know. We do have a lot of medical professionals that are watching this trial, and I really do appreciate your input on it. And I have heard from a lot of nurses who say, I am a nurse. I don't buy what these people are selling. I don't understand what they're saying. That none of this makes any sense. So we are on the right track, you guys. We are on the right track. It's okay to not believe these people because they are not telling the truth. Oh yeah. Did she bring, oh no, wait, she gets to the puppy. She did bring her a puppy. Yeah. Yep. It's coming.
Was appreciative of what we were trying to do for her.
And I understand there were some holiday events that the nursing staff also helped Maya through. She was there for Halloween, Christmas, things of that nature.
Right.
Do you recall anything that you did or the nursing staff did for Halloween, for example?
Okay. For any holiday, we have some really talented nurses on my unit who paint the outside of the door. So there'll be different caricatures of different holiday themes. So that would have happened for all of the holidays that she was there. Specifically for Halloween, I remember that she wanted to be Harley Quinn. I know her family did help with part of the costume, and then some of the nursing staff.
Her family only helped with part of the costume, guys. Just part. It was really the nursing staff who brought that dream to life.
Helped with some of the makeup that she put on, but one of the days that she was getting ready to had her costume on and was getting ready, she was trying to paint. It was either a number or a word on her face. I'm not 100% at this second, but she was painting it backwards because she was trying to look in a mirror and do it. So I was her nurse that day. So I helped her take it off, and then I held the mirror so that she could get I think it was a word, the lettering correct on her face. So we have Halloween parades where instead of the kids going trick-or-treating, different departments come to the unit, and then they give kids either candy or other items, depending on if they're allowed to have the snacks or not. Thanksgiving, we would have had a Thanksgiving meal. Usually the Rays fund that 100%. So anyone who's in the hospital that day is able to get a free meal, patients, staff, or families. Christmas, at Christmas time, she had now been there for a couple of months. So at this point, I feel like we really knew her and we had started to recognize like the things that she liked and the things that she preferred not to do, that sort of thing. So our unit has always done a cookie exchange. So each nurse will bring in a dozen of whatever cookie you choose. And then basically you walk away with a dozen of someone else's cookies. So since Maya had been there so long, we actually brought her in and let her be a judge. And then the nurse whose cookie won actually brought her a dozen of that cookie. And then,
oh my God, this woman should go down in the history books for being the bringer of cookies. Saint Lisa of JHACH, the bringer of cookies. Does it get any better than that? Somebody call the Pope. I'm serious. We need to get this woman canonized as soon as possible. I want a prayer card with her face on it because she made sure that a little sick child who had been there for 3 months got some cookies.
and it was just for her.
But no cake. No cake or Jesus. Nope.
So like that is something we wouldn't have done with just any patient. We definitely included her just to the length of time that she had already been with us. And we just felt like we had a little more of a bond with her.
Okay, StreamYard is acting up. I wanted to put your comment up on the screen, horse welfare, because this is absolutely 100%, but it's not working. I'm going to read it. These nurses are so busy that they have no time to chart. Oh shit, it just disappeared. They have no time to chart, but they have the spare time to do a cookie exchange and all this other stuff. This is a very good point. We were told that the nurses have so much going on in this thing. They couldn't possibly chart all the bad things that this kid was saying and all the weird behavior she was exhibiting. No. They left that up to their memories. They couldn't chart all of that, but they do have time to do cookie exchanges. Interesting. Thanks for the super chat. Nick Campbell says, remember, we're made of sugar and spice and everything nice. Never mind that snakes and snails and puppy dog tails sounds more like eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, toil and trouble. Good one. Is it time to bring in the duck yet? No. I personally think that she's on her way to sainthood.
Now, did Maya have the opportunity to leave her room and go to other parts of the hospital? And if so, can you tell the jury a little bit about the activities that she would do outside of her room?
Yes. So, I mean, no one is ever just like stuck in your room at our hospital. I talked a little bit about Child Life. Child Life ran an activity every day. The activities that they would do are actually, I work on the 7th floor. Their activity center is on the 2nd floor. So we would definitely have to make an effort to get her there. And this happens every day.
Oh, made an effort to bring a little sick kid from the 7th floor to the 2nd floor. The effort was monumentous. The effort they had to take to get this little kid from floor 7 to floor 2. You just don't understand how much effort we have to do. We have to roll her out of her room and down to this machine that they call an elevator. And one has to press the button. And then this whole variety of mechanisms works and it brings the elevator to the front. And then she goes in there and someone has to go with her and take her down to floor 2. You have to hit the buttons. It's very complicated business here, folks. It takes an amazing amount of effort to transfer a patient in a wheelchair from floor 7 to floor 2, and we gave ourselves awards for it.
Day of the week. So even on the weekends, during that time, we were still having our teen volunteers come. So if there was any patient that you wanted to have the ability to leave the room, you basically would call a Child Life number, and then one of the teens would come and pick them up and take them there. We also had music therapy. So music therapy is like an awesome adjunct to our Child Life department because a lot of kids can relate to music, like people in general can relate to music, but it's really soothing for some of our patients. And they would have events where she could go and like listen to music, or the person would come to her room and do it with her, again, like on a one-on-one setting.
It was like building the pyramids.
So our pet therapy folks, the dogs have been cleared for their temperament. So they literally come around and they interact with the patients on a one-on-one basis. And the only ask is that the patients, clean their hands with alcohol to, decrease germs, but they're allowed to pet them, and the dog will actually lay its head right up on the bed next to them. So we definitely would have made a lot of opportunities for Maya to not just be in her room.
What about other children that were at the hospital or volunteers? Did Maya have the opportunity to interact with children around her age or her age? Why don't you tell the jury about that?
So we do, on our unit, kids are up in the hallway at any given time, right? So we have a little area that...
We recreated the Hanging Gardens of Babylon for her. We put so much effort into this kid. You guys kill me. This is why I come here every day. It's for you. It's for you. It's to hear your comments. I swear I could do this entire stream by just reading your comments and not have anything else to talk about. Scrody McBoogerball says, I'd love to see her reaction to this stream. Oh, ma'am, you really need to be canonized. I want you on a saint card. I really do. Or maybe one of those candles. You get one of those candles with her face on it, so we can pray for her help in taking care of children, because she seems to be such an expert. All right, let's get over it. There's a couple of super chats I missed, I think. Duncan Idaho says, I love the questions from the defense, basically asking, and was the 10-year-old brat grateful for your magnanimous efforts? And welcome to the Fox Den, Manders 13. Welcome to the Fox Den. If you want to join the Squat Squad, we're over on meganfox.locals.com, where you can join over there with promo code Maya to get you a free month. And the Squat Squad over there, they're my ride or die, those folks over there. And make sure that you are following me there. Even if you don't sign up for the $5 a month, you can still follow me there for free, and you'll get all the notifications that YouTube keeps away from you for when I go live, etc. And sometimes I do free cooking streams over there, which you totally gotta be a part of. It's fun. Welcome to the Fox Den. Chickens will be eaten. Oh my gosh. They threw out Jesus and grew her the Garden of Babylon because she wanted to recycle. And well, gardens are green. You guys. Oh, I know. We're not going to miss what she's about to say. Don't worry. We're going to keep going.
Sits in the corner of our unit. It's a big picture window time, right? So we have a little. On our unit, kids are up in the hallway at any given time, right? So we have a little area that sits in the corner of our unit. It's a big picture window, overlooks the bay, and there's a little seating area there. So sometimes kids will sit around there and talk. Again, we really do utilize our child life services to help coordinate interactions with other kids. So anytime she would have gone down to the activity center and played bingo, there would have been, a variety of other patients in there at the same time. So she would have had a lot of opportunity to interact with other patients during that time.
Did Maya like going to the activity center?
I really feel like she did.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski ever practicing a Roman Catholic faith while she was at El Children's?
Yes.
And what do you remember about that?
Here we go.
She definitely had a rosary at her bedside. She would occasionally ask you to hand it to her. So she definitely had a rosary. I recall a little vial of...
Okay, confirmation that she used her rosary and said her prayers often. That's a devout kid, which is why I do not like it when people say her mother was Catholic. My children say the rosary too, on their own. When they feel like praying, they will take their rosary and do their prayers. My children are Catholic, not because I'm Catholic, but because they are Catholic. My children ask for crucifixes to be hung in their rooms. I didn't force them to have that. They wanted it because they're Catholic. And, it bothers me when the defense is trying to make the case that she is somehow only Catholic because of her mother. Sure, that's the way it starts. Sure, kids don't know unless they're raised a certain way, right? They don't have a choice. But I have a 17-year-old now. She's still Catholic, going on 18. I believe she's going to raise her kids Catholic. She loves being Catholic. So at some point, the kids become the religion too. And it bothers me when her mother was Catholic. So I hope she's going to raise her kids in the church. I do. I hope she will. I think she will. She loves her faith. And it pisses me off that now she's going to talk about the holy water. So she saw it by her bedside. So she kept her holy water by the bedside. Yes, her father is Catholic as well.
Of holy water, hand it to her. So she definitely had a rosary. I recall a little vial of holy water that was also at her bedside. We had an absolutely lovely gentleman. His name was Father Tom. He dressed in the traditional clergy outfit, so black with a white collar.
So wait a minute. Was he a priest, or was he just a creepy dude who dressed up in a priest costume? Because I don't know if you've ever met a priest, but they always wear the collar when they're going to hospitals. They always wear that. They always wear their it's not a costume. It's their uniform. It's what they wear. It's how they identify. It's like an identity. You know, it's like an identifier, like a badge. So when you go into someone's hospital room, they don't freak out like, who's this strange guy? Oh, he's a priest. Oh, he's a priest. So I'm concerned about the way she describes this. And I'm going to go back because if you remember, and this is being kept out of the trial, though, the jury is not going to hear this. However, Maya, I believe, was proffered and testified in front of just the judge and the attorneys that there was a guy who was a priest who did come to visit her. And then she found something out about him that was disturbing to her. And she did not want to talk to him again. Do you remember that? Oh, Duncan, Idaho, thank you for gifting 5 memberships to the Fox Den. Thank you so much. I guess I'm going to have to come up with a way to do some kind of member exclusive stream. I haven't done one yet, so we'll have to figure that out at some point because the memberships are growing. But again, remember, guys, I prefer that you go and sign up over at meganfox.locals.com. If you want to sign up to a membership of something, go do that other than YouTube. But thank you so much for the memberships. I appreciate that. Hold on, I'm looking at your comments. Let me check over on Rumble. How you guys doing over there? You doing good? Everybody okay over on Rumble? All right, good. Yeah, okay. So, SMD 46 on Rumble says a lot of clergy were put in places like this hospital or convents as they were waiting out the bad stuff they did. Sounded earlier to me like this was the case. Well, I hope not. Would he be dumb enough to tell her that he had done something that bad? I mean, I don't know, but I don't like the way. I don't think I'm offended, Nick. I just think it's weird how she's describing it. I think it's weird how she's describing it. To me, it sounds like she's saying he was wearing a costume. Let's hear that again.
He dressed in an absolutely lovely gentleman that was also at her bedside. We had an absolutely lovely gentleman. His name was Father Tom. He dressed in the traditional clergy outfit, so black with a white collar. He would come around on the weekends, and I know that he spoke to Maya on occasion.
And by the way, not everybody who wears a collar is a Catholic. So maybe it's possible she found out that he was not Catholic, and then she didn't want to talk to him again. Because if you're a Catholic, you want to talk to a Catholic priest. You don't want to talk to a Lutheran priest or some other priest, a Protestant priest. It would do no good. So it's possible that he just wasn't a Catholic. They never say.
I mean, another thing that I can think of that.
Oh, that was a really good screen. That was really good. Wait, where did that go?
His name was Father Tom.
That was a good pause.
He dressed in the traditional
was it there?
Clergy outfit, so black with a white collar. He would come around on the weekends, and I know that he spoke to Maya on occasion.
There it is. I was going to say that would have been great for the saint picture.
The thing that I can think of that like we as nursing did for her is during the Christmas holiday, one of our nurses brought her in an Advent calendar so that she could open, the little section every day and have like little something to look forward to.
Do you have any recollection about Maya having any visitors while she was at Old Children's Hospital for that 3-month period?
Visitors. I definitely remember her dad and her brother.
Would they visit often?
I would say frequently. I don't know like what his schedule, like how it prevented him from visiting. But during that time in my life, I was working a lot of Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So I would say definitely they were visiting on one of those days. She also had an aunt and an uncle who visited. I recall a couple of her school-aged friends came one time. And I think one of their mothers brought them for that visit. And then I also remember a school teacher coming to visit her.
Would Maya typically go out of her room for these visits? In the room? Was it a mixture of both?
It would be whatever they wanted to do. I know that I feel like when the school teacher was there, they stayed in her room. But I know when her family visited that they went to the cafeteria. They may have taken her to the activity center. I know that definitely they left the room when her family was visiting.
What about Maya's diet during the period of time that she was there? Do you recall anything about her eating habits and ordering food, things of that nature?
So we have a great program at the hospital. Basically, we have a menu and everything is made a la carte. So it's almost like a restaurant. No one is ever going to bring someone a meal and say, like, this is what you get for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So Maya had the ability to call a number and order anything that she wanted. So I do recall that she was a little bit of a picky eater. She would occasionally just want to order like white rice, and that's what she would have. But she also ate like smoothies and ice cream, and like she ate a good variety. But I do remember that she was a little bit picky of an eater. One thing that also makes me think of this, one thing that we did as a nursing team almost is she was ordered to have some vitamins. And I recall that Maya had trouble swallowing pills. So her vitamins came in a liquid form. And if you've never had the opportunity to try a liquid vitamin, it's pretty rough to swallow. So what we did, we figured out for her is if we took a popsicle and melted it almost down to a slushy, we could squirt the vitamin in. It was like a small syringe into.
Oh my God, they melted a slushy. Can you imagine the amount of effort that it took to melt a slushy, a popsicle into a slushy so she could take a gross tasting vitamin? Put her on, when this woman dies, they need to intern her in one of those glass caskets at the Vatican so that we can all take a pilgrimage to go and see the woman who melted a popsicle for Maya Kowalski. We really, seriously, bring in the Pope. That's right, Zero Max.
And then she could like sit it down that way, so she wouldn't have to just take the vitamin straight.
Now, at any point during the hospitalization, did you come to learn that Maya nominated one of your colleagues for an award for exemplary nursing service?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name is Lindsay Arenas.
And what was the award that Lindsay Arenas was nominated for by Maya Kowalski?
So it was
the fact that they walk around at this hospital handing out sheets to the patients so that they can nominate the nurses for their back patting awards is really offensive to me. Like, you're sick and in bed, but we need this for our I don't know, our CVs. We need this for our resumes. We have a little competition between the nurses. And we know that you're dying of whatever this thing you're dying is, or you're dealing with childhood cancer, or you're a burn victim. And, but here's a sheet of paper. Please nominate one of us. I'm going to put you on the spot. Nominate one of us for this fake award that we made up. And wait till you see what Maya says about the one. This is so funny.
Daisy Award. What the Daisy Award is, it's a nursing only award. The Daisy Foundation was created by a family who had a child who had cancer during his younger years. And then when he was older, I think roughly in his 30s, developed some sort of immunosuppressive issue, and then subsequently passed away from the immunosuppression issue. So they created this foundation to acknowledge nurses who create like special bonds, do exemplary things for their patients. And that is what Lindsay was nominated for.
And how does one go about getting nominated for a Daisy Award by a patient?
So we have, you can do it a couple of ways. There's a paper format. So literally someone can write out what they want, and then they can also submit something online.
I'd like to show you what's in evidence as 3240-001-002 and see if you recognize the document that's going to be coming up on your screen there in front of you.
Okay.
If we could get that on both pages. So what is it that we're looking at here with 32401 and 32401 and 32402?
So the one ending 01 is just talking about what the Daisy Award is, kind of what I talked about.
And then what do we have on page 2 here? And if we could just kind of zoom in on the text that's here so the jury can see it a little better, the handwriting. So what are we looking at here?
So I would say that this is Maya's handwriting describing what she liked about Lindsay.
And I don't know if you're able to make it out, but what are some of the things here that she seems to like about Lindsay?
It looks like she's saying she's very fast, super nice. Example, when I have to use a bathroom or anything, she would come as fast as possible.
So this would be an example of a patient.
This would be a patient nominating, yes.
Now, I understand you also won a Daisy Award during Maya's hospitalization. You remember that?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about what it was that you were doing for Maya that led to you winning a Daisy Award during the time in question.
So my nomination came from a fellow staff member. I already talked a little bit about how I would help her with her morning routine frequently.
Did you ever do anything for Maya Kowalski outside of the hospital? Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about that?
So I took her laundry home on 2 occasions, washed it and brought it back to the hospital. That is because when I was helping her change, she was very low on clothing options. So I wanted to help her have as many choices as possible. So literally I worked on a day, asked her if it was okay if I took them home. She said yes. I went home after working like 13 hours, did her laundry, and came back at 7 the next morning. Primarily because I wanted her to have the options. Really, we could have called it a day and just put her in a hospital gown when she ran out.
Oh my God, saint her now. Right. They could have just called it a day and put her in a hospital gown. But this woman, Saint Lisa, she gathered up her laundry and she took it home to her house and she threw it in her washing machine and pressed a button. And then she put it in the dryer and pressed another button. And then she brought it back to the hospital the next day. This is on par of feeding 5,000 people with 3 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. Are we sure that this woman was not with Christ on the Mount? Are we sure? Because I don't know. Seems like it to me. She did a load of laundry. And I would just like to point out that the handwriting that Maya said, she nominated a nurse because she came when she called her to take her to the bathroom. That's the nurse. That's what she wanted to award the nurse for. Does anybody see a problem with that? Is that not your only job? Why should you get an award for showing up when someone presses the nurse call button? I think that's proof that a bunch of them didn't. Oh my God. This gets worse.
Of her personal clothing, but called it and came back at 7 the next morning.
Hold on, we got to go back.
Choices as possible on clothing options. So I took her laundry home on 2 occasions, washed it and brought it back to the hospital. That is because
2 occasions. Oh my God, 2 occasions. They did it. She did it on 2 occasions. I take it back. This could be on a whole other level. She may need a shrine. We may need a shrine in the Vatican just for Saint Lisa because she did 2 loads of laundry. Dude, unbelievable. This is unbelievable. And you know what I also really like about this? She was nominated for this award by somebody else in the hospital. So now they not only do they force the patients to award them, but now they also get to nominate one another for this award.
When I was helping her change, she was very low on clothing options. So I wanted to help her have as many choices as possible. So literally I worked on a day, asked her if it was okay if I took them home. She said yes. I went home after working like 13 hours, did her laundry, and came back at 7 the next morning, primarily because I wanted her to have the options. Really, we could have called it a day and just put her in a hospital gown when she ran out of her personal clothing, but I didn't want that to happen.
And when you were nominated,
Our Lady of Perpetual Fabric Softener, right here, folks. You saw it here first. St. Lisa, Our Lady of the Perpetual Fabric Softener. 2 full loads of somebody else's laundry. She's a saint. This woman is a saint.
nominated for this Daisy Award, was reference made to the fact that you were doing Maya's laundry?
Yes.
Objection. This is sickening. Objection. Self-serving.
According to the All Children's Hospital medical staff rules and regulations, when you are on shift, you are to complete at least 1 nursing note. Is that right?
Well, we chart, so yes, we would make
Okay,
an
yeah.
assessment. Yes.
Well, it sounds like you and Maya were just really close, right?
I would say, I mean, I definitely had a fond place for her, but she was close with a lot of our staff. She stayed with us for almost 3 months.
In fact, there were a lot of staff that saw her a heck of a lot more than you did.
Hmm?
In fact, you only saw Maya charting in on 5 occasions.
Oh my God. 5 occasions. Didn't this woman just make it sound like she was with Maya every day? Yes, she's the bestest nurse, the greatest nurse. Never seen anything like it, I tell you. She worked till her face can no longer move, and her hands were shriveled up and dried from all the laundry. The laundry she had to do. Dear God, the laundry. Help me, Lord, to be able to do these 2 loads for this little girl. I don't know if I can make it. I don't know if I can get through it. The chapped hands. The chapped and cracked hands from doing the 2 loads of laundry. But she only saw her 5 times, though. Just five times in 3 months.
one on November 2nd, one on November 10th, one on November 13th, one on November 20th, and one on December 7th. True?
I would say that's accurate, but I am also the charge nurse every day that I go to work. So as a charge nurse, I am responsible for overseeing the entire floor's status. So I'm a point person for admissions, transfers, discharges. I have an idea of why every patient is in the hospital at the time they are. So even if I wasn't actually taking care of her or charting on her, I would have been helping to oversee her.
Like St. Patrick, she banished the lint out of Ireland.
Care during that shift.
Anything else? Ma'am, I only ask you whether it's true you charted in seeing her on 5 occasions. How many kids are on that floor?
We run a variety of census, but our max census would be 28.
All right. So now, if you were really close with her, one would expect you to, I guess, be.
Behold, as she turns water into bounce. This is why I show up every day, folks. It's for you. It's for the jokes in the chat. Oh, I will never understand why I see streamers like chastising their chats all the time. I love your irreverence. Please never change. Please keep it coming. Kidada Smith, thanks for the super chat, says, hi, Megan. Happy to see you today. Court was so funny today. As we are learning, we have found a new saint who needs to be canonized immediately. Our Lady of the Perpetual Fabric Softener. Behold, as she turns water into bounce.
Like featured with her. Like when she put up her list of favorite people, would you not be part of it?
I mean, that's Maya's choice.
Can we put up 2364 008 009? For the record, it's the My Care Journal. I think there's 2 pages to it. 0809. You see your name anywhere on that?
No.
All right. And I'm just curious, did you work with Kathy Beatty a lot?
I know who Kathy Beatty is.
Did you ever discuss Maya with her?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anybody from risk management?
No.
Did you ever discuss Maya with anyone on the floor?
I would have talked about Maya to fellow nursing staff.
Mm-hmm. Maya was in 5 different rooms while she was there, was she not?
I'm not 100% sure how many rooms she was in.
All right, well, you worked on the 7th floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did Kathy Beatty work on that floor normally?
She was one of the hospital social workers, so she worked on all floors.
Don't hospital social workers get assigned a specific, well, what was the 7th floor known as?
Known as?
Yes. What were the children? Was it the PICU? Was it? What was it?
Okay. So I work on a med surg floor. Our specialty is neuroscience and surgery.
Right. All right. So Kathy Beatty, if the testimony has been, worked the PICU. Why was Kathy Beatty up on your, what's it called, med search?
A medical surgical floor.
Medical surgical floor. Mm-hmm. What was she doing up there?
Because social work goes to all the units.
Well, aren't social workers assigned to a specific floor?
They can be, but they will also cross cover for other areas.
And you were aware that Kathy Beatty was assigned to Maya, right?
I mean, I'm sure she was one of them one of the social workers that took care of Maya. All
right. Maya was pretty modest, you said?
Yes.
So she would definitely find it, in your opinion, offensive to be forced to strip down and have photos taken of her, wouldn't she?
Objection on medical. Overruled. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I just have no comment on that. I wasn't there the day that it happened, so I wasn't part of that at all.
Well, you spent a lot of time explaining to the jury about how well you knew her and about her modesty. You have no opinion on whether this girl you knew to this extent would find it offensive to be stripped down and have photos taken from her?
Objection, argument, and speculation.
Oh, boy.
I do not.
No opinion. All right. Let me ask you along those lines, if we could bring up Exhibit 25. Yes. This is for identification.
Oh my God, David!
015.
David Nelson, she left the 99 socks to find the one missing sock. Oh, Lord. There's so many religious inferences in this trial. Yesterday, we had Dumpster Jesus. on the stand who rose from the dumpster in 3 days and became a pain clinic doctor who heals all the 10-year-olds with CRPS. Every single one. Heals them right off the bat. Oh, I think it was the lawyer, who brought this up yesterday in his recap. He said that expert yesterday actually made the plaintiff's case for them when he said that, about how he can heal 9 and 10-year-old little girls who present with CRPS when they get to it right away. And that's what the plaintiff is saying. The plaintiff is saying if she had gotten correct therapy, if she had gotten actual treatment and not been traumatized by these people, she may have gone into remission forever. But that didn't happen. And yesterday, their expert made that case, actually, while he was saying she doesn't have CRPS and she never did. Well, I don't know how he can come up with that after not seeing her, not examining her, and just reading some medical records that are clearly chock full of lies from people who hated her mother. Yeah. Oh, we're approaching. For those of you in the chat who wanted to know where to send me memes, you can send me memes at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter. Or if you are a Locals member, you can put it in the live chat where it's open right now on Locals. I have a live chat going. I can't be over there right now at the second, but if you tell me on YouTube or on Rumble that you put something in there, I'll go and check. It's just that my computer can't handle too many windows open at the same time. But if you are not a subscriber on Locals, you can always send it to me on Twitter at Megan Fox Writer. I love to see your memes. Please meme me. Meme me. Especially for the St. Lisa here, because hilarious. Wait, why can't we hear?
Weather
Portion of the rooms.
Of some of the rooms on your floor.
Here we go.
Were there cameras mounted in the ceiling of some of the rooms on your floor?
Yes.
Were there cameras mounted in the ceiling of almost all of the rooms on your floor?
No, it's a portion of the rooms.
They what?
It's a portion of the rooms.
All right. And so are you aware of whether cameras in Maya's room were working there?
Object, foundations, characterization, facts, and evidence, also speculation.
I would say yes.
So there was an ability then, if they wanted to, let's check it. Were the camera feed outs going to the nursing station?
No.
Where would they go? If you know.
There would have been like a central monitoring room of some sort.
All right. And do you happen to know if the central monitoring room had the ability to record any data from the cameras?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. And were you involved in the transportation of Maya to a surveillance room? No. A surveillance room?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Hughes. Nurse Rec, on the 7th floor, are there some rooms that are known as seizure monitoring rooms?
There are, yes.
Do those rooms have video capability?
They have video and audio capability.
Thank you very much for your time. Best of luck.
Nothing further on.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Oh, I'm sure the jury has questions for this one. If I were on the jury, I would be like, so tell me, when is your canonization ceremony so we can all attend? When is the Pope going to enter you into sainthood? Do you have a shrine set up where we can go and worship at the feet of your greatness? Because she turns water into bounce. 2 full loads of laundry. Oh, this is so funny. All right, they're gonna debate this for a while. Oh God, look at Jack's face. It's like these people, man. I think this is Jack's favorite part, the jury questions. He always gets happy or happier when the jury is about to hit the witness.
I really felt it's really
Members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask almost all of your questions. It was kind, and this is the question, it was kind of you to take home Maya's laundry, but do you think you overstepped boundaries as a nurse?
So, I mean, I think that's really a tough call for me because I kind of spoke to it earlier. I could have called it a day and just put her in a gown because we have tons of clean linen at the hospital. But
Oh my God, I could have just called it a day.
I really felt letting Maya have a choice in her outfit for the day would make a difference. So that is why I took her clothes home.
Did you reach out to her parents to ask permission to take home her laundry to wash, or did you ask DCF if you could take home the laundry to wash?
Yeah, you took a little girl's underwear home. It's weird. You're not her parents. It's weird, lady. And the jury sees it. The jury's like, boundary stepping. Did you ask her parents or DCF for the permission to do that?
I'll be honest, I did not do either of those things.
Did you call her parents to tell them she needed clean clothes and they asked you to wash her clothes?
We did let her dad know that she was running low on clothing, but I did not ask permission to wash her clothes.
Is it protocol to use a gait belt with a fall risk patient at your hospital?
Yes, it can be for certain patients. Yes.
Did you ever observe Maya wearing skinny jeans?
I don't really recall her wearing jeans, more so like shorts and like athletic shorts sort of stuff, like jean shorts, athletic shorts.
If you received an order from a doctor that was above hospital protocol parameters, would you question those orders and would that be documented in the medical record?
I guess I need a better example of what that means.
Is there anything else on your answer to that?
No, I mean, if there was something that I was like really worried about or didn't seem to fit what was going on with the patient, I would definitely make contact with the doctor, but I would need a specific example to.
How often, I'm sorry, were you finished? I apologize, didn't mean to speak over you. How often as the bedside or charge nurse did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya's care or needs?
I mean, I don't recall having many conversations with her at all. The things that Kathy would have.
I just want to say thank you, Duncan, for the locals tip. Duncan, Idaho says, I want this freaking hospital to be buried and for all other hospitals to reevaluate their boundaries and relationships with government state agencies and for people to wake up and realize we're in a slow boiling pot right now. Yep, that is, I agree with you 100%. And also Roman Daichi sent a $2 a locals tip. We are all amazing heroes, and her life was so bad. These medical people just drive me nuts with their I'm so amazing attitude. I worked at a children's hospital when I first became a nurse, and it seems to be the same everywhere. Yeah, they think they're saints. They deserve awards and accolades. They deserve everything. They're so good. So good. If you guys, I am on locals. I'll stay. I'll keep the live chat open so I can see you guys there. But if my computer starts to freeze, I'll have to close it out. So if you're sending a tip there, just send me you don't have to do a super chat. I'm looking at the chat on YouTube through StreamYard. So I see it come up right in front of me and I'll see it. If you're like, hey, go check locals, I'll see it. So Duncan, you don't need to send me a super chat to tell me that you have a locals tip. Just put a regular message in. I'll see it. Duncan says, YouTube censorship is disgraceful and disgusting. I sent you a local super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think I missed something here too. No, I think I got them all. Oh, wait. Life According to Martin, thanks for the super chat, says, Maya fell. Where was the report / follow-up? It was in the chart, which is why they claimed they couldn't let her be alone with her lawyer because she was a fall risk. It's just ridiculous. As if her own lawyer wouldn't help her get up if she fell. Give me a break. I didn't understand this question. I want to hear it again.
Maya's care. How often as the bedside or charge nurse did you communicate with Kathy Beatty about Maya's care or needs?
I mean, I don't recall having many conversations with her at all. The things that Kathy would have kept us informed about would be like any changes related to the DCF plan or like changes in if she could have different visitors or like if those are the types of things that social work would inform nursing staff about. So it would be more as a as needed basis.
Did Maya have bad days where she just stayed in bed?
I would say like she would have some days that probably started off a little rougher than others. I don't recall her staying 100% in bed. I think at that point we would be reaching out to our friends in like Child Life, like pet therapy, music therapy, doing something to try and bring her mood up.
Would you say Maya was a good patient or troubling?
No, I mean, I don't have any bad memories of Maya's time with us. She was a beautiful, smart little girl. She was definitely a good patient.
When Maya was in the video observation room for, I believe, 2 days, were you the floor nurse for Maya during those 48 hours?
I was not.
Did you or a different floor nurse, if not you, keep the morning routine flowing, or was that morning routine interrupted?
I mean, I can't speak for what someone else's practice was during that time.
While Maya was in the video observation room, did you or the floor nurse for that area, if not you, did that nurse make their daily notes in Maya's file?
They should have been charting a daily assessment and activities.
After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still, or once again, become Maya's floor nurse?
So yes, I definitely take care of patients, and I definitely am the charge nurse. So as a charge nurse, I kind of have an over view of everyone on the floor. So nursing doesn't happen as you're assigned to this patient and you're the only one who takes care of them during your shift. We really work together. And if Maya would need something, if her call light comes on, if someone's walking down the hall, someone might just pop in her room and say hi, like that.
Oh my goodness. You guys in the chat are pointing out that somebody just pointed out that she's wearing dark purple. She is. There are dark purple flowers on that shirt. I wouldn't say it's entirely dark purple, but again, what is it with defense not telling their witnesses not to wear the color that Maya has already testified triggers her and gives her panic attacks because Kathy Beatty wears dark purple? I swear to God, if Kathy Beatty shows up in dark purple for her testimony on Monday or Tuesday or whenever she's coming in, then we will know that it's on purpose. I mean, it does seem strange that they keep on putting witnesses on the stand wearing dark purple.
That's a common occurrence for every patient on our in the hospital, I would say, and especially our unit because we have an amazing team.
I'm sorry, I forgot if I asked this question, and if I did, just tell me and I'll move on. After Maya was returned to a regular room from the video observation room, were you still, or once again, became Maya's floor nurse?
I mean, I would have taken care of her after she was back in a regular room.
Did you make any review of the observation room nurse's notations?
No, I mean, I wouldn't have had any reason to do that.
Were you Maya's floor nurse from the time she was out of the emergency room until she was discharged from the hospital?
So I was one of the nurses who helped care for her. She initially, when she left the emergency room, she went to an ICU setting. And then when the ICU had cleared her is when she was transferred out to my unit.
Was Maya from October to January always on the same floor, just different rooms, or did Maya float to different rooms and different floors?
I mean, outside of moving from the ICU setting to the med-surg setting, I believe when she got to 7 North that she stayed on our unit. We also have a policy that says every 30 days, a patient has to move to a new room, and it gives like our housekeeping staff a good opportunity to really like deep clean the room to keep our germs down as much as we can.
As a floor nurse, was it part of your job or routine to make daily notes into her medical file?
If I was actually assigned to her as her floor nurse, yes, I would have been charting on her.
When, if ever, did you last speak to counsel before your testimony today?
At some point, like yesterday evening, I talked to. They were just making sure like I knew where I was coming and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hughes, do you have any follow-up questions? No. Mr. Anderson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Were you involved in the Jack Kowalski's attempts to get a Christmas dress to Maya?
I don't recall anything about that.
Did Kathy Beatty tell you that the Kowalskis, that is Maya and Jack, kept parental rights as a medical decision?
Objection, hearsay.
Or the admission?
Overruled.
So I don't recall having that specific conversation with Kathy.
As a floor nurse, or the nurses underneath you, were you responsible if there was going to be a procedure, surgery, or whatever, with getting the signed consent forms from parents?
So any procedure requires consent. That is correct. So at that point, the first step for any nurse would be to go to the chart,
right,
figure out who has the ability to sign the consent, and then that's the person we would reach out to.
Okay. And were you involved in trying to get any consent for the port removal of Maya?
I was not. No.
Were you involved in obtaining the consent for taking photographs of her without most of her clothing on?
I was not.
Were you involved in obtaining consent for Maya being placed in that surveillance room for 48 hours?
I was not.
And you were prepped by defense counsel for how many hours total over the past month?
Like maybe one. That wasn't very long at all.
Okay, including all emails and other communications.
I mean, okay, so if I include emails, maybe like 5 emails, a handful. Yeah.
And did Kathy Beatty or anyone, any nurse, ever tell you that there was a belief that Maya could actually walk?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Hughes,
Nothing from my end, Ron.
members of the jury, second more questions?
Yep. More questions. More questions. Scrody McBoogerball says, get ready for a surprise. Her head explodes. Really? What is coming? From the jury question?
Nurse, there's a few more questions. Did you observe Kathy Beatty sitting on Maya's bed?
No, not that I recall.
Did you observe Kathy Beatty listening to Maya's phone calls?
No.
Was not Maya told there were some kids she was not allowed to talk to?
I mean, we wouldn't have restricted her from talking to people, like fellow patients for sure.
Yeah.
So she would not have been restricted from talking to other patients.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer?
Better.
Clarifying when Maya returned to your care after the 48 hours away from your care, were you not curious to know what happened while out of your realm and review anything, quote, notable, end quote, that happened while Maya was gone?
So first of all, Maya never left our unit. She was just moved to a different room within the unit. So outside of just moving from one room to another room, nothing changed. It's really not nursing's place to like make a diagnosis or order new testing. So at that point, we would have been relying on our physician staff to determine what information they were hoping to get from watching her on the video.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
Oh, now you're telling me that the fireworks don't happen until after the expert witness? Well, dang, you guys. Don't do that to me. We have to get through an entire other witness before we can get to the fireworks?
Nothing further.
Dang
Members
it.
of the jury, anything further?
Don't tease us like
May
this.
this witness be excused? Yes, sir. And released from subpoena?
All right, here we go.
And you do not see any mediator. Mention.
Stand here, face clerk, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
If it may please the court. Good morning, sir. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Mark Anderson.
Okay. The other Mr. Anderson. I wish the court reporter luck. So, yeah, no relation to the gentleman sitting behind me, correct?
No,
okay.
correct.
We got the hard part out of the way. All right. Can you tell the jury, what do you do for work?
Right now, I'm semi-retired. I do some consulting for a medical device company.
Okay, so let's take you back. But was there a time that where you served in executive leadership at a children's hospital?
Yes, from the year 1980 to 2000, I was employed by Children's Hospital of Wisconsin. While I was there, I had a variety of senior management roles. When I first started there, this was after I had completed a master's degree in health and hospital administration. I first went there as a department director for the admissions and ambulatory services department. I served in that capacity for a couple of years, and then I moved into a role of vice president for clinical and support services for Children's of Wisconsin. That entailed the departments of laboratory, medical records, pharmacy, x-ray, material services, housekeeping, basically everything other than nursing reported to me at that point in time. In the year 1991, I became the executive vice president and chief operating officer of Children's of Wisconsin.
Okay, so I'm going to take you a little bit backwards now. Where did you achieve your undergraduate degree?
I went to the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa and received a commerce and business degree that was concentrated in healthcare management.
And what did you do after you graduated from the University of Alabama?
I worked full-time for a year or so at Children's Hospital of Alabama, which is located in Birmingham.
And what title did you have there?
While there, I was also the director of ambulatory services in the emergency department.
Did you obtain any graduate degrees at the University of Alabama, Birmingham?
In 1980, I received my Master's of Hospital and Health Administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Subsequent to that, a number of years, in the year 2012, I returned and I received a doctorate in health administration from the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And was it after that that you went to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
It was after my master's degree.
And was there a time that you obtained any other degrees? I believe you obtained a degree in theology, is that right?
Right. Serving at Milwaukee, I had done a lot of volunteer work in various countries abroad, both volunteer work, but also medical missions work. And I got fascinated by some of the work that I was doing. So I returned and in 1997 received a degree, Master's of Arts degree in theological studies from McCormick Seminary in Chicago, Illinois.
What years were you at Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
From 1980 to 2000.
And what did you do after you left Children's Hospital of Wisconsin?
In the year 2000, I relocated to Virginia and I worked for a not-for-profit, non-governmental organization called Project Hope. Project Hope did overseas training for health professionals, and I was a management officer at Project Hope, overseeing the areas of Asia and the Middle East.
Was there a time that you started working for an organization, the Society for International Health?
The Center for International Health, from 2003 till 2010. The Center for International Health was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was a consortium of academic and medical institutions. It did the same type of work Project Hope did. It did health training for health professionals overseas. I was the CEO of that organization.
And was there a time through your professional or volunteer work that you had the opportunity to go overseas and work with Mother Teresa?
Indeed, in 1991, I was doing medical mission work, and I spent time in Calcutta working for Mother Teresa's organization, the Sisters of Charity, in their home for the dying indigent patients.
And was there a time in your professional volunteer work that you had the opportunity to work with Bishop Desmond Tutu?
In the mid-90s through about 2015, I had multiple involvements with the Archbishop in some of the work that he was doing in South Africa relative to refugees and also providing medical supplies to his organization.
So going back to your education and training, did you achieve a doctorate in health administration?
I did in the year 2012 from University of Alabama, Birmingham.
And after you completed your work around the country and overseas, have you since returned, or did you since return to the Tampa Bay area and work in any capacity while here?
After working in the Center for International Health, after I received my doctorate degree, I stepped back into hospital administration in the United States, working first at Jacksonville, Florida for Shands Hospital, which is part of the University of Florida. And then 2 years after that, working for Tampa General Hospital in Tampa General for 4 years as the Senior Administrator for Ambulatory Services Development.
Turning to this case, I retained you to look at the materials available to determine whether all children's hospital had appropriate organizational structures for patient safety. Is that true?
Correct.
And just to go over some of the records that I sent you, did you have a chance to review organizational charts?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to review depositions, including those of Dr. Mueller, Dr. Perno? Is that correct?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review Kathy Betty's testimony?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review the human resources file of Ms. Betty?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review medical records from all children's?
I did.
Did those include both during times of admission and attempts to transfer?
Yes, it did.
Did you have a chance to review policies and procedures from all children's hospital?
I did.
Did you have the chance to either review or observe the testimony of the plaintiff's expert, Joe Corcoran?
I did.
How much have you charged for your services to date, if you can approximate that?
I believe $5,600.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit based on your training and experience and your review of the records to date. How does a hospital like All Children's function tied into its affiliation with an academic medical center?
Children's hospitals basically or entities that perform as a safety net for pediatric care. Most children's hospitals in the United States are a part of academic medical centers, which means they're complex entities because there are different objectives that academic medical centers have. They have an education mission, they have a research mission, but their primary mission is clinical care. And because of so many different missions, though, you have a complex organization where there are competing interests sometimes for resources, for activities, and all manner of funding and activities, but where the academic centers come together and integrate most effectively is in the area of clinical care. And that happens really at the bedside, because that's really where the primary mission exists: how to treat the patient, how to do what's best for them, how to relocate them out of the hospital back into home situations in the best manner that can be achieved. It's difficult. children's hospitals are unique from other perspectives in the sense that.
And let me give you a question on that. What's unique about how a children's hospital would operate versus how an adult hospital would operate?
Children's hospitals are institutions that basically have the sole mission of trying to deal with the lives of children. And so they're geared towards comprehensively looking at the needs of children. And one of the things that those of us who have a history in children's hospitals like to say is that children really are not small adults. They have different needs and different requirements. They are not able, in some cases, to be able to tell you where they hurt or what their conditions are because of their age specific status. The medications that they might receive, they might receive smaller doses because of their size and weight and characteristics like that. The equipment that treats them is different, again, because of size and specifics. So there are a lot of issues associated with children's hospitals that make them unique and different in and of themselves.
The jury's heard the concept of silos in hospitals. Can you tell the jury how each individual silo from physician, nursing, social work?
Oh my God, I'm back. I turned water into tea and I was creating a miracle in my kitchen. I cannot believe, there are times, folks, this requires embiggening. Hold on. There are times when I truly think that God gives me ideas. And I had no idea when I created the thumbnail, the impression that I got from that nurse, just for the few minutes that I saw her this morning, was like, oh, I see what the defense is doing. They're trying to paint everyone at this hospital as a saint. And so I had some fun with Saint Lisa, Our Lady of the Bounty Soft, Our Lady of the Laundry. And I had no idea that they were going to put up the next expert witness who is going to literally say under oath that he worked with Mother freaking Teresa. Excuse me, God, for swearing, but come on, Mother Teresa. This can't be real. This can't be real. It just can't be real. How did I do? God, thank you, Jesus, not dumpster Jesus, real Jesus, for that's divine inspiration, divine intervention. How did I know this? I didn't watch it beforehand, and this guy is literally name dropping Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa. By the way, the water that I turned into tea, it is a Bengal spice tea, which I believe is an Indian tea. So we are on all just one wavelength here of India and sainthood and canonization and the Pope, and all of these images are just swirling around. Here's what I will tell you happened here. The defense knows they're fucked. And the reason why they're fucked is because they threw Jesus in the dumpster. Their client threw Jesus in a dumpster. And they know that this is so upsetting. That this is so upsetting to people, even non-religious people. I cannot tell you how many people have said I'm an atheist and this is outrageous to me. I'm a non-believer and I can see how this would upset you so badly, and it upsets me even as a non-believer. The defense is that the client is fucked. JHACH is fucked right now. And so what does the defense do? Well, they're going to bring on as many witnesses now as they possibly can to have these overwhelming religious backgrounds. This guy worked with Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Literally worked with Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Our client can't be that bad because they hired this guy who was touched by a saint. I mean, this is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. And it's see-through. It's transparent. My tea is not from Dragon Treasures. I wish it was. Go and buy some from there though. I need to test some out. I need to try some. Dragon Treasure tea looks really good. I was on the website the other day actually. But I'm medium poor, so I don't order my tea from websites. I go and pick it up at Wegmans. It's like Celestial Seasonings or whatever. It's cheap tea, but it's good. Wow, you guys. Wow. How did I get here? How did I know? Eric, thanks for the $5 tip on locals. Eric says, Maya has to be so mentally drained from everything. Maya has Beata's warrior spirit. I'm pretty sure Beata would want her family start living their lives. I hope she can find joy again. Me too. Me too. Nick, like the soup, you sent me a meme. I don't get it though. What are those? What are those texts? What is that text? Is that like a gamer meme? I don't understand. Here, I'll show you guys. Hold on. I don't understand. Is that that's like a language I don't understand. But I kind of understand the concept of it. Hold on. Let me show you what I got on locals here. Upload. Add overlay. All right, here's the meme. I don't get it though. Is that Japanese? What is this writing? What is it? Is it like a gaming meme? I don't understand. I don't understand. I do like the sunburst behind her head, though. The sunburst is good. All right. Somebody in the chat can explain to me the meme. Oh, it's Japanese. What does it mean? Oh, look at this. Use code word flux for 10% off your tea needs. I almost said tea nudes. Your tea needs from the Dragon's Treasure Tea. There you go. There's a promo code for you. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up on your chats. Does anybody understand that? What is Japanese katakana? See, I'm not a nerd like you guys. I know I was a cheerleader, okay? I'm not a nerd. And so I don't understand your nerd memes. But I appreciate that you're trying to bring me in. You're trying to bring me into the fold. Use promo code medium poor to get nothing off. All right, let's continue. But how did I call it on this? This dude literally worked with St. Teresa of Calcutta. I can't even believe it.
How they would be subject to a quality review process.
The silos refer a little to what I was referring to earlier in terms of the education mission, for example, or research or clinical care. And the way that organizations such as academic medical centers begin to look at quality, they develop quality plans. So they're departmental specific activities that are annualized, in each and every department will have a specific series of objectives to meet quality care goals that are established for the organization as a whole. Physician components from the medical staff will have their own degree of goals and objectives that they have. They attend grand rounds in academic centers where there are teaching components. They are in the continuing learning process as faculty members and students. Each of the separate departments within a hospital will have their own specific quality assurance plan defined for their specific entity. And that.
Oh, I meant to point out that this guy is their expert answer to Dr. Corcoran. You all remember Dr. Corcoran, Dr. Goodhair. You know Dr. Goodhair, who looks like Alan Thicke and Alec Baldwin put together. And he's the one that's married to the gregarious Greek goddess. He's living out my big fat Greek wedding life, who feels so strongly about this case. He came back already and then said he's not charging anything and he's going to come back again. And I hope to God they call on Dr. Goodhair again. Dr. Goodhair needs to come back and wipe up the floor with this guy. Because for one, we just want to see him again. We want to see Dr. Corcoran again. We really like him here. Dr. Joseph Corcoran, the dude who halfway through his testimony realized, holy shit, I'm bringing down Johns Hopkins. And I don't care, and I'm going for it, you know? Sorry, Femme Natal, you can't have him as a future husband because he's already married to the gregarious Greek goddess who is owns some Greek restaurants that we all want to eat in. I want to taste her food. It sounds fantastic. Fine, I'm an English nerd. That's true. And I play Dungeons and Dragons now, so that kind of puts me in the nerd category, I guess. But I don't understand anime. I don't understand the anime memes. I just don't get it because I don't understand anime at all.
That would translate all the way down into specific quality activities that will be embedded in each employee's annual review. So it's a process that has an annual view, quality assurance and improvement plan for the organization, stepping down to the specific entities that are part of that, whether it be medical staff or hospital staff, and then down to the specific departments, and then all the way down to the individual.
So let's talk a little bit about the annual review process. In your review of the files that I've sent you, did you notice whether Kathy Beatty in social work was subject to annual reviews?
Yes, I reviewed a number of her human resource reviews, yes.
And did you notice that she had been an employee of All Children since about 2009?
Correct.
And did you have a chance to review her performance reviews in 2015 and 2016?
I did.
And how does a performance review work at a hospital? Who's doing the review? If you could talk about that in the Care 360 model.
And each individual will be reviewed by their immediate supervisor. And as part of an annual review, several things happen. One, you review the past year's activities of that employee. So there's a review of what's happened. And then the second part of the review is really setting forth what are going to be the goals and objectives for that employee going forward. In Ms. Beatty's annual reviews, for the year that she was being reviewed, she was evaluated by her direct supervisor on a series of previously agreed on objectives that she would try and meet.
White noise, white noise, white, stop with the white noise machine. God, I hate it when they do that. That image was from Mr. Sparkle from The Simpsons. Well, that explains it. I also didn't watch The Simpsons. I'm sorry, I'm not a Simpsons nerd. I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand it. Will someone tell me what that means, or point me towards like a YouTube clip where I can understand it? Because I appreciate it when you guys make stuff for me and I want to understand them. But I guess I'm kind of culturally dumb when it comes to that kind of stuff, because I don't watch The Simpsons and I don't watch South Park. I've seen like one full episode of South Park, and that was the one with Harry and Meghan, because that was hysterical. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Sorry, I'm way behind on I'm going to use this time to catch up on all your messages. Duncan in Idaho, $5 tip on locals, says, if you don't want spoilers, then ignore this. But if you don't care about spoilers, I would strongly recommend y'all go watch on YouTube The Verdict Closing Argument, Paul Newman. The first video that comes up, 3 minutes, 11 seconds long, highly relevant. I know you want me to watch that movie, and we're totally going to do it. We are going to do it. Nick, like the Soup, says, poor Megan, I have to explain The Simpsons to her. This is Mr. Sparkles from the Simpsons episode.
Going back to the performance reviews,
where he finds out his face is being used to advertise laundry detergent. Oh, that's so funny. Now I get it. I'm so sorry you had to explain the joke to me, but that is hilarious.
did you have a chance to see whether in Miss Betty's annual reviews, whether she met the standards of care for her review?
Yes, her reviews reflected that she was evaluated as having met and exceeded different elements of her review.
Too loud.
There was also a component of the review process that is referred commonly to a 360-degree process. And what that entails is really a portion of an employee's review consists of an evaluation by their peers in their department. So Ms. Beatty her review reflected that she was reviewed and evaluated excellently and met the thresholds of her peers.
And the jury has previously seen that Ms. Beatty did have a verbal write-up in 2016. Were you provided that?
I was, and the record reflected that she had a verbal altercation with another employee. She was given an oral warning, but not a written warning, and she apologized to the employee that was involved, and that was how it was reflected in the record. And
other than that, in her personal file from 2009 through what you reviewed through the operative time of 2017, did you see any other verbal or written warnings of any sort?
No.
And then in terms of the structure, is it your understanding that social work would report to integrated patient care and then to nursing? Is that what your understanding is?
Correct.
And there would be chains of command if there were concerns that could be elevated up further, if there were concerns. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's get back a little bit to the overall process of review by the hospital. In terms of quality review, does All Children's, are they required to have a quality review process?
Yes. Most organizations choose to go through a quality process that is a accreditation and review process by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Hospitals.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. So I'll have you explain what the Joint Commissions are, but is All Children's audited by federal agencies to ensure that they are in compliance with safety plans?
Yes.
And who is that?
It is the Joint Commission as one body, and it could be others as well.
And explain to the jury, if you can, who the Joint Commissions are. And what
Wait, hold on. All right, you said we have to remember what he said about a verbal warning. This guy is putting me to sleep. I can barely follow along. So when did he say verbal warning? And I'm going to go back a little bit.
of review by the hospital. In terms of quality review, does all children's, are they required to have a quality review process?
Yes. Most organizations choose to go through a quality process that is a accreditation and review process by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Hospitals.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. So I'll have you explain what the Joint Commissions are, but is all children's audited by federal agencies to ensure that they are in compliance with safety plans?
Okay, I didn't hear anything about a verbal warning, but maybe I missed it. So if someone in the chat could just explain what was it that he was saying there's a verbal warning for. Let me get through some of these super chats. Examoon, thanks for the $2 super chat, says defense shouldn't acknowledge the Christ incident. Well, they already did. It's too late for that. Mike Dorado, thanks to the super chat, said, what does FML stand for? Fuck my life? Is that it? Is it fuck my life? She did 2 loads of wash. And then there was that time she bent over to place a DVD into a DVD player. Canonize her. Sorry, I'm behind. Kildada Smith, thanks for the super chat, says the fireworks are on this witness who got caught in all kinds of lies and the defense are so screwed. Oh my goodness. And Eric says, are we doing squats today or is it an off day? No, we will do them at some point, but every time I play it, I lose like 20 viewers. I don't know why. And so we're going to keep going for now and we'll do it in a little while. But those of you who are desperate to do squats, we'll do them soon. Don't worry. But I do want to get to the fireworks first. So maybe we'll do it after the fireworks.
It is the Joint Commission as one body, and it could be others as well.
And explain to the jury, if you can, who the Joint Commissions are and what their role is.
The Joint Commission is an organization that was set up 70 or 80 years ago. It is an accreditation and evaluation organization. Its purpose in being set up was to try and standardize the way hospitals provide care across the country. And it identifies for each and every department of a hospital a series of standards of quality that are evaluated on a routine basis by surveyors from the Joint Commission. Typically, the Joint Surveyor Commissioners, reviewers come in every 3 years. However, they can come in on a spot check basis, randomized basis. Usually, a survey will consist of 4 to 5 days of going through every record of the hospital from a perspective of looking at documentation per department of how they are meeting quality goals. And it is an arduous process. Different surveyors survey different things. There's a physician, there's an administrator, there is a hospital management, facilities management expert who will literally go through the hospital, poking up tiles, looking for breaches in the ceilings. And it's a very arduous, extensive process.
And in your review of the records and available data, did all Children's Hospital meet those accreditation standards?
Yes, they did.
And was that true in 2016?
Yes.
Okay. So let me talk to you a little bit about retrospective review. There are quality departments in the hospital that retrospectively review patient care. Is that true?
Correct.
And then,
all right, we are at a sidebar. Let's move forward. No, the fireworks have not happened yet, Mama Ames. Don't worry, we're waiting. I'm waiting for whatever the hell is happening here. This is the other Mr. Anderson, who is an expert on. He's their answer to Dr. Corcoran. He's supposedly an expert on hospital policies, and I missed his qualifications. Yeah, it's a total. The direct is a total snooze. I'm like falling asleep. I can barely pay attention to what he's saying. I'm way more entertained by the chat, which is why I haven't seen his cross. No, I'm watching this with you for the first time. I overslept this morning. I missed Legal Vice's stream. I missed, I was supposed to be Judge Penny for depositions. I slept too long and I missed it. I got in at the last 10 minutes of the show. I felt terrible. I feel terrible, Jeff. Please forgive me. But yeah, no, I haven't seen the cross yet. I'm very excited. Very excited. I'm trying to move past this. How long does it go?
experience working with hospitals.
God, I can't. I'm starting to really hate Shapiro's voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Shapiro. I'm sure you're a nice person. Actually, I'm not sure about that, but you are a person. So I'm trying not to be annoyed by you, and you're doing the best job you can for your client. But his voice is really starting to annoy me.
In your experience working with hospitals, I wanted to talk to you about your experience on the role of social work and what they're generally tasked to do. So just to sort of suggest this, Is social work usually the discipline that works with discharge planning?
Yes.
Okay, and why? What's their role in that regard, from your understanding?
The social work area actually starts when the patient comes into the hospital and really carries through all throughout the admission of the patient. But towards the end of the patient stay, social workers are very, very much involved in discharge planning. They're trying to identify areas where there can be support systems for the patient when they get home. During the admission itself, they might be helping to examine if the patient doesn't have funds for the treatment to secure financial resources. So in association with other people, including discharge planners, social work is engaged in doing everything they can to facilitate a transfer out of the hospital or a discharge out of the hospital.
One of the questions that the jury has asked in this case is why Maya's case did not rise to the level of senior leadership at the hospital. Based on your experience as the chief operating officer at a children's hospital, let me ask you, actually I'm going to approach on this one question here.
Oh, here we go. I'm not understanding why they have to go in. Oh boy, the judge is animated. Wonder what he's saying here. What's going on? The judge is throwing up his hands. That's never a good sign. What is it that they want to say? I wish I could hear this. I know you can hear it on Recovery Addicts channel sometimes because he's on the Zoom. But when they turn on the white noise, you know that the Zoom mic is turned off too.
Mr. Anderson, you have experience as the chief operating officer of a children's hospital where children are sheltered. Is that true?
Correct.
In a case like Maya's, why doesn't a child under shelter always rise to the highest executive levels?
In many cases, at a children's hospital, as I
wait, whoa, back up. I need to hear that question again.
Where children are sheltered. I've experienced, Mr. Anderson, you have experience as the chief operating officer of a children's hospital where children are sheltered. Is that true?
Correct.
In a case like Maya's, why doesn't a child under shelter always rise to the highest executive levels?
Oh, this should be an interesting question. So why wouldn't a child under state custody rise to the highest levels of the hospital? Because it really should. There's no excuse for this.
In many cases, at a children's hospital, as I mentioned before, they're only doing pediatric care. And what typically happens is there are, and also because children's hospitals usually are serving a large geographic population, there are any number of cases that might have sheltering orders that come to the hospital. So Maya's case, while it was unique and challenging, would not necessarily be all that uncommon in a children's hospital. Children's hospitals commonly...
Warning, folks. Warning. It's not uncommon for hospitals to take your kid from you. That's what you should get out of this testimony. It's damn near happens every day. Hospitals sheltering kids, which means hospitals stealing kids from families. This is happening all over the place. And I've covered these stories for 20 years. And I can tell you that what he's saying is true.
Perform a role as an intermediary or a buffer at times. And so there could be other types of...
No, you operate as an instigator. You operate as the reason why kids are taken from their families. You are not a buffer. You are not a go-between. You are the reason why children are removed from their families in hospitals. It starts at the hospital, sir.
Restrictions that patients have in the hospital. So as long as the medical care of the patient, like Maya, is being conducted appropriately, it might not rise to a level where there would be an intervention by a senior official.
Are there also what I would call privacy concerns where those cases are not?
So let me get this straight. His answer to that question was because it's so common, it happens so often that, yeah, higher administration isn't going to hear about it because it's just literally happening every day.
Always discuss and address at high executive levels.
There's always an intent to protect the privacy of a patient and family. There are HIPAA regulations as well. So there is indeed an effort to really protect the privacy issue and monitor the case as how it's being performed on a medical basis.
So we talked a little bit about retrospective reviews and quality committees. Let's talk about real-time review of patient care that would involve patient safety. In your role as a chief executive at a children's hospital, are you aware of certain real-time events to ensure patient care, such as, for example, handoffs?
Hospitals basically are based on shift work. There are 3 different shifts during a 24-hour period. What commonly happens is at shift changeover, there is a handoff from the shift that is going off duty to the shift that's coming on duty, where there's a discussion of what's occurred during that time frame, what the patient needs are, what the status of patients in the unit might be. That huddle, if you want to call it that, of employees, or a meeting of that combination of staff, really is very comprehensive in terms of being multidisciplinary. It involves nurses, it involves physicians, it could involve pharmacists, social workers on the unit. So it's comprehensive. It is really almost on a routine basis during the day, a triage examination of what the care needs of the unit's patients are. And then in addition to that, there could be an examination of each patient specific, what their needs are. So it is a real-time discussion of what the needs of patients are at that moment in time, real time, and what's going to be addressed over the course of upcoming time. So it really is a very specific examination of what's going on at the moment.
And are you familiar with the concept of interdisciplinary team meetings?
Yes, again, those are very common within hospitals, not amongst physician nurses, all disciplines of the hospital.
And in your review of the records, did you see documented in the records that, for example, the period of October 7th to the 13th, before the shelter order, that there were care planning meetings that were also attended by the families?
Yes.
Let me talk to you about your overall view of, based on what you reviewed. Did it appear to you, based on the materials you've reviewed, the records, the policies, that All Children's Hospital had an appropriate safety plan in place for patient care?
Yes, it did.
Foundation predicate form of that.
You can answer.
Yes, it did.
Okay. In your review of the materials, did it appear that All Children's, well, there was a concept that was introduced about if everyone's involved with safety, no one's in charge of safety. What is your response to that?
No objections. Overall.
Going back to the comment about the interdisciplinary meetings, the advantage of that type of situation, when you have all the caregivers in the same meeting discussing the patient at the same time, each member of that interdisciplinary group can discuss the needs and concerns that they might have for that patient. So everyone.
You guys are overselling it. You're overselling whatever's about to happen. That the anticipation is killing me. Liam says, buckle up, chat. I came back just to rewatch this with you absolute savages. Apparently, I'm going to lose my shit over whatever's about to happen, and you guys know it's coming. God can't save him. They put him in the dumpster. Oh my God.
One is taking ownership of their part of the medical care of the patient. So it's an advantage to have multiple people involved, to have the whole team being committed to the needs of the patient.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration, did you find that All Children's Hospital had appropriate levels of oversight, supervision, and direction?
Yes. Yes.
And within a reasonable degree of hospital administration probability, did you believe that from an operational standpoint that All Children's met accepted standards of care?
Objection. Down scope, foundation, predicate.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's how it seems to me, Cindy, too. The disciplinary meetings with the disciplinary teams on my case were
thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't have any
all the
questions at this
steamers were on the same page. All right, I think are we going to cross yet?
Your Honor, we have not received the members of your
No.
5-minute break. Please not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
I'll laugh no fury like a dumpster Jesus scorned. All right, wait, why is the jury going out? Wait, what happened?
5 minutes.
What happened? What happened?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Oh, okay. They're sending the jury out before cross.
Your Honor, we have not received the members of your jury. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Anderson has a problem. He wants to talk to the judge alone. Is this it? This is the precursor to the spice. Hope RNGSU, thanks for the super chat, says, hope you have a nah, brah moment. All right, we've got to watch this bit to understand what comes next. Don't worry, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. Justice for throwing Jesus in a dumpster, says Miranda. I agree. Justice for our Lord. Justice for our Lord. You can't throw Jesus in a dumpster and expect to get away with it, folks. Do not. Just trust, believe. Trust, believe that Jesus is going to make sure you don't get away with it. How long is this break?
You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to ask a clarifying question of the witness before I
Do we need the witness, Mr. Anderson, to step out?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Anderson, the witness, I need you to step out, please.
Oh, this is when we first turned it on. I was like, what's happening? Remember? This is when we first started. I'm like, the judge looks a little stressed.
Sorry, it was Mr. Shapiro that had the questions.
Yeah,
I'm going to slow this down.
Performance reviews we have are from October 2014 to the end of October 2015 and the end of October 2015.
The ones that he reviewed.
The ones that he reviewed to the end of October 2016, and I was going to clarify that.
Yeah, which means that the corrective action notice and the subsequent performance review was never produced to us for the relevant 2.5 months that might remain in that hospital.
Okay. Do you have the performance review of the time that that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital?
No, Your Honor.
For parts of it, yes.
Well, October 2016.
You don't have it here or
No,
in evidence?
No.
Okay, this is what you're going to do.
Yep.
You're going to produce it tonight to the plaintiffs. If it's a performance review covering the time period that Maya Kowalski was at the hospital, you're going to do that. You're going to get it.
Oh my God. They had this guy testifying about a performance review that they never gave to the plaintiff. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing right now? Kadada Smith, defense didn't give them documents. They try to throw in documents and didn't give them any documents, and Anderson is mad about it. Well, I would hope so. I would hope so, because that seems like a violation of sorts.
As soon as possible, but no later than, let's say, 6 p.m. today. This witness, although will be excused, is subject to being called back. And if there's a financial issue, we can address that if it becomes necessary.
Understood.
Okay.
So then I would cross today, but then be able to bring it back if I decided after reading that it was necessary.
If there's something in that performance evaluation that you need to ask this witness about, then let us know and we'll bring this person back.
Your Honor, separate issue is the reference to JHACH accreditation and meeting those standards. While you were out, I asked the court reporter to mark the questions, and we'd like the questions read into the record again so that we can address the issue.
I'm not following you. The questions were asked, so why are we re-asking the questions?
Well, there seems to be a dispute over what was asked at sidebar. What was asked, and it can be read into the record, was whether Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, met the accreditation standards of the Joint Commission. And we asked for anything he relied upon in discovery, and we were never provided those reports. There's not something we can just go Google and get. So they're in the hospital's possession, they're in the expert's possession. We're not able to cross on these documents.
Did he review or rely on the Joint Commission accreditation?
No, it's the hospital can't operate as a facility without being accredited by the Joint Commissions. It can't accept Medicaid or Medicare funding. I didn't know that anybody was disputing that the hospital was running an unlicensed facility. It was a generic statement that all hospitals that are subject to licensure in the state of Florida, actually nationally, are subject to audits by the Joint Commissions. It's a condition. I didn't even go this far, but it is a condition of Medicare.
Did the plaintiffs ask for the documents reviewed and relied upon by?
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
Oh, shit.
2020.
Because he was retained in 2021.
Did you ask with respect to this witness?
Well,
would it
matter?
Yes,
we can address it again.
Conceptually, here.
Would it matter if you asked for it in relation to this witness? If you asked for it in 2020, would that even matter, Your Honor?
If there was a specific request to this witness to produce the file, and if it wasn't produced, that also will need to be produced by 6 o'clock today. Now, if they being the plaintiff didn't ask, it's a different story. So if you can look to see if there was a specific request, I'm sure you all can then get the file if there was a request.
Last warning, we will be taking off shortly. Please fasten your seatbelts.
Production here, it's a 2020 June 10th, our RFP to Mark Anderson.
Receipts. He's got receipts.
And it asks for any and all documents and materials referenced.
Shit.
So we asked for all materials. Mark Anderson has several others, but I'll stop there.
Mr. Shapiro, why are you, if they use a specific name in 2020. How was he retained in 2021?
I may be off on the case. I read into the record everything he's relied on. He didn't.
Okay. Well, it sounds like that there was a specific request for the documents that this expert relied on. So from a discovery standpoint, you have until 6 p.m. today to get everything that this witness relied on to the plaintiffs.
They have every single document that he relied on. I can read them in the court again, but I can re-email them to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
You can email them in the next 10 minutes.
And again, this witness will remain, and if we need to call him back, we'll do that. So, but for now, are you ready to go? I know you don't have these documents, but you'll have them sometime today.
We're ready as we can be. And just to be very clear, he was never sent joint accreditation documents. He didn't rely on joint accreditation documents, so I don't know that there's anything that they're going to expect to get other than what I read. Depositions of Dr. Perno, deposition transcripts, 4th amended complaint, 8th amended complaint, the hospital records, Sally Smith's medical evaluation.
Mr. Shapiro, if the witness relied on documents, they need to go to the plaintiffs pursuant to the document request. That seems like a very fundamental issue.
I totally agree. I'm just making the record for the court. They have every single document that he relied on. He did rely on joint.
What you're reading is what you provided the witness, which is a little bit different than the document request. So I've said what I said, 6 p.m., if not before. Let's do that. Let's continue.
How can Shapiro say they have all the documents when clearly the judge is saying, no, you didn't give them this particular document that he relied on, the audit or whatever it was, and you need to get it by 6. He's doing double guns again. We've got the judge on double guns. You know what that means. Double guns. You know he's pissed when he brings out the double guns. How do I know this? Oh, I'll tell you how I know this. When Judge Carroll gets double guns going, it's always entertaining. Are we going to have one of these moments?
I understand. You're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. Because
can we go to exhibits, please?
Double guns is never good for the defense. It's just going to point that out. When the judge is doing this, it's never good for Shapiro. All right, here we go.
Continue on knowing that the plaintiffs may be able to have another bite at the apple, so to speak. Let's go get witness Mr. Anderson. Let's bring in the jury.
You know what I think I should happen here, Judge? I think you should give the plaintiff 4 more hours. 4 more hours. 4 more hours. 4 more. Come on, let's go. All right, here comes Cross. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Issue about this case. Has anyone seen any media coverage about this case? Mr. Anderson. Sorry, attorney Mr. Anderson. You may now ask witness Mr. Anderson questions.
Everybody get ready.
Make it so.
So
you got that, didn't you?
So I would be correct that the last time you actually were a CEO, it was 20 years ago in Wisconsin at a children's hospital there.
I was a senior administrative. I held the title Chief Operating Officer for Ambulatory Services at Tampa General. So that would have been 2018. For a children's hospital, 2000. You're correct.
Sounds correct. 20 years ago in Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin.
Did you actually review the Joint Commission reports that you testified to on direct examination?
There were comments in the material that I was provided that referenced that, I believe.
All right. So you received an outline prepared by these guys that had some of the quotes from the reports in it. True?
True.
And that report, how many pages was it? I mean, not the report.
Did he just say you received the report from these guys? These guys. Did he say these guys? Wait, I have to go back.
An outline.
Wait.
you received an outline prepared by these guys that had some of the
He did. From these guys over here. I imagine that he's doing double guns. So let me get this straight. You received this report, and all these reports from these guys over here.
quotes from the reports in it. True?
True.
And that report, how many pages was it? I mean, not the report, I mean, the outline. How many pages was that outline?
I'm not following which outline you're talking about.
The very same outline you just testified contained comments from the Joint Commission reports.
Well, what I was referencing there is I received thousands of pages from the reports.
Shapiro wants to approach.
I understand that. I'm asking you.
Did the judge just say no? Hate the judge. Your Honor, can we approach? I think he said no.
What I was referencing there is I received thousands of pages from the report.
Nope. We're going to hear the answer. Judge Carroll's like, nope. We're going to hear the answer. 641 of you here on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Can you please hit the like button while you're here? If your thumbs are not broken or your index fingers are not broken, you should be able to just hit that little likey like for the algorithm. And subscribe. Because why wouldn't you want to subscribe to this? We're hilarious.
First, I understand that. I'm asking you whether there was anything prepared by the defense lawyers that summarized or provided you with the choice of materials you were going to testify to.
Yes.
How many pages was it?
2 or 3.
Oh, could we have those? Look
And
at the eyes. Look at the eyes. He just looked at Shapiro. Watch his eyes widen in horror. Watch.
Yes.
How many pages was it?
2 or 3.
Here he goes. There it is. Eyes on Shapiro, widening in horror.
And in that outline, they pointed to you certain deposition excerpts.
Oh my God, he is melting. He's melting in his chair. Right after that, like all the air went out of him. And now he's starting to get slumped lower in his chair.
No.
The standards you were to testify to?
I'm trying to be sure I'm specific about what outline you're talking about. I received a document of what portions of my testimony would be this morning that had outlines of topics that I had discussed with my attorney.
He did look like he just saw Jesus rise out of the dumpster. That is what he looked like.
Okay, so they told you
No.
What?
I object to the invasion of work product.
Your Honor, may we approach? No. Oh, fuck you, Shapiro. You're so screwed. You didn't give this document to the plaintiff when they asked for it, and now the judge is not going to hear any of your shit. Can we approach? No. No. No.
They told you what you'd be testifying to, right?
Overruled, you can answer.
Overruled. Let's hear it.
They told me topics for discussion as a prep.
And within those topics, they also gave you materials or excerpts from materials that you should use. Did they not?
They gave me, if we're talking about the information this morning, I reviewed some documents relative to an HR performance eval.
I'll get to that in a moment. What I'm asking you, sir, if I'm understanding your testimony, you
Oh,
got
boy.
an outline from
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
the defense. If I'm understanding your testimony, you got an outline from the defense
Self-soothing.
last night. Are we
Covering
agreement
the
there?
mouth.
It was not last night, it was this morning. And I received a document about discussions that we had about topics that were going to be brought to my attention to discuss this morning.
Okay, in that one, did they provide you with references for materials that would be useful in discussing that topic?
No.
Wait.
How?
Wait, didn't you just say they did? Oh, that's an uncomfortable looking body movement right there. That was some serious shifting around, and oh, the lip pressing and the look at the dog face. It's the dog caught in a sex scandal face. We have another one to add to the meme, folks. Remember when the administrator at the hospital pulled that face, and then we had the other one. I think the police officer did it too. I never added the police officer to the meme, but remember this guy? Look, same face. Oh my God. Oh my God. Warning, warning. You know you're in trouble when you make this face on the stand. Oh Lord. I feel sorry for him. He is
Other
really
than
suffering.
telling you what you were going to be asked, topics you were going to be asked this morning, what else did they provide you in that outline?
A listing of materials that I had previously looked at, and then documents relative to Ms. Beatty's performance evaluation.
Okay. So you yourself did not go out and seek any materials in this case, did you?
Oh no. When you hire an expert and you pay them $100,000 or whatever, it is my understanding that they are supposed to do their own investigating into the case. So of course they're going to be given documents by the council. But then they're going to do their own thing where they make their own report, right? They're going to experts write reports and that are then submitted to the court for the case. Dr. Corcoran, if you remember Dr. Goodhair, the handsome one with the good hair and the Greek wife, if you remember him, his report had all kinds of information about stuff he brought into the trial, like from his experience at his hospital. And he had like documentation that he got. Like it wasn't all given to him by the plaintiff. Now he was given documents from the case to look at like risk management files and that sort of thing. But then he brought in his expertise on other things too. So like, so basically Anderson is setting up that dollar store Anderson over here. I don't know what we're calling this guy. I feel sorry for him. He is melting. He is melting. He does appear to need some blood pressure medication. But basically, he just got handed a bunch of stuff from the defense counsel and was like, here, this is what you say about this document, and this is what you say about this one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Materials I received were provided over time.
Wait, Duncan, thanks for the super chat, says, Your Honor, we object to this line of questioning. We want the witness to recount more of his time with Mother Teresa. More Mother Teresa, less what he talked about with defense counsel. Objection.
The defense provided you with the materials you were to base your opinion on, right?
Correct.
Did they provide you with the 2017 review of Kathy Beatty?
Yes.
They did. For the year encompassing the October incident, I'll get the date, sorry. The November 18th, 2016.
Is this the part where they found out where in the hospital records it says Kathy Beatty was what's the word? Disciplined for yelling at a coworker?
Incident involving Kathy Beatty. They gave you the review that encompassed that?
I think it encompassed that, yes. I don't have the document in front of me now to look at.
So now, did you actually...
Oh, I feel really bad for him. You guys, this body language, this facial expressions are so bad. He's like He looks horrified. Did you see that? Now I feel bad for this guy. Oh my
I think it
lord.
encompassed that, yes. I don't have the document in front of me.
Watch
now to
this.
look at.
He just
So
can't.
now,
He can't even believe what's happening right now.
did you
Look at the deep sighing.
actually get any of the JCal reports on Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
By JCal, are you referring to the Joint Commission?
The Joint Commission reports, yes.
I did not see their full report, no.
Oh God, this is getting so bad. AP, thanks for the super chat, said this is the only time the phrase "my truth" can be used in any facet. Defense fucked up big time. Duncan, Idaho, thanks for the super chat, says so. Anyway, there we were, just me and Mother Teresa, totally surrounded.
You saw excerpts of the report.
I saw comments and material I received referencing Joint Commission, yes.
So you offered an opinion to the jury without actually reading the entire reports, right?
Oh.
I gave an opinion based on what the findings of that report seemed to be, yes.
What that report seemed to be was selected by the
That was an awful lot of nose touching. That's defensiveness. It's deceptiveness. It's holy shit, I have screwed up now.
defense lawyer. What that report seemed to be was selected by the defense lawyers, was it not?
That was where the information came from.
You yourself never went out and actually researched to figure out for yourself what was relevant, what was not. As to any of this material, did you?
Oh
The
God,
information that
he's
I
turning
saw
purple.
was provided by the attorney, but it had comments. It was medical record.
Is Saint Lisa still in the audience? Because she may need to come and help this man medically. Is Saint Lisa of JHACH, Our Lady of the Perpetual Laundry Softener, is she here? Is she here? We need to call Saint Lisa back to the stand because this man needs medical attention immediately.
Information and other types of information, depositions and the like. That's the material that I received.
So you more or less are serving here as a mouthpiece for what they consider important.
Objection, argumentative. Overruled. That was an argumentative question if I've ever heard one, and the judge doesn't care. The judge doesn't care. Hold on. I need a minute. I need a minute to compose myself. Judge Carroll's had it up to here with your shit, Shapiro. He's done. He's so done.
I understand. You're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, because
Can we go to exhibits, please?
I need a minute to catch my breath there and do a little happy dance because Judge Carroll is so pissed. He's done with this. He's done. That was totally an argumentative question. I'm not even a lawyer and I knew that. Let's hear that argumentative question one more time.
So you more or less are serving here as a mouthpiece for what they consider important, right?
Nick Campbell says, "Don't worry, everyone. Bailiffs knows CPR. Once more for the back. Let's hear it one more time."
For what us are serving here as a mouthpiece for what they consider important, right?
No, sir.
Really? No?
So where the independent analysis come in here, if they selected the things. I'm sorry, I apologize. Continue, sir. My apologies.
Oh my God, the judge is just totally ignoring Shapiro. I didn't even hear the judge respond to that. It's almost like, is he turned away from him like this and now he's just ignoring him like a noisy toddler in a room? Shapiro's over there like, Mr. Carter, Mr. Carter, Mr. Carter, we gotta come over, Mr. Carter. And the judge is like, no, you're done. I'm turning my face away from you. Oh my God.
What I made comment about are progress notes and information that is documented within the records of all children's. And I've made comments about how transfer agreements were made. I made comments about interdisciplinary meetings that have occurred. I've made comments about perceptions of organizational structure and how quality of care is being rendered. And those are judgments that I have made based on my serving as a chief operating officer, looking at documented progress notes of patient care that was rendered to Maya.
Okay. Now, in what you reviewed, I'm going to ask you some facts here that have been put before this jury, and I want to know in the materials you were provided. It's 2 questions.
The only thing that would make this better is if the judge ordered the bailiff to put some tape on Shapiro's mouth. That's the only thing that's what's coming next if he doesn't shut up. He's going to be taped to his chair in a minute. I have known judges to do this. There was a judge who put a lawyer in handcuffs. It's terrible. It was a bad judge and he shouldn't have done that, but he handcuffed her to a chair and a wheelchair. And then they wheeled her out of the room, the bailiffs. It was not good. The judge should not have done that. But in this case, I would make an exception. Oh my God. Bailiff, duct tape defense attorney to his chair. And if he opens his mouth again, put tape over that too.
Here. First question is, were you provided them? And second, did you review to see whether this information ever made it up to senior management? Okay. First, so I understand the parameters. All right. First one is Kathy Beatty taking my client to a room, undressing her down to her sports bra and short shorts, and taking photographs of her without her parents' permission.
Objection to mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled, you can answer.
It's not a mischaracterization. Overruled
First,
again.
you provided that.
That information was detailed or was told in documents that I received. Yes.
All right. That's that one. And then second question. Well, maybe there's 3. Would you agree that that's a type of situation that should be reported high enough up in an organization so somebody can review it and decide whether action needs to be taken?
The situation you are describing was the patient being taken to have in pursuit of further information about a diagnosis. And that diagnosis was to be, what was to be, that was being examined was there.
What is Anderson doing? He's clicking something. Do you hear? It's not me, it's him. Is he tapping his nails on the podium? Is he tapping? What's he doing? Listen.
Further information about a diagnosis. And
do you hear that?
And that
that could be the court reporter clicking on the keyboard.
Diagnosis was to be what was to be that was being examined was there potential abuse going on to that patient pursuant to the hospital's policies and procedures. That was what was conducted by the team that took the photographs. But there was also no indication in the medical records or the progress notes that there was a parental complaint about that raised.
How are the parents supposed to complain if they don't know about it?
Good question. Oh.
The policy that is...
It's all right. Just tell me now, do you agree that that's the type of information that should go far enough up the...
I didn't really want an answer, sir. I'm just making you look like an ass. Don't answer that. That was for the jury's benefit only. Shut up. We're moving on.
chain. It's all right. Just tell me now, would you agree that that's the type of information that should go far enough up the chain so that someone can decide whether this was action that needed to be corrected?
The activity that was being done was in process of the care that was needed. It was not an abnormal event
What?
that was occurring or asking to be occurred.
It
All right,
wasn't
so I just want to know,
abnormal?
is this an event that should be carried up high enough or not? Yes or no?
It was carried to the risk management department and it was reported.
Okay. And in your view of this risk management, Strike it, have you ever seen the flow chart there, the organizational chart of this hospital?
Yes,
And you recognize the risk management reports directly to the general counsel?
that's where it is on the
And
chart.
the general counsel reports to the CEO, directly to the CEO?
Correct.
Who was the CEO back then?
Jonathan Ellen.
All right. So he would have a direct conduit of information from risk management, true?
Yes.
Do you agree with the push-pull method that it's the duty of executives to not only just receive information from those that they're working with, but pull information from time to time to be fully informed?
I believe that meetings and communication should occur.
All right. So a good executive should be.
Sir, just fake a seizure for corn's sake. This is hurting us all. Please get yourself off the stand.
Pulling information.
You know what? It would be great if he stood up and was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Out as well. All right. So
I believe that meetings and communication should occur.
all right. So a good executive should be pulling information out as well as just passively receiving information. True?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, as they receive the information doesn't necessarily mean they're going to intervene in the situation. If the situation was being conducted appropriate to the level of care required and appropriate to the policies and procedures of the hospital.
Okay. Conducting unauthorized surveillance in a room where my client could not escape for 48 hours without her knowledge or her parents' knowledge. First, is that the type of event that should be reported up the line if in fact there was no authorization?
Objection, mischaracterization, chapter 39. Issues with Briggs.
Oh, man. He finally let Shapiro come to the bench on one. Finally. The judge is laughing. Who's he laughing at? Hopefully Shapiro.
Is this the type of event, unauthorized, that should be reported up the chain? Excuse me, if unauthorized, it should be reported up the chain.
This situation that you're describing, though, was a case that was being conducted in pursuit of a further diagnosis. In that situation, it was a action.
What were they diagnosing? By tearing the clothes off of a 10-year-old and taking photographs, especially when it didn't end up in the medical record. What were you diagnosing? I can't think of a single thing.
That was being pursued according to hospital policy. So it was an approved action.
And I take it that that's a no, it shouldn't be reported up the line, according to you. I mean, really, it was a yes or no, should it be reported up or should it not? I don't know.
He can't answer it. He's sinking. I think he might be
Yes or
having
no,
a
sir?
stroke.
Should it be reported up the line? Should it not be reported
Sir,
up
are
the
you
line?
all right?
I don't know whether it was reported up the line or not. What I'm trying to do is make a distinction that if it was in following a patient care diagnosis strategy and following the hospital policy, then it is an action that could have been taken. Was it reported up the line? Could have been.
Okay.
No, it
In fact, in
wasn't.
this case, it was reported up the line, was it
It
not?
was reported only to risk management, but they didn't do anything with it. That should have been reported up to the highest person, who would be the president of the hospital. And we all remember that the chief of staff didn't know about it. This dude, the "it's not my job" dude, where did he go? This guy, he didn't know about it. So it wasn't reported very far.
The risk management.
I believe it was through a existing shelter order.
Okay. Now, what about a
Couch.
social worker
Couch.
putting my client on her lap and kissing her without the parent's knowledge or authorization?
Whoa.
If that becomes known, should that be something that's reported?
Anderson just denied for the judge. Anderson just denied Shapiro's objection for the judge. I didn't hear the judge at all. Just Anderson go, no. Listen.
And kissing her without the parent's knowledge or authorization.
Listen.
If that becomes known, should that
if that becomes no. No.
be something that's reported up the line?
And the judge didn't stop him. So now Anderson's getting to rule on objections by himself. Overruled.
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure. Putting my client, a social worker, putting my client on her lap and kissing her. Is that the type of thing, if discovered, should be reported up the line?
Ugh.
I'm not aware that that specific event actually occurred as you described it.
We have our jury here to decide that, but go ahead.
I answered it. I'm not sure that that event occurred as you described it.
But if it did,
Okay,
would
let's
you
just assume for
report
the purpose
that?
of this question, since you're up here as an expert, that that happened. Is that the kind of thing that should be reported up the line?
If that was raised as a complaint by the family, yes. I do not believe
What about the patient?
that was raised as a complaint by the family.
Again, sir, how are the Kowalskis to know this is happening to their daughter if no one tells them?
And she's restricted from making phone calls to them. She's restricted from sending emails to them. They took her iPad, they took her phone. She's only allowed to have conversations supervised by the woman who did it to her. You think that she's going to be allowed to tell her family? Oh my God.
Again, sir, the information you're bringing forth is not one that I've seen documented that actually occurred.
Okay, let's look at then did you, in your review, note that Dr. Katzenstein was notified of concerns of Ms. Beatty about her behavior?
Oh, shit.
I did not see any of that in the record of my review.
That was not provided to you.
I did not see it in a review that I did.
Did you receive the All Children's Hospital? Did you see the All Children's Hospital corrective action notice on Ms. Beatty?
No.
Okay,
In the
but-
record, I saw that it was referenced as an oral warning to her, and I did not see any written notice of that in the
Oral
record.
warning?
Okay.
Whoa.
Well, then let's bring
What? She got an oral warning about what? I don't remember this part.
up trial exhibit 2278-036. I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this is the counseling date of November 18th, 2016, All Children's Health Notice Corrective Action.
Oh, boy.
Have you ever seen this document?
I want to read this document.
Sir, I do not recall having seen this document.
Oh, they didn't show you this. Kathy displayed some unprofessional behavior towards a colleague on her team and was witnessed by other staff members. It was reported by 2 witnesses that Kathy stormed into her colleague's office and stated, "Do you have a problem? I'm tired of all these emails. I only have a certain amount of time to get things done. Do you want to take this outside?" Holy crap. The witness reported that they asked for them to take it to another location. Witness reported Kathy was very, very loud and aggressive. Maybe she needed the Haldol. It is reported that this created a very tense environment for all parties. Kathy realized that she was wrong and tried to apologize to her colleague in person, and later sent an email to her colleague. The aforementioned behaviors do not exhibit JHACH's expectations of interdisciplinary teamwork and cordial professional interactions. Kathy has not had any previous corrective actions, although she was arrested for child abuse, and the charges were later dropped. She knelt on a child in her care at Suncoast, where she worked, and he reportedly could not breathe. Kathy has been counseled on 2 previous occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues and being collaboration among team members. Someone needs a grammar lesson. Kathy will conduct herself in a professional manner, demonstrating respect for her colleagues, presenting herself in a calm and non-threatening way, and collaborate with colleagues through positive communication. Kathy will answer emails and return phone calls promptly. Kathy will also document in a timely manner so that other members of her team can be apprised of her interventions with patients. So she wasn't telling the doctors about her interactions with patients? Wow, Kathy. Clinical coordinator and developmental director recognized that Kathy has been under enormous amount of stress, as we had asked her to cover the PICU and CVICU while we were attempting to hire someone for the CVICU, which may have precipitated some of this behavior.
Would it matter to you, sir, in your evaluation, if you look down under previous counsel corrective action, that Ms. Beatty here had been counseled 2 previous occasions on her professional behavior? Would that have affected your opinion?
Can I ask the witness to show both pages of the document and not just excerpts?
Sure. If you need to see the second page, I'm getting to it. But
Anderson's like, I'm going to read that one too. Don't worry.
Mr. Anderson can conduct it the way he wishes to at this time. If the witness wants to see both pages, then
absolutely, Your Honor.
you can do that.
And I'll get to it. But for right now, would it affect your opinion that on 2 prior occasions, Kathy Beatty had been counseled regarding professional behavior issues?
That reflects that she has been counseled. I don't know what the outcome of the counseling was. I don't know what it was for. The fact that someone brings something to her attention in a corrective way is the proper process. In the human resource records that I saw, I did not see reference to this activity.
Let's go up to the specific misconduct.
Mr. Anderson, I've got to be in a meeting in 6 minutes. So
I
just
shall
let me know.
I shall be done in 2 minutes.
Flux. I like what Anderson just said there. I shall be done in 2 minutes. Flux, you said she fucking knelt on a child. Why the fuck is she free? Because the state covers for state actors. At the time, she was working for Suncoast, which is that organization for DCF that Dr. Smith works for. And she and the charges were dropped because foster children and children in the system have no rights. That's why. There were witnesses to her kneeling on a child. There were witnesses. She was arrested by police who obviously had cause to make the arrest, and then the charges were dropped because they cover for each other. And she was still allowed to work with children again after that. So if you ever had any question, if our Child Protective Services hires quality people, that should answer your question. Emails are annoying though. Yeah, I've wanted to fight a few people over too many emails, but whatever. You can't do that though. You can't go threaten a coworker for sending too many emails.
Go for it.
All right, just a couple questions. Let's go up real quick under specific statement of specific misconduct. You see that there?
Yes.
And you see that the complaint of the specific conduct was Ms. Beatty saying, do you want to take this outside? You see that?
Yes.
Would that indicate to you that Ms. Beatty here?
Hold on, Mrs. K. Griff. Florida DCF is not a private institution. No, they have contracted out some of their services to private institutions, but they are all funded by the government, which makes them a pseudo government organization. Okay, they're taking federal funds, and they are under the Department of Health and Human Services. Okay, it's this unholy alliance between private corporations and the government that should not be happening. But it doesn't matter. Even if they didn't contract out the services to a private organization, they would still have no oversight. DCF, CPS, no oversight. Health and Human Services are the oversight, but that's like saying that the fox investigated himself for what he did in the hen house and found that there was nothing wrong. Found that he did nothing wrong when he slaughtered all the chickens, because it was the fox who was in charge of the investigation into the hen house. That's what that is. So there's no oversight by a third-party case, a third-party outside agency. They're all incestuously related.
Here, at least from what you're reading, is challenge. You see that?
Yes.
Would that indicate to you that Ms. Beatty here, at least from what you're reading, is challenging a fellow worker to a fight?
He's laughing. Anderson's
It's
laughing.
a statement that she was aggressive.
Well, usually when people say, you want to take this outside, it means they're challenging him to a fight, is it not?
And I think this is what is being referred to as when she was issued an oral warning for that activity.
All right, Cindy Absug says the same thing happened in my case. The guardian ad litem had a previous charge of child abuse on an autistic child, and they let her stay as the guardian ad litem for my son, and she had disciplinary action, but it was all sealed. That's right. We investigated that. The report said that she grabbed a child and dragged him to the car. She dragged a child to a car, and she was reprimanded for child abuse. But they didn't return the kid that she dragged to the car, and she was allowed to be the guardian ad litem in Cindy's case. These are the kind of people that are working for your child protective services. They don't protect children, they abuse them with your tax dollars. Welcome to the truth. It's finally out. I've been trying to tell you for 20 years.
Final question, sir. Is this the kind of person that should really be put on as the primary contact and controller of a 10-year-old little girl in Maya Kowalski's situation?
Overruled.
Based on
Overruled.
Ms. Beatty's record, based on the evaluations that she had seen, based on the information that she was provided by her supervisors, she was assigned to this patient, and I don't see anything that would have prohibited that being done.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
He doesn't see anything inappropriate there.
Hey, members of the jury, this is one of those days that I actually have a meeting that I have to appear at. So we're going to take lunch. I'm going to ask if they be back at 1:30, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All right. The judge has a meeting, but wait. Oh, it looks like is he going to get spicy? Hold on. I feel like there might be something coming up. No, he has a meeting. Okay, so how long is there? Did we catch up? No, we didn't. All right, they're back from lunch or from the meeting or whatever. And we're going to fight about evidence now.
To talk to a witness about what testimony the witness will be given. Sure. We would like.
All right, here we go.
Just briefly, Judge. Sure. We would like to request the standard jury instruction 601.2.
Oh, wait, I missed something. Okay, fine. I'm going back. He gave a warning to the witness. All right, hold on. Where did I miss it? Did he do it? Did he do it in front of the jury?
I have to appear at. So we're going to take lunch. I'm going to ask if they be back at 1:30, ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
He was just pulling at his tie.
Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All right. I'm going forward.
This Mr. Anderson is back at 1:15. Is that appropriate? Okay. Now, witness Mr. Anderson, you're in the middle of your testimony. There's still questions to be had. You cannot have any discussion with anybody about your testimony, including the lawyers. I think it's probably best that you just avoid both sets of lawyers. You go and have your own lunch and come back and not participate or be around any of the lawyers. Let's do it that way.
And who's going to be
back at 1?
Who's going to be monitoring his cell phone to make sure that he's not communicating with those lawyers? Because those lawyers are slimy, and I don't put it past him to be calling him on his lunch and trying to rehab him. Do you? Is anybody going to be? They should take his phone. The bailiff should confiscate his phone. Miss Cruel.
3227 144. This is an Instagram photo taken on February 9th, 2016 and posted by Maya.
3227. What number?
144 0144.
Can you pull it up, please?
All right, before we get into this, we've been sitting here for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm sorry, but my blood is pooling in the bottom of my legs. And I need to do some squats, and so do you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a new squat video today. I have a new one. I have one that let's see if I can find it. So those of you who are new here, we spend 1 minute and 22 seconds doing some exercise with Nick Rekieta while he fat shames us. But I actually have another one. I had him do it live on my show once. There it is. So why don't we do that one? It's 1 minute and 53. This one's 1 minute 53 seconds. So let's do this for 1 minute and 53 seconds, and then we're going to come right back. Don't go anywhere. The show is not over. We are coming back to watch them do whatever they're going to do. Hold on, let me share this. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Big fatso like me rolling around in my chair.
All
Cookie
right.
crumbs
All right,
all over
get
my
up.
beard.
All right, you've got 1 minute and 22 seconds. Ready? Fat shame away.
Okay, chat. If you can manage to get your fat asses out of that ungodly powerful chair that has somehow defied gravity by keeping you from just sinking straight to the core of the earth, this one's for you. For the people who couldn't get up, you knew. You should actually, your life is already over. Look, I know you pretending right now that you're gonna lay down on the ground. You're gonna lay down on the ground. Your fat is going to spread across like oil hitting a pond. Like Exxon Valdez has just dumped its entire load in the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, no, you're gonna lay down on the ground, spread out, place your sweaty palms down on your pile of cookies and chips and dried up salsa, and you're gonna try and lift that giant fucking body off of the earth. It's not gonna work, but you're gonna try anyway. Just keep struggling. Hopefully your forearms and your biceps and your upper arms don't buckle and break under the weight. We know they will if you have actually managed to get off the ground at all. Thank God, you're gonna burn the calories just in the effort. After you pretend to do push-ups for a few minutes, which would frankly be, oh my God, it's already over. Frankly, it'd be easier to push the earth down than to lift you up. It would be less displacement of mass, you giant whales. Okay.
Fantastic. This is fantastic. No, I would never twerk. Twerking is not in my repertoire. All right, we got a new one. We recorded that a while ago. What did you think of that one? Was that better or worse? I think I have another one too. I think I have 3 versions. I think I have 3 versions of that fat shaming. Oh my God, we lost like 60 viewers. I swear, you people, you are so damn lazy that you won't even just go put in another load of laundry or something. I was absolutely doing squats. You will not convince me to do squats on camera, though. Nope. Sorry. It's going to cost a whole lot more than whatever this stream has made to get that to happen. And I'm not even sure that it would. Okay. Oh my gosh. Pale Rogue. Pale Rogue. This is fantastic. Oh, you guys are sending me memes. I can't wait for this. Thanks, Ari Rose, for the $5 tip and the meme. Oh my gosh, the meme is so good. Hold on, I'm going to put it up. I have to wait. You guys are sending me. These are hilarious. You guys are cracking me up. So many memes. Hold on. This one is the dog meme. Somebody has updated it for me. This is so good. Wait, I can't wait to show you these. Hold on. I got to screen grab them first. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my God, Miss Cruel. Oh my God, Pale Rogue. Oh my God. Everyone, you're going to die. Locals is showing up today. Locals is showing up. Let's see. Let's go over and show these to you. Oh my God, we lost like 100 people for squats. Seriously, every time I do it, you guys drop out, and I don't know what the deal is. The show is not over. It's not over. We're just getting our blood going, like getting the blood pumping, so we don't mold on our chairs that we bought at Walmart because we're poors. Look at this, Miss Cruel. Oh my God. This was funny too. Finger guns. Look at the finger guns. And the dog meme. Yes. Yes. Oh, Locals is showing up today. If Jeff can have puppy cam, Megan can have squats cam. Nah. I am, though, going to try and work on chicken cam. You think it's because they hate Rekieta? Nobody hates Rekieta. That's not true. Even the people who think they hate him cannot quit him. They are like Brokeback Mountain on him because they will not leave him alone. So I don't believe that they hate him. Yeah, we lost like 100 people this time. Last time we only lost like 10. I thought it was getting better. I thought I was shaming you into doing your exercise, but apparently some of you just cannot handle the squats. All right, let's keep moving. Come on. Pop up now. Come on, Miss Cruel. What the heck?
Yeah, February 9th, 2016.
Objection, relevance. I think we faced a number of cumulative objections for trying to reduce those of Maya Kowalski, so I'm not sure what this adds to the case.
Well, if I need to respond, I can, Judge.
Sure.
It adds several things. One, it is 3 days before she is in Dr. Barr's office saying that she has pain that is like fire throughout her entire body. Secondly, it shows that her ears are pierced, which goes to several people testifying that piercings would cause pain with RSD. And it shows no lesions on the skin. And I don't think we put in many photographs at all yet.
It does nothing to establish if she had her ears pierced recently or this exists. I think it's since she was 4 or 5 years old. So not sure what that adds.
And I don't think touching her ear or earring is particularly painful.
The court will receive into evidence 3227-0144. But let me ask you this. All of this metadata at the bottom.
We can delete that. I want the date on it, but we can delete the metadata if we want.
I mean, does the plaintiffs care? I just want to.
Right. We did delete some of it, but I'm happy to delete all of that, Judge, as long as the date remains.
We don't have any objections to metadata.
Okay. The next one would be 3227-0135. The significance of this photo, Judge, is that this is the day after she's in Dr. Barr's office saying that her pain is like fire throughout her body. I think the jury should be able to see the photograph the next day, which would indicate no, plus there are no lesions visible on her skin.
Why does that prove that she's not in pain? For one, she's not smiling. She has a pretty serious look on her face. She doesn't look very happy to me. She looks terrible.
Again.
Objection, that's absolutely not the purpose. They are going to attempt to make the jury believe, I don't know what about Maya in that pose, but we assert 403 on that. Any probative value is far
No, I
outweighed.
agree. I agree. They're entering that picture to say that that this kid there's something wrong with her parents and that she was sexualized or something. You know, that's what they're going after. And look at this reaction that that Miss Cruel just had. Look at her deep sigh and dropping the papers.
Pose, but we assert 403 on that. Any probative value is far outweighed by the
Look at that. Such disrespect.
but we assert 403 on that. Any probative value is far outweighed by the prejudice of attempting to show this young girl as anything other than a young girl.
I agree. That's what they're doing. Good for you, Anderson. You figured it out. They're going for there's something wrong with this girl. She's over sexualized. Her mother was not, paying enough attention to her or whatever. And all it is a selfie of a really pretty little girl, but she looks really sad.
Judge, this isn't like surveillance. This is a photograph she took of herself and posted on Instagram.
So what?
It's the day after she was in a doctor's office telling them.
So what?
She has pain throughout her entire body like fire.
She can't take a picture of herself if she is in pain. I swear, it's like these people think that children, when they're in pain or they're sick, they don't play. They don't have good days. They don't try to still live. They don't enjoy makeup. They don't enjoy. What the hell?
Will receive into evidence 3227-0135.
Wait.
Body like fire.
The court will receive into
I
evidence.
can't believe the judge is allowing it.
0135.
Thank you. 3227-0485.
Yeah, any lesion on her face could be gone with makeup or a filter. That's correct. She could have a filter, especially on Instagram. Ridiculous.
This is taken on April 23rd, 2016. Shows her wearing a metal bracelet around her wrist and her hand and no lesions.
Don't we all cumulative, Your Honor? Don't we already have not only testimony but other photographs?
I'll let this one in, but Ms. Burroughs, we're getting to the point where
That's fine, Judge.
I mean, we almost have a family photo album of probably about 40
Well, I
or
did-
50 pictures by now.
I did try to pick different dates, Judge. I do have one more along those lines, though, that I'd like the court to look at.
Sure.
That is 3227-0441. The significance of this photo is that this is July 16 when she's in a wheelchair. You can see that she is sitting on the edge of a table of some sort, raising her left leg. And this is when she is in a wheelchair.
For God's sake.
Objection. This is again cumulative to about 7 or 8 other photos and indicates what? That she can sit in more than a wheelchair? What is it probative of other than just some kind of prejudice about the, I don't understand.
This is when she's in, isn't this when she goes to the hospital? This is during Dr. Hana's treatment. She's in a wheelchair, supposedly. She can't move her legs. This is a photo taken on July 16th, 16. She's sitting with her own body without any support on a hard surface.
What?
Not in a wheelchair.
Don't we
She's
have
not
video
standing.
of her playing around in the pool and demonstrating her upper body strength based on the ketamine infusions, based on where she was with her therapies?
I'm going to let in 3227-0441.
Thanks, Judge.
And cumulative.
Yeah, she could move her legs. She just can't weight bear on them. And none of these pictures prove anything. They don't have any pictures of her standing or walking, do they? Not one video, not one photo. All they have are pictures of her doing things we were already told she could do. Ridiculous. There is no paralyzation with CRPS. Yeah, the defense looks dumb. Let it in. Go ahead. They look stupid. What the hell? Oh, I was like, who's playing the piano in the courtroom? Order in the court.
Cumulative to other ones and does not demonstrate anything other than what is already in the records. Yes, she can play the piano.
The other piano one was not during the admission of the hospital. I don't remember the date, but I know it wasn't during the hospital because it was at home.
Yes.
I'm gonna admit, what number is this?
3089.
3089 of overseas.
32.
Oh, look, she's still in a wheelchair. That's right, Twisted Puppet. So what? We know she can play the piano because we already saw video from the plaintiff about.
Let's go ahead and put it up, whatever it is.
About that.
It's a blog by Maya Kowalski, dated 8/10/2015. We were going to redact the comments above and below, Judge. Well, that hasn't done, but so it would start at user Maya Kowalski, and then the text, and then the date at the bottom.
Didn't I just let in yesterday a whole series of emails from Beata Kowalski over any number of dates?
Those were all I thought about all about coma. This is
Well, no, I mean, there were lots of them because they went not only during the November of 2015, but they went all the way almost in 2016.
Let me take a step back from that, Judge, and look at what was admitted before we go to this.
Because, I mean, there's a cumulative issue.
Yeah.
I let in a whole bunch of them.
All right, let me see if I can.
Yeah, you're not getting any more.
Okay.
We can demonstrate that she was happy for 30 seconds.
I think he's talking to Mr. Whitney.
I'm sorry?
He is. Yes, we're talking about it. Sorry. Very mad at me. I didn't ask the questions he wanted.
It's just, if you all want to talk to each other, you really need to push the silence button. And
I understand.
I mean, we all hear when you know, yeah, including like doing this with your fingernails, like I just did, and all sorts of other. Moving the microphone like that doesn't really do it. You need to hit the mute button.
Judge Carroll teaching Anderson how not to be a boomer. Look at his face. Stop boomering the microphone, Anderson.
And hold on to it when you want to have that discussion. I see the TV gentlemen probably would be very happy if you did that.
And also, could you tell him to stop stapling things and shuffling papers?
He's shaking his head yes.
Yes, sir.
What's next, Ms. Cross?
Judge, we would like to revisit 31389. That was the Tribeca Film Festival, and I'd like to clarify to the court that the photo you left in as 7 was from 2022. We removed all references to Tribeca, so it is simply the 2023 photo we have. The previous one of her with her boyfriend is from 2022, where it looks like she's going to the prom or something. Okay, you can see we removed all references to the Tribeca Film Festival. That was the prejudice that was claimed. It is a 2023 photograph of her with her boyfriend.
I maintain my ruling on 3138-009.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not reconsidering.
He's saying no. He's saying no, Miss Carell. Duncan Idaho, thanks for the super chat, says if Maya was 1, really smart, and 2, faking her illness, why would she take pictures of herself showing anything other than being ill and miserable? Right. It doesn't make any sense. She's just a kid being a kid. And even sick kids have the right to take photos and put them on Instagram.
It's not in.
Yeah, I think that's our only 2023 photo.
So what? It's not in. We don't care. This court doesn't care.
I mean, obviously, in 2023, the jury has seen Maya Kowalski here. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I think
They
the
have.
testimony of Maya Kowalski with respect to her life has been dramatically different than that photo. She acknowledged she had a boyfriend. She
shut
goes
up.
over to his house. They don't do anything. I'm suggesting, Judge, that in fairness to the defense, we should be able to present other aspects of her life that have not been testified to.
He's already said no 3
Tribeca
times.
film photo
Is out.
is out.
Ha ha.
What's
Sit
next? We're
down.
close to 1:30.
Okay. All right. Well, there's nothing else that needs to be.
I'm sorry, but that calls for double guns again. I can't help myself. I really like this video. That calls for double guns. Denied.
I understand you're moving for a mistrial when you got additional time and you can call the same witnesses to address whatever issues. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor, because we
Can
don't.
I-
Okay.
Can we go to exhibits, please?
I love it.
Today.
Are we, anything else we need to talk about? Witness, Mr. Anderson, before we bring him in?
Judge, we would move to strike the opinions having to do with standard of care based on 90.704703 on the fact that from the evidence, the witness conducted virtually no independent analysis of the evidence in order to render such opinion, and therefore both the foundation and the predicate.
This is going to
of
be
this
Shapiro in a
lacking,
second.
And thus there was no basis for those opinions rendered.
When the judge puts him in another room.
The determination based on the questions that have already been asked, and I'm sure will be asked.
Yes, sir. Only thing, Your Honor, is
So we're back to tag teaming again?
no, not really an issue. We're bringing up witnesses for tomorrow. We only know Dr. Sosna.
Nurse, Alicia, I'll see you.
Oh,
I'm not
the
sure I'm
nurse, the
saying,
nurse that assists with the photographs.
I'm not
Sally
sure I'm
Smith.
saying her last name
I know who you're
correctly.
talking about. And who else?
Those are the only two live witnesses, hence the need for depositions.
Understood. And we're done designating Dr. Hannah counter designating. So
And so at some point, when do you think I will be able to receive the objections? And I might or might not. Did someone send the actual deposition over? I know I got something for Dr. Hannah in a few
I'm
minutes.
sure they weren't highlighted, Judge, with designations, if that matters. I don't know if you need it highlighted. We're just going to give you our objections.
I just need what I'm supposed to rule on and the
Okay.
deposition, hopefully the full size deposition. And I'll take it from there.
Okay.
But I just need that information.
Understood.
Anything else about anything before we bring in the jury?
No, just procedurally, Mr. Anderson, are you done with your cross?
I am. That was my cause.
Just a couple minutes of redirect and then we'll yield to jury questions.
Okay.
Oh my God, you guys, there
Let's
really
bring in the
is
jury.
a
Let's go get
saint of
witness, Mr.
laundry. And the locals chat has come through again and found the saint of laundry. And surprisingly, it's not Saint Lisa, but perhaps we need to boot Saint Veronica off of this this high post she has, because the patron for laundry workers is Saint Veronica, which now has to be, I think, switched to Saint Lisa of JHACH, because who cares about the Shroud of Turin anymore when we have Saint Lisa doing 2 full loads of laundry for a
Members of the
sick
jury, I want to
child.
confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you
Thanks,
about this case.
locals
Is that
chat.
correct? And you did not see any media coverage about this case. Is that correct?
Romana
Mr. Spiro, it's your turn,
Dieci.
sir.
Romani Diacisi? I'm not sure how to say it.
Mr. Anderson, just to clarify the sequence of events, last night you and I met, is that right?
Right.
Oh, here we go.
You gave me your opinions,
Correct.
and then I discussed with you what topics I'd like to cover in front of this jury, is that right?
Correct.
I gave you a outline of the topics that I wanted to cover, is that right?
Correct.
I didn't tell you what the answers needed to be, did I?
No.
Okay. The answers that you're giving to the jury today are your own.
Correct.
Objection. Pleading. Let's go a little bit.
Sustain on this issue.
Okay. The answers that you gave to the jury, where did they come from?
They were from my own experience and my own observations of the data that I read.
And I know that
And I got
at this point in
solely
the
from
trial,
the
you're one of
defense.
several experts that the jury has heard from. But in your experience serving as an expert, is there anything unusual about meeting with the attorney the night before?
No.
Okay. You were asked about a performance review of Miss Betty. May I approach the witness with a document?
Show it to Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Attorney Mr. Anderson, I should say.
If I may approach.
Yes.
And take a moment to read both pages if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, it looks like all you lazy jerks who left during the Nick Rekieta fat shaming are back. Just want to say, you should be ashamed of yourselves that you didn't want to do the squats with us. It was only 1 minute and 53 seconds. I don't know why you all leave like that, but while you're here, might as well. The only exercise you're going to get today, obviously, is by using your index finger to push that like button. Although I'm not sure you can do that, considering that you bailed on the squats. I'm watching you. I see you. Yes, we're bringing out the shame bell for those of you who returned after the squats. You deserve this.
Shame.
Is this the
Shame.
2-page document, the full document that you had discussed
Shame.
with me earlier about you being aware of?
Oh, they're leaving
verbal
again.
write-up?
Correct.
Okay, so
They're
I have
leaving
provided that to
again.
you before testifying.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. In reviewing the document, does that show any impropriety with another patient, or was it employee to employee?
It was employee to employee.
you were asked about any notification from the family about Miss Betty's conduct. Do you remember that testimony? Mr. Anderson had asked you if the hospital ever received notification about the family complaining about something Miss Betty had done. Do you remember getting that question?
Not in the way you're.
There's no.
I'm
in
going
your
to get a
review of the
snack.
record,
I'll
was
be right
there
back.
any notification from the family complaining about Miss Betty regarding any improper touching or stroking or anything of that nature? Okay. And finally, regarding just briefly on the joint commissions, the accreditation body for hospitals, in your experience as a hospital executive officer, is that a requirement for hospitals to participate in federal funding programs?
The Joint Commission is a volunteer activity. If they choose to go through it and are accredited, then they are enabled to bill for federal funding.
And from your review of the materials you have, either publicly available or otherwise, did it appear that all children's had participated in that program?
Yes.
I appreciate your time.
Mr. No, you want members of the jury. Have I got them all, or are there more coming? Looking at the number of questions, why don't you all step back? Do not discuss this case amongst yourself. Do not do the investigation and receive no information.
All right, please exit.
conducted.
I think this question for
Followed up through that process.
especially.
All rise, jurors entering.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I accidentally double clicked on the mute button. I guess it is my fault. All right, here we go.
Oh, let me ask the jury my questions. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, did no investigation and received no information. Is that correct? No media? No contact? Okay. And witness Mr. Anderson was outside the presence when I went over these questions with the attorneys, so this will be the first time he's hearing them. Mr. Anderson, if the hospital had all of the proper protocols in place and periodic department reviews, would a patient or patient's parents' complaints about a specific employee be documented and reviewed by supervisors, especially if the complaints were multiple?
Yes. When the parents make a complaint, it would go through whoever they complain to. If they're complaining to a physician, go through that process with an employee the same. But it would be looked at and followed up through HR and with the employee if there was an official complaint.
Are only performances observed by other staff and peers of an employee documented for review? I think this question follows that last question.
When behavior is looked at as well as complaints or anything that might come to an attention, but a review that is conducted is really the observations of the supervisor, any external comments from other departments, and then the 360 review, where there is commentary from the peers of the employee.
Did you see a letter from Maya Kowalski about action of some of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's employees in the care of Maya Kowalski? Do you want me to read it again?
Of patients other than Maya?
Let me read it again. Did you see a letter from Maya Kowalski about action of some of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees in the care of Maya Kowalski?
I do not recollect that, no.
Do you know the name of the supervisor that did the review of Miss Beatty, and does she still work at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I believe the name of the supervisor who did the review is Chris Drisdall. I'm sorry, get it out. I have no idea if the individual is still at the hospital or not.
Do you believe the 2-day surveillance was done with the right intent, given the statement made between doctors Dees and Smith that, quote, a 10-year-old can't keep up the charade 24/7, end quote?
I would set aside to comment and answer that I think there was an exploration of a diagnosis that was still being explored, that of is there abuse, so that there was justification for the order.
How many disciplinary meetings were there and what were they about?
I don't understand that.
I'm assuming the context is Kathy
Kathy
Beatty.
Beatty?
Yes.
I think from the documentation that I see now is, I think there are 2. Is what's referenced.
Did you say the pictures taken were to look for child abuse?
I think that was part of it. I think there is in Johns Hopkins, if there was an examination to look for abuse, then that was part of the reason for the photographs. But I also think that it's my understanding that if an individual is to make a court appearance or to leave the hospital, there are photographs taken at that time as well.
The photos were taken in January, which is 3 months after Maya was checked into the hospital. You're aware of that?
Not the specific date.
Why did you not review the Joint Commission reports?
The Joint Commission entirety of the report or reports is what I was making my comments about was that the hospital had been surveyed and had been accredited. And I wasn't referencing having seen the report. I was acknowledging that they had gone through the process of evaluation by the surveyors and that they had received accreditation for their performance and review.
This is a little bit lengthier question. I am a bit confused as to the reason for the photos you stated. By past witness testimony, I thought the reason for photos when Maya was in her skivvies was before court, and past testimony said another set was taken upon return from Maya's court appearance in order to document any, quote, new, end quote, body marks while not in the hospital's direct care. In your testimony, you said the Maya disrobe for photos was for, quote, diagnostics, end quote. The, quote, provided documents, end quote, you were provided and reviewed something photos taken this date of Maya to be used for diagnosis or for comparison? Or do you recall what you read that made you testify the photos were, quote, for diagnostics, end quote?
What I was referencing that I had seen in the documentation was the request for photos by Dr. Smith and Dees. And that was to assist in the pursuit of the diagnosis of whether or not that was what contributed to a diagnosis of child abuse. That was the referencing that I was making.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have further questions?
Not at this time.
Mr. Anderson. Attorney Mr. Anderson.
So you agree that senior hospital management were kept informed regarding Maya's care and treatment between December 2016 and January 2017, right?
Could you repeat that again, please?
You agree that senior hospital management knew about Maya Kowalski's care during her stay there?
I don't know specifically which senior leaders knew of her stay there. What I was saying in my testimony was that it's very common that there are multiple shelter orders in place and that senior leadership would not necessarily intervene on those cases as long as the care of the patient was proceeding and was not rising to a level of crisis. Patient was stable. That was my reference in terms of indicating why or why not certain individuals might know of Maya's condition in the hospital.
So is your answer yes, you just can't tell us which senior official?
Well, Mr. Anderson, I can't tell you which senior officials knew.
I
don't know.
understand. We're speaking the same language. I'm saying, are we in agreement that in your opinion, senior management knew, you just can't tell us which one of the senior management? Are we in agreement about that?
I believe that there were senior managers who did know, but I don't know who they were.
Thank you. You've never seen any indication of any review of Ms. Beatty's conduct outside of the corrective action I showed you, right?
Not from Ms. Beatty.
Right. So all of the actions I was talking to you about, in other words, the photography, the sitting on the lap, all of those, you never saw anywhere in the records any corrective action as to Ms. Beatty, did you?
No, because I saw no official complaint lodged about any of those activities.
That's not my question. My question was, did you see in your review any indication that anyone at Johns Hopkins took any action regarding it?
No, I did not.
And as to the photos themselves, 48 hours as well, if they were going to be for diagnostic purposes, you would expect to see some medical analysis of them, would you not?
There should have been a review, yes.
And they should have appeared in the medical records, one would think.
That would be the logical place to see them.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
To be clear, Mr. Anderson, having reviewed the sworn testimony of Ms. Beatty that we did provide you, she denies the allegations against her, does she not?
Yes, she does.
Then in terms of your review of what was provided to certain levels of leadership, is what I understand your testimony to be that there were members of risk management that were consulted about certain legal obligations?
That's correct.
Do you know whether those people in risk management were at senior leadership or executive levels versus lower level risk managers? Do you know, as you sit here today, what the level of executive leadership was that were consulted on those questions?
No, sir, not all of it. No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
Can we put up trial exhibit 2277-628A? 2277-628.
Is it in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you, Slidey, for the $2 Rumble rant. There's a few pennies for the poor pot. Appreciate that. And then we have Duncan Idaho says, just seems to me that if a person is truly ill, she's going to take advantage of times where she feels well enough to appear as a normal, fun kid. I agree. Is it more jury questions?
On the organizational,
Do you know who Jackie Crane is?
I've seen the name on the organizational chart of John Hopkins and knew she was the senior counsel.
Does this exhibit show a copy to Jackie Crane?
Yes, it does.
And at the bottom there, not the next bottom after a lot of the whiteout, does it advise a doctor to get pictures of the scratches?
Yes, it does.
And when you explained before on that flow chart, that organizational chart, Jackie Crane was directly linked to the president, correct?
She has a reporting relationship to the president.
Nothing further.
No further redirect.
And members of the jury, do any of you have, it looks like we have further questions. Let's see if we can do that just up here without having to send everybody to different locations.
All right, sorry, I'm crunching on carrots, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Let's move forward. Sorry, I'm crunching. Can't be helped. I don't think he's going to ask it.
In your testimony a few moments, this is actually my question, not the jury's question, but
Oh, the judge has a question?
in your testimony a few moments ago, did you say exploration of a diagnosis or expiration of a diagnosis?
Exploration.
Exploration, okay. At this point, I'm not going to ask that question. Next question. Do you think Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital needs to change their policies for patient and safety care?
From the records that I saw, from the chart that I saw and the way that they have organized the hospital, their framework for managing safety issues, patient care issues is there. From what I saw in the record, there is internal communication going on daily on a real-time basis relative to patients' care.
There's no
So I believe that Johns Hopkins does have appropriate models for the
nonsense.
safety of their patients.
Everybody knows on that jury that that's not true.
Mr. Shapiro, anything follow up?
No, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, anything further?
Have you seen the testimony of Drs. Perno and Napolitano about the lack of such day-to-day review?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled, you can answer.
There are structures that exist that departmentally safety items are involved. What they were referencing was their particular involvement in some of those activities. But there are, through the different medical staff committees and through the department structures, there are avenues for quality care to be done and to be monitored.
I just asked you whether or not you were aware that both of them testified about that.
Same objection, Mr. Position.
They both testified about that to my knowledge.
Nothing for you.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Mr. Witness Anderson, you're free to go today, although you're still under subpoena and we may need to call you back. Okay? Thank you.
Oh, man. Well, that was brutal.
Defense calls William Cecil, doctor of physical therapy.
William Cecil, doctor of physical therapy. William Cecil. I never understood guys who are called Cecil instead of Cecil. Cecil is a really bad way to pronounce the name Cecil. Cecil. Nick Campbell, thanks for the super chat, says 911. I want to report a murder by the jury. Yeah, that was pretty painful all the way around.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Right this one.
All right, so here's something I've noticed about the male doctors in this case. They all look pretty normal, except for Dr. Elliott. We had Dollar Store Pee Wee Herman. But the male doctors have come off to me a lot better than the female ones or the nurses. This guy looks totally normal. Doesn't he? He looks like an average Joe. He's a ginger. We know that he needs more meds to put him down because of the internal rage. We learned that yesterday. That redheads, according to doctor testimony yesterday, Dr. Elliott, we learned that redheads require more anesthesia than anybody else. It's weird, right?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
He looks like a cop to me, not a doctor. Strange.
A little tired, but other than that, I'm okay. Thanks for asking. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah, my name is Dr. William Cecil. I'm a doctor of physical therapy.
First, seems like a nice guy. First impression, seems like a nice guy. Reminds me of my pediatrician.
Can you give the jury the benefit of your education and training, the type of certificates and colleges and things of that nature that allowed you to become a doctor of physical therapy?
Sure. I did my undergraduate degree at the University of Florida. Graduated in 2007. And then I then went to physical therapy school at Nova Southeastern University, where I studied for 4 years, including clinical internships in various settings, and graduated with my doctorate of physical therapy, and then sat for the Florida licensure exam.
Could you please explain for the jury what it is that a pediatric doctor of physical therapy such as yourself does on a day-in, day-out basis, recognizing that
He's pretty uncomfortable. He's doing a lot of shoulder shrugging and twitching, but most likely everybody called up on that stand, especially if he witnessed that last murder or heard about it in the hallway. He's feeling nervous.
many of our jurors probably aren't doctors?
Everybody's nervous to be on the stand, I'm sure.
So I work in an inpatient setting, which means I'm in the hospital, working with children with various illnesses. On a daily basis, I can help a child with cancer, and then a kiddo after a heart surgery or after a trauma, car accident. And my goal with each one of these patients is to help them recover whatever function they've lost, help them to identify what those weaknesses are, those abilities that they've lost based on their situation, and help recover that back to their normal baseline function.
Mr. Cecil, why is it that you chose to go into pediatric physical therapy as your calling?
I've always loved working with kids and families. Before I even thought of doing physical therapy, I worked for the YMCA doing before and after care programs, working summer camps, worked for that organization for several years. I just love that dynamic of helping kids and then also working with kids and families to make that child's life better. So I took that experience and kind of parlayed that into my career, going into physical therapy, where you're not only helping kids, you're not helping kids academically, but you're helping them physically recover from a tough situation, whatever that may be.
Could you please give a brief explanation of your past employment history, places you've worked, things of that nature?
Sure. So I work for the YMCA, as I said. After physical therapy school, I worked at a small outpatient clinic with adults for about 6 months. And then I was hired at Johns Hopkins All Children's. I had a clinical internship there prior, and I've been employed there ever since.
And approximately when did you start at All Children's Hospital?
I started at Johns Hopkins in 2015, and I've had continuous employment with them since.
And what is your current position?
I'm an acute care physical therapist.
And what was your position or title at the time that you came to care for Maya Kowalski back in October through December of 2016 and into January of 2017?
It's the same as it is now, acute care physical therapy, doing the same job, same general populations.
Could you give the jury a brief description of your work experience within your career with complex regional pain syndrome and other amplified pain disorders?
Sure. Over my career, most of that at Johns Hopkins, I've had significant experience with CRPS patients in chronic pain. I'm one of the primary therapists in our CRPS program, who's worked with dozens of CRPS. And
Well, at least they found somebody who worked with CRPS patients. Eric, thanks for the super chat, says, what if you have red hair, gray, and white hair? Asking for a friend. My guess would be it takes more tranquilizer to put you down. I don't know why, but I think it's the internal rage. Kadada, thank you for the super chat, says Megan. I got it. This is what the defense witness should say from now on. Do you swear not to tell the truth, not the whole truth, and not the whole truth, so help you God? And nothing but not the whole truth. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny.
Chronic pain patients over that period. Doing various, during different programs, even when I worked outpatient for a short period of time, saw patients in that setting also. So since I started Johns Hopkins, I've had the privilege to work with many patients with CRPS.
Now, my understanding is
I get the idea that this guy is regretting that his name is now going to be attached to Johns Hopkins because he's got this long career of helping kids, and now he's representing a hospital under fire for doing all sorts of terrible things and abusing a kid. And I get the impression from this guy that he's a nice guy who likes kids and tries to help them as best as he can. And this is unfortunate for him.
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital currently has a CRPS chronic pain clinic. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about when did that program launch? Approximately.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly on when it started, but on the inpatient side, so we use our outpatient clinic and our inpatient facility as part of that program. I work on the inpatient side, so I'm not sure on the outpatient side when that exactly started.
And at the time you cared for Maya Kowalski, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital have a CRPS clinic at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you notice any difference with the way that you treated Maya Kowalski back in 2016 with the modalities that you currently employ with the CRPS clinic at Johns Hopkins?
Sure. So reviewing the notes from Maya, everything I did with her back in 2016 are the same types of treatments that we use now. Any patient who has CRPS, the goal of the physical therapist is to assess the deficits, find what's hard for them to do, and then come up with a treatment plan to improve those deficits. And the strategies we use then are the same exact strategies we use now. Nothing has changed.
Now, the jury's heard some testimony that complex regional pain syndrome is a regional syndrome. What does that mean to you as a doctor of physical therapy?
Objection, fiasco, proper foundation, predicate as to medical diagnosis.
Overruled, you can answer.
So regional for me would indicate kind of one area of the body, one location, whether it's a leg or an arm, not a global full body syndrome or experience.
Now, I'd like to take you back in time to October, November, December of 2016 and into January of 2017 and your care with Maya Kowalski. Do you have any recollection as you sit here today of your treatment of Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I remember Maya well. She was easy to get along with. She was very pleasant whenever I worked with her.
Wait, she wasn't spitting and swearing and her head wasn't spinning around and she wasn't spitting out green slime when you worked with her? That's weird. That's super weird, bro. Because the nurses on her floor told us a totally different story.
Things that come to mind is like there's very distinct inconsistencies with how she participated and presented during her therapy sessions. Oftentimes she would refuse to do certain things that she did days before or in previous sessions. And we had a hard time. I had a hard time educating her. She was very resistant to any education I tried to provide to her on what we're doing, why we're doing it, trying to explain the importance.
Wait, he had a hard time educating the smartest kid in her class? Well, maybe he's not a very good educator then, because I don't think that her IQ was the problem.
It's a physical therapy.
No.
She was asking you, why are we doing this? Because it's not helping me. It's making me hurt more. And most likely she refused to do the same exercise that really hurt her the last time.
Well, the jury's going to have an opportunity to look at some of your notes today, and all of your notes will be in evidence as well. I see here that you personally provided 21 sessions of physical therapy over approximately 20 hours. Does that comport with your review of the records?
That sounds correct.
And I believe there was somebody else in the PT department that also handled some of Maya Kowalski's consults as well.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that individual was?
Her name's Elizabeth Harper.
But fair to say you handled the majority of the PT sessions during Maya Kowalski's hospitalization at El Children's?
I believe that's correct.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about your relationship that you had with Maya Kowalski over the course of those 21 sessions?
Sure. Like I said, it was very, very pleasant. We would, I would enter her room and talk to her, kind of see how she was doing that day. We would talk about what the plan is for that day. We would, I would give some goals, things that I would like to see her do. Oftentimes she would kind of push back on that, and there's things that she refused to do frequently. But we worked together as a team, trying to achieve some goals that I had said and we had discussed together to improve her function. Never pushing her to do things that she was ever uncomfortable with or things that she never agreed to. But coming up with that plan together, which is really an important role for the physical therapist, right? We need our patients to buy in and build rapport with us so that we can make improvement over whether it's a short period of time or a long period of time.
Now, when you started out with Maya Kowalski in October of 2016, did you formulate a kind of a game plan moving forward for the course of your physical therapy treatments with her?
Yeah, so initially, I wasn't the one who performed her initial evaluation, but reviewed those notes, kind of saw what she was able to do at that point. And in your mind as a physical therapist, you're always assessing. You're always trying to find those weaknesses, find where we're improving and where we can make steps forward. So that with an eventual goal of being able to get back to normal life, whether that's walking or running or participating in activities. So you come up with a game plan, maybe initially, but every single time you see that patient, you're reassessing, you're re-examining that patient and seeing where they are that day compared to the previous days.
And so if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, you're literally assessing on a session by session basis and tailoring your treatments based on what you're observing in real time?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
It's not a cookie cutter approach?
Objection, lead.
Sustain.
How would you characterize Maya Kowalski's trajectory and improvement over the course of the 21 sessions that you provided?
Sure. So if you look at her initial evaluation and the documentation and then the final PT note, there are some areas of significant improvement. There are really three areas that we worked on every single time. One was her sitting balance. When she was first evaluated, the documentation shows that she required min to mod assist, which means she required 50% effort from the therapist, and she provided 50% of the effort just to maintain sitting.
All right, hang on a minute. Thanks, chat, for bringing this to my attention. But check this out. This just dropped in the New York Post on October 25th. Wait, I'm not muted, am I? No. Okay, good. Check it out. Johns Hopkins doctors' bullying exposes a whole profession. The U.S. medical profession has a real credibility problem, and doctors bear a huge share of the blame. Consider the latest news for the bad physician file, the sobering tale of Dr. Jonathan Epstein, a leading pathologist at Johns Hopkins. The doc allegedly bullied his colleagues to deliver second opinions supporting diagnoses from his wife, also a pathologist. These included horrifically, a surgical bladder removal that may not even have been necessary. Epstein was put on administrative leave in May. Why is the public only finding out about this now? Worse, neither Epstein nor his erstwhile employer has admitted that anything in the slightest could be wrong. So here we have Hopkins, the byword for medical excellence in America, engaged in a seeming cover-up of what looks like massive misconduct by one of its top physicians. It's part of a culture among the U.S. medical elite where one hand washes the other. And for what? Recent studies suggest that top-level institutions like Hopkins are not necessarily safer or better for surgical patients than lower-ranked ones. Consider, too, a damning paper by Post contributor and Hopkins professor and surgeon Marty Macri, collecting data that suggests medical error may be the number 3 cause of death in America. What have I been telling you? Right behind heart disease and cancer. Macri's number chalk up north of 250,000 deaths. I've seen 400,000. which puts it at number 2. Not by any means all caused by bad individual doctors, but still massive evidence of systemic failures. Then there's the great COVID debacle, which saw leading voices of medical authority prostitute themselves utterly for political gain. Preach! Championing in the face of all data worse than the disease in interventions like toddler masking and lockdowns, not to mention remdesivir that killed a whole bunch of people. Am I allowed to say that yet? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Anthony Fauci is the paradigmatic figure here, endlessly whipsawing his scientific views, I like the quotes, to best fit the politics of the moment, bullying the media to censor opposing views, nakedly lying about his own involvement in funding research that may have sparked the pandemic, and declaring with insane arrogance that criticizing him was the same as criticizing science. He really did that. Aside from the deaths and suffering, the profession's problems cause serious second-order effects. Among them is cratering public confidence in America's public health officials. That's to say nothing of what the opacity of healthcare systems is like around pricing, insurance coverage, and other key issues, or the fact that medical schools are now publicly announcing the abandonment of admission standards to facilitate their DEI goals. Doctors need to face some real public accountability. Otherwise, they're going to lose every shred of faith that their patients hold in them. Well, I've got news for Johns Hopkins. Your credibility is already shredded. So now we know there's another doctor at the Boston Johns Hopkins Hospital that is in the middle of a scandal and a cover-up. Wow, thanks, chat, for pulling that up. And now we've got All Children's in Florida. Their dirty laundry is being just spewed all over now. We all know what's going on there. And thanks to Maya Kowalski and her father, Jack, and Kyle, her brother, for bringing this to the public's attention. This needed to be heard. All the dirty secrets are coming out now. Nobody trusts hospitals anymore, doctors, and we have good reason not to, as they give us daily proof. Let's continue with this testimony by this physical therapist that works, unfortunately, at Johns Hopkins All Children's.
Any activities, not reaching for the remote or anything like that. 50% help just to sit for 2 minutes. By the end, when she left the hospital, she was able to sit in her wheelchair completely independently, no back support, no arm support, and participate in activities, whether it was a game, whether it was piano, whether it was grabbing things from the floor. She was able to do all those things by herself. So that was one area that was improved. Another area that improved was her posture, especially her sitting posture. On her evaluation, she was in this slumped posture, unable to hold herself up, and complaining of back pain whenever she straightened up. Throughout the admission, she consistently had an upright posture, able to hold herself up with a straight spine, and no consistent complaints of back pain during that time. The third area was her activity tolerance. So again, on that evaluation, all she was able to do was sit on the side of the bed with 50% support for 2 minutes. That's all she was able to do. Throughout the entire admission, including at the very end, she was participating in physical therapy activities for 45, 60, sometimes 75 minutes with minimal complaints during our session. So all three of those were significantly improved from what her evaluation on that very first day we saw her was.
We're going to talk about this when we talk about some of your notes with the jury, as well as watching video. But one of the things I think I heard you talk about was this concept of dynamic sitting balance that you saw improve over time. Can you tell the jury what the concept of dynamic sitting balance is to you as a PT?
Sure. So we're talking about sitting balance from a physical therapy perspective. There are two things we need to consider. We break it into two parts: static sitting balance and dynamic.
Yeah, again, please notice the inconsistency of the defense's case. So this guy is saying she wasn't faking it. She couldn't do these things when she got there. She had no strength because she was having a very bad flare-up, and physical therapy did not usually work for her. It made her feel more pain when she was in a situation like this. Is it possible that the pain flare-up started to die down so she was able to make some progress in physical therapy? I mean, this is so crazy. She either needed the physical therapy or she didn't. And why does she need the physical therapy is the question. They're still trying to tell you she doesn't have CRPS, but she can't sit up? Well, what's wrong with her? Sir, blink twice if you are there against your will. Well, he is under a subpoena, so it can't be really. He can't really be there willingly.
Sitting balance. So static sitting balance would be just sitting, not doing anything. How well can you maintain your balance sitting with no supports, not doing anything? Dynamic would be adding in any external stimulus. So playing a game, reaching, swaying our body back and forth, reaching to the ground, even providing external stimulus, so like throwing a ball back and forth. That impact of the ball coming to you requires you to use your core to maintain your sitting balance, or else you're just going to fall over. So that's the difference between, we have this static balance and we have this dynamic balance.
Now, early in your testimony, you mentioned that there were sometimes some inconsistencies with some of the things that Maya would report she could or couldn't do. What did you mean by that?
Sure. Oftentimes I ask her to do something such as help me sit her up in bed, or let's sit and put our feet on the ground and reach to play a game. She would often say, I can't do that, or push back and resist, or say it'll be too painful. But then moments later, whether we're in conversation or we're playing a game or she's being distracted some other way, you would notice her feet on the ground. She'd be sitting up straight by herself, not leaning over a wheelchair, having zero difficulty doing any of that sitting balance task.
I'd like to draw your attention to what's been entered into evidence as Joint Exhibit 1001, 1905 through 1906. And while we're waiting to get that up for you and for the jury, I'll represent to you that this is a physical therapy progress note from November 30, 2016. Fair to say you had an opportunity to review this document fairly recently?
Yes, sir.
You see here on the first page, the 1905 page, where we'll highlight there just for the jury that it says November 30, 2016. I guess I'll take my word for it. What I'd like to do is highlight the section here on 1906 that under general objective. Do you see where we're going to highlight here for you where it says patient? Patient refuses to participate in any therapeutic activities in the rehab gym this date. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take a moment to read the highlighted passage for me. I'm going to have some follow-up questions for you, okay? You can continue to highlighting for another couple sentences, please. All the way through to unable to repeat. So, Mr. Cecil, I wanted to ask you about this. Is this an example of the type of sitting balance inconsistency you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Objection, meeting.
Can you please describe for the jury what it is that we've got highlighted here and how it ties into your treatment of Maya Kowalski as well as your observation of inconsistencies?
Sure. So she refused to participate in pieces of the gym. That was our, the gym, the physical therapy gym, the inpatient rehab gym. It's a place we take most of our patients who are able to leave their room, that we have functional goals for. So in the gym, we have items like practice stairs, we have play mats, we have parallel bars that help retrain people to walk. We have other specialty equipment. So that's why we typically go there, because it has all of our things that we like to use to help improve our function. This day, she happened to refuse. We had a conversation that the benefits of going to the gym, but she refused. So instead, we went down to the first floor where there's a piano. And while down there, she was able to play the piano without difficulty. So that involved sitting up straight, leaning forward, reaching forward, playing the piano without any loss of balance. No difficulty, no signs of distress, facial grimace, or anything like that. During that time, as it says here, I noticed that it says bilateral lower extremity, so both of her legs were in near full extension with controlled movement. What that means, that's kind of fancy medical terms for, she was kicking her legs all the way straight, or near all the way straight, which is something that she had said consistently she couldn't do.
Again, remember, she's 10. She's 10. It is very possible that when she goes to physical therapy, she's afraid of being hurt. And when she's doing something like playing the piano, she's not afraid, and her anxiety level is way lower. And so those movements, and they might not even be, they might be involuntary. They might just happen, which is much different than trying to make it happen. It's crazy that they don't see this. She's 10. Do you know when I distract my kid, my 9-year-old, like if he's hurt and you can distract him from it, he's suddenly doing things that he can do, like that he couldn't do a few minutes before. You know, when you distract kids and you get their mind off the pain, then they can do better. So why weren't they smart enough to give her some physical therapy exercises that she didn't know were physical therapy, like playing the piano, something that she enjoyed doing, because she doesn't go to it with a bunch of fear that heightens her pain response. They're acting like this is evidence of faking, and that is not it. That's not faking. She's 10. She was 10.
So this was something to take note of, because it's something that we rarely, if ever, saw happen. So she was kicking her legs nearly all the way straight in a controlled motion. It wasn't just kind of flopping all over the place, which would indicate, poor muscle tone or poor strength. There was a controlled motion, kind of all the way into extension or near extension, and then back down. Next sentence, as it says, when I
proud of you,
attention to this,
Danielle.
I wanted her to know, hey, look, you're doing this. Your legs are moving. Like, we can parlay this. We can use this to progress into more strengthening for your legs, into some more movement that's going to make you more independent at home.
And if you brought it to her attention that she was doing these things when she wasn't even aware she was doing it, then she could lose the ability to do it, because now you're telling her what you're doing right now is not just enjoying yourself. You're doing this dreaded exercise that you didn't want to do. And you don't know. Yeah, integrate the piano into therapy. You don't know how psychologically damaged she is from the amount of pain she has been put through by other PT people like you. So if you notice the kid who just cried and said she couldn't do it is now doing it at the piano, shut up. You don't bring it to their attention. You don't accuse them of lying or say, oh, look, you're doing the thing that you just told me you couldn't do. No, you just encourage them to continue what they're doing. For fuck's sake.
When I did that, she immediately was unable to repeat. She stopped moving her legs altogether, and we didn't see that again on this day.
And why is this significant to you as a doctor of physical therapy, what you're describing here for the jury?
Yeah, this is significant because she consistently, this was November 30th. This is already a month or more into seeing her. She had consistently every single day said she can't do things like this.
Maybe she hated all of you. Maybe she didn't want to work for you. Maybe she didn't want to work for you. I don't know why she should have to work for you. You removed her from her family. So maybe a 10-year-old that's been traumatized by not being able to talk to her mom, not being able to see her mom, maybe she doesn't want to work for you. Maybe your requests are falling on deaf ears. Maybe, like all kids, when she doesn't like you, she doesn't do anything you say. It's her only way of rebelling. Could it be her only way of rebelling is to tell you to F off in the only way she can, which is, he wants me to move my legs? I'm not going to move my legs today. He wants me to balance on this thing. I'm not going to fucking do that. Nope. I want my mom. I want my mom. Nobody here seems to care about that. So you want me to move my legs? Fuck you. And I don't blame her one bit. I don't blame her one bit. So none of this is proof that she was faking anything. It's only proof that you traumatized a kid so badly that her only way of getting back at you is to not cooperate. She's resisting.
And during our sessions, we try to get her to participate in activities that are going to strengthen her legs in order to become more functional. Which
this guy truly doesn't understand why she doesn't want to participate with his games, with all their games. She doesn't want to participate. She saw through it. She saw behind the curtain, and she's not playing the game anymore.
was refused most of the time. So being able to see her do this with no visible signs of pain was significant.
Yeah, she's doing it on her own time. She was doing it on her own time, in her own way, when she wanted to, not when you did. She wants to go home. She wants her mom. She's not going to listen to any of you. It's the only thing she can do to hold on to any semblance of control. She controls her legs. So you want me to move my legs? No. When I want to move my legs, I can move my legs. When you want me to do it, I'm not going to. Nope.
video for you. It's been marked in evidence as 3089, please. And why don't we watch that together, and I'll have a follow-up questions for you.
I don't think it's evidence of
I'll
anything.
represent to you this is a video from the lobby at Johns Hopkins All Children's.
Here we go.
So, Mr. Cecil, I'd like to ask you, just as a doctor of physical therapy watching that video, what stands out to you as significant that might help this jury?
Yeah, there were several things. So the first thing that you look at, if you look at her posture, she's sitting up straight. She's scooted forward in her wheelchair off of the back support. So she's not using the back support to help her stay upright. Also, her arms are not on the armrest. She's forward on the keys. So she's using her core and back muscles to maintain that posture. That's the number one first thing. Secondly, at the very end, you kind of see her move to the side.
Deviate says, I don't think he's going to have a great jury experience.
She's moving the wheelchair. No one's pushing it. She's moving it to the side, kind of using her hands. And if you look closely, she actually moved her legs to help move her wheelchair to the right.
Actually, they cut the video
her
off right
toes
there.
and
Did you notice that they cut the video off when she was supposedly moving to the side? Why did that get cut off? Did he have to scooch her over himself? Yeah, and did anybody see the pillows that was propping her up? Ah.
The balls of her feet and the knuckles of her feet are on the ground the entire time. And she's smiling at the point. She has a smile.
Yeah, she's distracted by doing something she's enjoying. She's having a good day and doing something that she likes.
It's significant that her feet are on the ground.
She's a
Her
kid.
legs moved.
I
She's
saw
smiling.
her toes on the ground. I
which
didn't
is
see her
things that
full
she
foot on the
verbally
ground.
said that she was unable to do. And when asked to do things similar to this, completely refused and said it was too painful to perform those activities.
Now, the jury's heard a little bit throughout this case about the concept of distractibility. Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Can you please explain what that is for the jury, please?
Yeah, so distractibility is a technique that all therapists use, especially with patients who are in pain. We try to make conversation or use games or crafts or other things to distract the patient from their pain in order for them to participate better in our therapy session. We're not ignoring their pain. We are using external items or games or things to shift their focus to something else.
Did you ever utilize any distractibility technique with Maya Kowalski? And if so, can you please tell the jury a little bit about your observations in that regard?
Yeah, every single session. Distraction was basically the only non-pharmacological, so no medication pain technique that we could use that was effective in helping her to participate better in therapy. So frequently we would engage in conversation, talking about music or what do you like to do or things like this. Or throughout my documentation, you see we're playing games, whether it's laying flat on her stomach on a play mat with her propped on her elbows, playing a game, or sitting in a chair with a game in front of her, working on her posture, providing that external influence or focus to take her focus off of her pain and go towards participating more and more.
I'd like to draw your attention now to what's been entered into evidence as Joint Exhibit 1001-1900. I'll represent to you that this is a physical therapy note from All Children's Hospital on December 3rd of 2020. Have you had an opportunity to review this note before today?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention to the section here that says patients aren't visiting at gym at time of therapy session and remain present throughout session. Do you see that section of the note?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything about interacting with members of Maya Kowalski's family that came to visit at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
The only thing I remember is the aunt was present during this session. And then I think there was once or twice where our session was finishing, and I believe her father was in the room kind of waiting for her to return back. So I would drop her off back to the room, and her father was in the room at that time. That's the only time I remember seeing any family.
And I'll draw your attention to some highlighted portions here under assessment and goals. And while that's getting pulled up, can you explain to the jury what stands out in your mind during this visit from December 3rd of 2020?
Sure. May I take a moment to reread it?
Yeah, sure. They're going to pull it up for you. There you go.
Yeah, so the big thing that stands out here is that with her aunt present during this session, her presentation was very different than previous sessions. In previous sessions, using our distraction techniques and kind of focusing on function, she was able to participate fully. She didn't have any issues with her.
Do you think it's possible that a kid who has all these functionality problems is afraid she can't do the things they're asking her to do because she hasn't been able to do them in the past? I don't know why this is evidence that she's faking or doesn't have a condition, other than there's always a psychological component to all pain conditions. And in a child, I can imagine that it's way worse, having been through so much pain, that you're constantly expecting pain, even if there might not be pain today. And so that's going to do a number on what you can and cannot, or what you think you can or cannot do. And I don't understand what this is evidence of.
Her balance or needing to lean side to side. Here with family present, you can see she was leaning. So if we put her next to the parallel bars, which are these straight bars that help us teach people how to walk, she was leaning over across them the entire time. Stating that she couldn't sit upright, she couldn't do certain things. But once we pulled out a game, so she was, I don't know if it was a card game or something, but it says she was doing in-hand manipulation, playing a game. So she had pieces inside her hand, playing a game. She was able to sit upright. She was able to participate without leaning.
Whoa. She was sitting, though. You said they had parallel bars. Was that in a walking position? You switched to the game after the parallel bars, and then she's sitting. I was imagining that she was on parallel bars standing and she was leaning on the bar. Did anyone understand that? Or did they put her in the chair and give her parallel bars to try and pull herself up to sitting up? I'm not understanding what this exercise was.
And then I believe it says after that game was over, she again started leaning on the bars again with no change of status, with no nothing in the session changed.
Maybe she got tired.
An increased level of support.
Maybe she got tired. Maybe sitting up straight was taxing.
At any point, did you ever tell Maya that her pain was not real?
No, sir.
Would you ever do that with a pediatric patient?
I wouldn't say that with any patient. Whenever a patient tells me they have pain, I take that at face value, and we grade our exercises. We either grade up or grade down our exercises based on patient report and what they're able to tolerate.
Since we have limited time here, I'd like to get an idea of why it was that when Maya originally started out with physical therapy, she was doing sessions 6 times per week. And then as the hospitalization progressed, my understanding is she was cut back to 3 physical therapy sessions per week. Can you provide insight to the jury as to why that was?
Yeah, so we started 6 times a week because she had these large functional impairments when she first.
Nick, good point. Oh, wait, I just put up the wrong one. Nick said, if you don't understand it, maybe a 10-year-old couldn't understand it and didn't perform because you couldn't understand. It's possible. I didn't know what he was talking about, but maybe, I don't know.
Okay, right. She wasn't walking. She wasn't propelling her wheelchair. She wasn't standing, all these things. And while that didn't change, the quality of her participation in therapy did change. She started participating less and less. If you look at the therapy notes from the beginning, she was willing to attempt standing. She agreed to try, and I believe she tried her best. And we would encourage her to keep working at it. That's how we're going to improve. But there came a time, I think, only a few sessions in, where she completely refused standing. So there came a point later on, I think it was in December, that the amount of improvement we were going to make with how much she was participating, we were kind of at a plateau point. We were doing really well on our sitting balance. She was participating in 60 minutes to 75 minutes of therapy per session, but she wasn't willing and wasn't able to participate in standing, attempt walking, anything like that. So we cut her back to 3 days a week with the knowledge of if she showed more participation, if she was able to move her legs, if she was willing to do those things to attempt standing, we could immediately increase that frequency back up to 6 or 7 or whatever was appropriate.
Over the course of observing Maya Kowalski over the sessions that you did you ever notice Maya Kowalski's
Whoa. Did he just say 6 or 7? He was only with her 6 or 7 times in 90 days for a condition that everyone says needs daily PT?
Or 7, or whatever was appropriate.
Over the course of observing Maya Kowalski over the sessions that you did you ever notice Maya Kowalski's feet in the anatomically correct position or in an inverted dystonic?
Wait, didn't I hear 6 or 7 days?
Up to 6 or 7, or whatever was appropriate.
6 or 7
immediately
what?
increase that frequency back up to 6 or 7, or whatever was standard.
6 or 7 what?
We could immediately increase that frequency back up.
All right,
to
maybe I misheard. How many days did he see her?
6 or 7, or whatever was appropriate.
Over the course of observing Maya Kowalski over
Why does he say
sessions that you did
Kowalski?
ever-
What is with the Kowalski? Like Kowalski. Their name is Kowalski, Fat Clark Kent. It's not that hard. Like wall, like get on the wall, Kowalski. It's not that hard.
ever notice Maya Kowalski's feet in the anatomically correct position or in an inverted dystonic presentation?
To my recollection, I never saw them in an inverted dystonic position. They were always in a kind of relaxed down, pointed down position.
Were there ever any times that Maya Kowalski would describe her history of using pain medications with you during a physical therapy session?
There were frequent times when I would try to educate her on physical therapy, like what we do, why we do it, why physical therapy is a part of the treatment plan for CRPS. She was always very resistant, and she would frequently say,
Wait, I thought she didn't have CRPS.
this treatment isn't going to work. Physical therapy isn't the treatment I need. I only need ketamine.
Okay, well, remember that they did all kinds of PT and OT before the ketamine. She spent an entire time in an inpatient program with nurse Rice, Bonnie Rice, and it didn't work for her. She was still in terrible pain. So I can understand why she thought that only the ketamine was helping her. And you can't blame a little kid who's in pain for thinking her only out is the ketamine, which has been the only treatment that worked for her. PT and OT she did repeatedly. They're trying to pretend like this family went straight to the ketamine. They did PT and OT at Tampa General. They did the inpatient treatment with Bonnie Rice. They did PT. We heard from the PT and OT person on the plaintiff's case. We had all the pictures of her doing PT and OT there. And she testified that Maya couldn't make progress because they couldn't get the pain under control. So it's not like she hadn't tried it. This kid was exhausted.
That's the only thing that's going to work for me. And that she would say that was said multiple times.
And how would you respond when those types of topics would come up, when Maya would insist that ketamine was the only way to get better?
I would just continue trying to educate her on the physical therapy role, on CRPS, and how what we do is going to help her get better with her participation.
Did you ever see Maya Kowalski's legs in a position known as crisscross applesauce, also used to be known as Indian style?
Yes, sir.
Why is that significant to you as somebody in your field?
I would see them in that position frequently when I would pick her up from her room. Sometimes she'd be in her bed sitting in that position. The question that always popped in my head is, how did you get in that position? Because she wasn't moving her legs during her time with me, very minimal movement, except for a couple of times as we saw in the notes. So I would think, I don't think I ever brought it up to her because she'd be very defensive. But I always wondered how you got in that position. Did you use your arms to get your legs in that position? Did you move your legs to get in that position? Then also, how are you tolerating that position? Because most of the time she would complain about this severe allodynia, which is sensitivity, severe pain to touch. She'd complain of severe pain to any touch to her legs. And I would wonder, so I would think in my head, like, this is one of those inconsistencies, right? She was able to tolerate this crisscross position with her legs on top of each other. But any other touch from a provider, including me,
It's weird for a physical therapist not to understand the basic position that helps patients in pain relieve the lower back pain. We heard from Maya's PT, 2 PTs, that said that's a very common position for people in pain. And why in the hell doesn't this guy know that? Why did we hear from 2 physical therapists who thought it was the most normal thing in the world for people in pain to sit that way, and even testified that they have many patients who sit cross-legged because it relieves the back pressure, the lower back pressure. Why does this person not know that? I didn't have any reason to disbelieve the plaintiff's PT experts who saw Maya, who treated Maya for a long time. I didn't have any reason to disbelieve that they were lying. Why would they lie about something so silly, about a cross-legged position? It doesn't make sense. Is he playing dumb, or he really doesn't know?
Would cause severe pain complaints.
Do you remember any types of clothing or jewelry that Maya Kowalski used?
So we have two physical therapists saying two totally different things. This is the whole problem with this case. It is so crazy. The jury is just going to have to decide who they believe, because they're telling completely opposite stories. This guy says the crisscross applesauce, whatever the hell, cross-legged thing would cause more pain. And Maya's other PTs say, oh no, that's totally normal for people in pain to sit like that. So which one is it? How can they how can they take totally opposite sides?
To wear, and if so, how is that significant to your observations?
She wore a variety of different clothing. I remember wearing shorts, pants, leggings.
How come we've never seen a photograph of her in pants? Not one. We have seen shorts only. And all of these Johns Hopkins doctors keep insisting that she wore skinny jeans and leggings and pants. We haven't seen one photograph, not one video of her in pants.
Various things during our session, and the same kind of
Did
thing.
he say skinny jeans?
Pants, leggings, various things
Just
during
pants,
our session.
leggings.
Same kind of thing. Like, and if I tried to help her do a leg kick together, assisted, she wouldn't tolerate it.
Oh, a leg kick. He had to say that. He had to say that he tried to help her do a leg kick, because we know the defense is going to bring in that video of her doing a leg kick.
But this material on her legs didn't seem to cause a problem. So just another inconsistency.
Now, despite these inconsistencies, though, you didn't give up on Maya, did you?
Never. I never give up on any of my patients.
Why don't you tell the jury a little bit about the continual efforts you made, including all the way through towards the end of physical therapy with Maya Kowalski?
Sure. My goal the first time I saw her was to help her get better. I wanted her to leave our hospital walking. I wanted her to leave there walking, be able to go back to school.
I believe him. I believe that that's what he wanted. I believe he wants to help his patients. I just don't believe that I think that he's been convinced by the other witches on staff that this kid was faking. And, he has not considered the possibility that she just really was traumatized by being taken away from her family and wasn't cooperating with him for that reason.
Walk around school, do the activities she wanted to do. That's what as physical therapists, that's what we all enjoy, right? We got into the profession because we like helping kids get better. We like seeing them go from an injury or an illness back to a sport.
You guys are pointing out that he's shaking his head no while he's talking, but some people just talk like that. And if you notice, that's been a consistent thing that he's done, is when he speaks, his head goes back and forth. But I don't actually believe he's indicating that he's not telling the truth. I think you can see his face kind of light up when he's talking about helping kids recover. I think he does want that. I don't think he's lying about that. I think that he's just another one of these people who got misdirected by those cackling bitches on the 7th floor coven. And they got a hold of him and they told him what was, they gossiped in his ear, and they planted seeds of doubt in his mind, and he never considered any other options.
Or back to participating in school, or whatever their passion is. So that was my goal for her all the way through. So using the therapy techniques that.
Well, he did have a nose touch there.
My goal for her all the way through. So
Wait, I missed it.
For an illness, back to a sports field, or back to participating in school, or whatever their passion is. So that was
that was a little concerning. I don't know.
That was my goal for her all the way through. So using the therapy techniques, the exercises, the activities to try to help her get stronger and more active. That was my goal all the way.
I think he comes across as being pretty sincere, though. I do. I think that there's nothing about his energy that upsets me. There's nothing about his energy, unlike a lot of the other witnesses. Like the last witness didn't have bad energy either. He was just, hired to do a job. They kept information from him, so he looked like a jerk on the stand, but I bet he's a perfectly nice person. But when you compare these two witnesses to a Kathy Beatty, a Dr. Smith, there's a whole different darkness coming off of them. You know what I mean? We're all energetic beings. We can feel the energy. I feel the energy coming off of him, that he's very sincere and he likes helping kids and he's probably good at his job, although He really did not do too much investigating into this one. He should have. Maybe he's overworked. Maybe he has too many patients, didn't put that much thought into it. But I think he's a good witness for the defense in the aspect that they finally put someone on the stand who doesn't appear to be a part of a witch's coven, which is good for them, right? Because if I'm on the jury, I'm feeling comfortable with him. I'm feeling good energy from him.
Now, at the very end of your 21 sessions with Maya Kowalski, in fact, I think it's one of the last, if not the last line in your charting, you noted that Maya, quote, displays functional strength to complete tasks, but when asked to perform specific activities, she actively presents with impaired function. That's a little bit of a mouthful, so why don't you break that down for the jury and describe what you're explaining there as you kind of...
Dirk, the demon is inside Kathy Beatty, and the demon is hovering over this guy. The demon has not sunk the claws in just yet. All right, I'm going to go to the cross because I'm getting really
Finished up
bored.
and wrapped up
I think we've heard
sessions with
enough.
Maya Kowalski. Yeah.
You're told something.
There we go.
To come to a... Yes, sir.
But the term confirmation.
There we go.
Have you ever heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, sir.
What is confirmation bias?
Yeah, that's what I just said his problem is. Did I not just say that? God, I'm brilliant. I should have been a lawyer. I just said that's his only problem. It's that he has confirmation bias. He's been influenced by the 7th floor coven, and he can't see through that. Testicular trauma says, if I'm on the jury, I'm feeling finally someone that I don't hate or who frustrates me like the others, which makes this guy look stellar. It's true. It's true. He is the most likable witness so far.
Confirmation bias is
on the defense,
using the information in front of you to come to a conclusion that you desire or you perceive to be the truth.
It's where you're told something also by somebody else about a person, a thing, an object. And it's the lens through which you then view that person, thing, or object. Would you agree with me that?
That could be a definition.
And so when Maya came to you, a couple things were true, weren't they? First, she was only a few weeks away from her ketamine infusions, right?
I have no information on that.
Okay. And the second thing was that, well, let me go back. On confirmation bias, were you told that Maya Kowalski was a victim of either conversion or some other psychosomatic problem?
To my recollection, when I first read through her chart, the diagnosis was CRPS, and I didn't have any other information other than that at the time.
Are you sure that your impressions
Oh,
were conversion
I don't
disorder?
believe you. I don't believe you, sir. I don't believe you. That nose swipe tells me you're hiding something.
To my recollection, when I first read through her chart, the diagnosis was CRPS, and I didn't have any other information other than that at the time.
Nose.
Are you sure?
Oh boy. That's a lie. That's not true. I don't like anything about that. I believe that all people are body language experts because we are people and we've been around humans our entire lives. When someone does this to me with this and following it up with that look, with the raised eyebrows and the lowered chin and the did he buy it face? Yeah, no, and the face touching right after, to my recollection, no, I didn't know anything else. And then, did he buy it? He's very uncomfortable. You can see it all over him. Very uncomfortable.
That your impressions weren't conversion disorder, deconditioning, and that through reading through her file there.
That was a pretty hard gulp. Did you see that? Did you see the gulp? I don't think I saw him do that at all. Now, this could just be regular nerves because he knows what Anderson's about to try to do. And so he's nervous. But look at that big gulp.
Conversion disorder, deconditioning.
Oh, shit. That was like he was trying to keep something from flying out of his mouth. He was like, swallow that.
And then through reading through her file there, you saw conversion disorder? I mean, not that you saw it physically, but you saw it in her file?
I don't recall seeing that in her file, but deconditioning can also be associated with CRPS.
All right.
All right, he didn't do any tells on that one.
So at the start,
He held
she
it
was
together
a few
there.
weeks away from ketamine treatment. You don't know about that, but she was also willing to do a lot of these activities, right?
At the beginning, she was willing to agreeable to participate and attempt many things.
Hold on. I thought he said she refused to participate. That we... Wait, the chat. Dr. Mimo. Well, we won't see his soul leave his body because, you know, gingers. That was good. This is why I come here. It's for this kind of humor every day. Every day. I can't quit you. You're too funny.
Right. But as time went on, she began to complain more and more that it hurt. Did she not?
No, sir.
Wait. What's he about to do with his mouth?
More and more that it hurt. Did she not?
No, sir.
Do your records not show?
Ooh! What was that? Mouth movements, just like Dr. Spiegel. Not comfortable at all. I didn't see him doing any of this during direct.
And more that it hurt. Did she not?
No, sir.
Do your records not show?
Again, the truth, it's like the truth is trying to come out and he keeps stopping it. Like, yeah, we that's a tongue jut right there. And that to me, it means to me that there's something he's trying to hold back that really wants to come out. That perhaps what he just said was not the full truth. I mean, it doesn't mean, okay, most people, when they lie by omission. They lie, but they only tell small parts of the truth. Cross turns them into lizard people. Yeah, Cheesy, when you say he looks like he's holding in a cry, he's holding in something. Something is in there that wants to come out. And I pray to God, sir, that you let it out because you're not a bad person. You just work for a bad employer and you don't need to lie for them. The country will forgive you if you just tell the truth. Because this is clearly you're withholding.
Show that she's saying things like, I'm in too much pain today.
Her complaints were never more. They were always consistent all the way through.
Okay. Well, with all the stuff you've got as to her doing or not doing, you've got, of course, photos of this, right?
I have photos
of Maya Kowalski, like doing all of these things, like being able to do it. I saw the video of her playing the piano, but do you have any photos of her being able to do things that she says she can't do?
No, sir, I don't have photos.
Do you have any videos of her doing things that she says she can't do?
I have my medical records that indicate things that I visualized and saw her do.
Okay. Well, we do. And before we get into that, did you get the same memo?
Hangry Fox is home. He says hi. He wants to make sure that I tell you he says hi. Hangry Fox, he has arrived. Let me see the super. I've missed a couple things. Let's see. Oh, Mandalore, don't make me read this out loud. I disagree with this, but it's a super chat. I gotta read it. He gives me the vibes of somebody who loves kids enough to give them candy from the back of an unmarked white van. False, not true. I don't think that's true. I think that's just a joke. We don't really believe that. Q Revere, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Unhung Hero says he needs to keep his job to keep his 5 cats fed. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. How you doing over there on Rumble? How's my Rumble peeps? We got a Rumble rant from Rush 298. The thing is, if this was all perpetrated by Mom's condition, she wasn't there for any of this. Not to mention there's no Stockholm Syndrome type diagnosis for Maya. Ugh, evil. This is also true. People, when they diagnose somebody with factitious disorder by proxy, or the child of the factitious disorder, when they separate the kid from the abuse, the kid gets rapidly better. And they even mentioned in the dependency hearing, I believe, on a couple occasions, like, she's not getting better. She needs to be reunited with her family because she's not getting better. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Mary wants to tell Hangry Fox it's a good day for popcorn as an after-school snack. True. All right, we got to get cooking here because I'm going to have to go spend time with the chillins and get dinner started. So.
Oh, the last witness did.
I don't believe so.
Did you get an outline from the defense lawyers about what was going to be asked of you?
From the defense, yes.
Mm-hmm. When did you get that?
Yesterday.
And in there, they told you about some things to look for, right?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, they told you, I'm going to ask you about this, or you're going to be asked about that. True?
Yes, that's true.
And in there, or I don't know, maybe previously, they told you some things you could look through in your records and find, right?
No, sir. They gave me my records and asked me to look through them and be familiar with the things we did during that period.
Knowing the things they were going to ask you about, right?
I think it's prudent to have the information of what I'm going to be asked for.
Right.
Correct.
Well, this was towards a point, and you had been told from the start that you needed to look to see if there were signs of conversion disorder.
I would never ask to do that.
Okay, well, can we put up 1002-0188?
Oh, more tongue juts. More tongue jutting. Oh, he doesn't look happy about this at all.
There, above chronic pain, we highlight that. Let's see. No, you got to go. Yeah, there you go. You see that?
Whose notes are these?
How'd that conversion disorder get in there if you didn't know anything about it?
Are these his
There
notes?
must have been a change in the medical record from the physicians to indicate that they were leaning towards that diagnosis. So that goes into my documentation as a physical therapist.
So you did know.
It's your physical therapy report, is it not?
Yes.
Are you saying somebody broke into your physical therapy report and put conversion disorder in there?
No, I'm saying at some point that I don't recall, in the medical record, her diagnosis must have changed from the physicians to include that. And that way it goes in my order because I work based off a physician order.
All right. Well, Maya's big complaints were in her legs, correct?
She complained about the function of her pain or function of her legs, but it was pain. She complained of pain globally.
All right. But the big thing was you never got her out of the wheelchair, right?
We got out of the wheelchair quite a bit.
Not without considerable help.
With assistance.
Right.
Oh.
And we've got actually, I think, a video.
Oh, more tongue jutting, more tongue jutting.
The 2703D. See it, and I want you to then tell the jury whether this is
Who? Oh my God. Did you see that? What was that? I think the truth is starting to give him small seizures. The truth in there that he knows is trying to get out in a big way. Did you see that?
703D. See it, and I want you to then tell the jury whether this is just.
Oh my God, we have not seen him do that before. So his baseline does not include ticks. So this is not a tick. It's not a twit. That was a something's in there trying to get out. I think it's the truth. I want to see that one more time. Can we slow that down? What are you doing? Hold on a minute. Hangry Fox needs something. Hold. You're going to be a reader for church tomorrow? What time?
Right around the morning when I get at school, which is 8:15.
Oh no, you have a dentist appointment at 8:30. I'll have to reschedule it. I didn't know.
Reschedule it immediately because I have to be.
You want to do your reading at church?
It's my
Okay.
first one.
It's your
I have
first
to be
one.
there.
Okay.
I have to be
Okay. All right.
I even said that.
All right. All right. All right. I'll reschedule your appointment. All right. Okay. At what time again? 8 what?
It's actually probably around that time.
Oh, I want to go and see you, but I have
Like 9 o'clock ish.
to. Okay, I'll try and be there too. All right, close my door, bud. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm not muted.
Get there
Okay, I thought you guys might want to hear him be all excited about reading at church.
Or you can just get me in the car and drive me to church.
I know.
then you
I
can
probably
church
will.
out of
Okay, we'll talk about it later. Okay, bud? All right, thanks. Sorry. Yeah, I got to reschedule the dentist. I mean, he's reading at church for the first time, so he's reading at mass. So, duh. I'm going to have to call the dentist and reschedule because we're Catholics, man. And if you're reading in church, that's something we're going to make sure it happens. All right, let's watch this Twitch in slow motion.
And I want you to then tell the jury whether this is just some assistance.
Did I miss it? I looked away.
You then tell D.
Here we go.
And I want you to then tell the jury whether this is.
Oh, this is so bizarre. I don't know what that is, folks. I don't know what that is, but I didn't think it was normal for him, for his what we saw on direct. I didn't see any movements like that. He's definitely uncomfortable.
Some assistance. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
It should be helping a little bit. I want to try to do water just a thing.
Is that you?
What you do with that?
Yes, sir, that's me.
Don't yell at me. She might see it. So I'm going to help you. But I want you to try to get your feet flat on the ground. I'll hold you up.
Oh. No, it did not look like she was able to do that.
What were you commenting there about her feet?
I did not hear, sir.
Okay. Rafe, if this is a tick, and we didn't see that though at any other time in his testimony, we didn't see any ticks. So, is it brought on by stress then? If you have ticks, is it something that's brought on by stress, or can it just happen at any time? I thought that ticks were like they happen all the time. So you'll have to explain to me if that could be a tick. Well, then that's what it was. I said it looked like a tick, but I didn't see that in his baseline. When we watched him on direct, I didn't see any of that. So, Rafe, you're saying that it can be brought on by stress. All right, so that's a possibility. It could just be a tick that he has, but I just thought it was a little strange.
So that was you there, and this was Maya getting up on her feet, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you call that a little bit of help or a lot of help?
He just did it again.
On her feet, right?
So maybe it is
Yes,
a tick that he has.
And would you call that a little bit of help or
It seems like he's trying to keep it in, like he has maybe a little shoulder twitch that he does when he's under stress. It's possible.
a lot of help?
She requires a significant amount of help in order to transfer from bed to chair or from any surfaces.
Do you know Rachel DeYoung at Agility Fitness?
No, sir. Okay, hold on one second, Mr. Anderson. Do you need help there?
It's new. Just
More of the tongue stuff.
Sorry.
All right, do we have it off now?
Deep breathing.
Okay.
No problem. Happened to me the whole time. Okay, where were we? So Maya complains about her legs, and you
Look at that
were able to
lying,
get her to
scamming
take any
kid.
steps without considerable help. True.
Yes, sir, that's true.
And in fact, you had and documented confirmation of one of the reasons why, didn't you?
Need you to elaborate.
Sure. Well, Maya would exhibit from time to time spasms in her thighs, would she not?
I don't recall seeing spasms in her thighs. I don't think that's in my documentation anywhere.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to twitch a little bit more. So it is possible that he has a stress-induced twitch or tick. That this could be stress-induced. I mean, Anderson does put the stress on. He does. We're not making fun of anyone with tics here. I just noticed it watching body language. If I'm on the jury and he starts twitching when the prosecuting attorney, when the plaintiff's attorney is crossing him, I have questions about that. I have questions as to why do these questions cause so much stress that you begin twitching. That I have questions.
Okay, can we pull up 1001-1911? Let's look at about the, I guess it would be 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down in the center highlight, please.
Oh no, are these his
This
own
would seem
notes?
to indicate that she had quad spasms noted throughout the session, would it not?
This indicates that she only had quad spasms when I passively moved her legs, which means she wasn't helping. I lifted them up to work on that range of motion and put them back down.
Sir, you just
Well,
said
you just said you didn't document spasms. Will you agree with me now that you documented what are quads? Quads are in your leg, right?
Quads are the muscles in the top of your leg. Yes,
Right.
sir.
You want to just put it in the back room? I mean, it's not the 220 national alert. You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
Somebody's cell
So
phone or
quad
something.
spasms are not something that someone, especially a 10-year-old girl, can create on their own. True?
I would say that's true.
You had objective signs there that in the biggest muscles in her legs, when you move them in certain manners, she had spasms, right?
In this instance, yes, that's true.
And throughout all of your therapy, this was the big thing with her. She did not think she could get up on her legs without, well, because of pain and or loss of, I guess, motive power or strength, right?
So spasms can be indicative of many things. Spasms can be a sign of weakness, which we know she had.
Well, I just ask you, sir, whether quad spasms are an involuntary action, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she complained of difficulty moving when she activated her quadratus muscles, right?
This is a passive movement, so she wasn't activating any of these muscles.
I understand that at this time, but that was her complaint, wasn't it? That when she was using these larger muscles in her legs, it was painful to her.
Yes, sir.
And here you take down that she has quad spasms in those muscles, right?
On this occasion, that's true, yes.
Why is it that, do you know who Rachel DeYoung is at Agility Fitness?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Do you know Marissa Higgins over at TGH?
Yes, sir.
Well, Rachel DeYoung at Agility saw her right after you and had a different view of this. Would you agree with me that towards the end, Maya was not doing well at all?
No, I would disagree with that.
Okay. Well, let's take a look again at 1002-0188. And at the bottom there, you note the impressions, I guess, as she's leaving, the last one. And does it say chronic pain there?
I believe this is the same treatment diagnosis.
Hey, Joby, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. I appreciate that. Joby says, I love how you cover this trial, and I love that you send me Cash App. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're in the audience. I learned so much from you guys. I'm glad that you're here, and I really am glad that you're interested in this trial because it's exposing so many problems, not only in our medical system, but in our child protection system, which I have been trying to sound the alarm for 20 years. And it finally seems that everybody's getting it. Like it's a really bad system we have set up to protect kids. It most of the time doesn't protect kids. It just ends up hurting them. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate that. And if you don't want to send Google your hard-earned money, you don't want them to get their dirty little evil hands on it, you can always send me a Venmo or a Cash App. It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And I appreciate that. It supports the show. But you don't have to do that to be here. You can just be here and entertain me with your witty comments.
That she had the entire time she was at the hospital.
Abnormality of gait and mobility, right?
Yes.
Abnormal posture, right?
Yes.
Weakness, right?
Mm-hmm. As I mentioned with the prosecutor or with the defense, like many things improved. We did not get her walking, which was my goal. Right? I wanted her to walk out of the hospital. She still had physical therapy goals to achieve, but some things did improve.
Well, insofar as all the diagnoses when she came in, physical diagnoses, your analysis, it was the same: chronic pain, abnormality of gait mobility, abnormal posture, weakness, correct?
The treatment diagnoses was the same, yes. And we were still addressing all of those in all of our sessions.
Now, she also gave you visual confirmation that she was in pain, did she not?
Sometimes.
She would wince?
Sometimes.
And she'd tell you she was in pain?
Also sometimes.
And she would try on many different types of therapies, right?
She tried what she was agreeable to. Frequently on pretty much every session, I would ask her to do things, and she would refuse. And I wouldn't push her past that point of what she refused to do.
Because she would say she was in pain, right?
That's one of the considerations.
And by the end here, she had been some 2.5 months away from the pain medication that helped her, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. Well, Maya tried as hard as she could, did she not?
I believe she tried as hard as she could, but she often refused and refused to accept any education on physical therapy treatment. And she wouldn't push herself past a point that she was comfortable with.
Do you think that's because she'd already been through all of this before at Tampa General Hospital?
I can't say what she was thinking.
Could it possibly be because this 10-year-old little girl had already been through all of these exercises and had people tell her, no, you can do it, when she knew she couldn't physically, at least without overpowering pain? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Let me show you a video of Maya at TGH. If we have it there. I'll represent to you, this is at TGH in summer of 2015.
She's on right. There she goes. She's getting up. There she goes. There we go. Take one left.
This video is heartbreaking. Does anybody believe that this kid would rather be doing this instead of playing and running around with friends? But does anyone believe this? And here she is making a game out of this incredibly painful thing. I'm just horrified by this. I'm horrified by these medical professionals who cannot take a look at this and see that no kid would ever fake something like this. You're saying she'd rather be here than playing in the pool with her brother or her friends? Nonsense.
Almost there.
This video is hard to watch. I can't watch it again.
Okay.
I've seen it enough.
Would you agree with me that that little girl's trying?
Yes, sir. I would.
What are those boots she has on?
Those are called AFOs, ankle foot orthoses.
And why are they put on?
Those are put on to help her foot stay in a flexed position in order to help prevent foot drag or trips and falls.
Well, the jury's seen multiple photographs of Maya Kowalski's feet in that position. Are you still contending that she did not have the dystonia in her feet through the entire time she was there?
So my experience with dystonia is from being in a down position. Just being in a down, relaxed position is not dystonia. That's what we call either foot drop or a muscle weakness in the muscle that's in the front of our leg. Dystonia is something very different, having to do with the muscle and the neuro relationship causing the foot to maintain in a fixed position.
So Marissa Higgins at TGH and those doctors there, they were not trying to treat dystonia with those boots.
Objection, having witness comment on video.
That's not common.
Sustained.
Well, why is it that every other therapist has testified saw Maya with dystonia both before and after her Johns Hopkins treatment, and you found there is none?
Same objection, also calls for speculation, lack of foundation. Sustained.
How could it be that in from June, July, August, September, and into October, those physical therapists found that she did have conversion? There's photographs of conversion. And then after Johns Hopkins in January, for the next 4 months, there are photographs and physical therapists that have testified that she had this dystonia, and yet she did not have it in the period that you have.
Same triad of objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is it more likely that you're describing dystonia, but trying to describe it as it's not dystonia?
No, sir. My experience with Maya was her feet were always in a down, relaxed position. And if they were to touch the ground or move on the ground, her ankles were flexible. My experience with dystonia is once your feet are kind of locked in that inward or down or outward position, very little can be done to help move them. Even maximal force to kind of move it out of that position can be very difficult. Whereas I always observed her with her feet in a down, relaxed position.
So you're saying you think Maya was trying to keep her feet in that position?
No, sir, I don't.
All right.
That's just a relaxed resting position of all of us.
In point of fact, Maya, you were looking, I guess, for signs of paralysis.
I personally I don't recall looking for specific signs of paralysis. My job as a physical therapist is to assess the patient and to find those limitations, whether it's weakness, decreased range of motion, movement deficits, and come up with a treatment plan to treat those deficits, not to make a medical diagnosis.
Do you contend that CRPS, one of the symptoms is paralysis?
With my experience with CRPS, paralysis is not a symptom.
And Maya never contended she couldn't move her extremities, did she?
When I would ask her to do something like a leg kick, she would say that she can't.
Because she was in pain that day, right?
Yes, that was part of it. And part of it is she just said she can't.
And you disbelieved her, though, on many occasions, right?
I never disbelieve any of my patients when they say they're in pain. I take that at face value.
All right. So she was then in pain. Subject. And is it true that by the time she left, she had to slump over in her wheelchair?
Not by the physical therapy documentation.
Well, let's look at, if we can, 1001-1870. And I'll represent to you January 4th, 2017. You recognize it?
I need to review it shortly, but yes, it's my note.
And in the third sentence, does it say that the patient slumped over in her wheelchair?
Oh boy. Oh my.
This was the very beginning of the session where we sat on the side of the bed. And while we were getting prepared to get into the wheelchair, she had slumped to the side.
I just asked you if it said she was slumped to the side of the wheelchair.
No, sir. It said she slumped to the side on her bed.
Anything further, Mr. Hughes?
Yes. So Cecil, do you remember Mr. Anderson asking you some questions about whether or not Maya Kowalski improved over the course of her physical therapy treatments with you?
Yes, sir.
Can you please describe to the jury the type of improvements that you observed over the course of approximately 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in the physical therapy service at All Children's Hospital?
Yeah, so we, like I said earlier, there's 3 main areas we saw significant improvement. One was that sitting balance, ability to sit independently.
I'm sorry, you guys. There is some kind of like yard work going on outside of my house. You might be hearing it. Is it my house or is it in the courtroom? It sounds like a weed whacker. Is that? Yeah, it's here. It's like, you hear it? It's a weed whacker. I don't know if Mr. Fox is doing that or what. I have no idea, but it's annoying.
In a wheelchair, participating in activities. We saw it in the video of her playing the piano. That was consistent throughout the time she was with us, especially near the end. The second was her posture. She improved from this slumped assisted posture to an upright posture with no assistance, no visual or verbal complaints of pain during activity in that sitting position, oftentimes smiling, having fun playing games or talking about things that she enjoyed. The last one is her activity tolerance. So going from being able to do 1 to 2 minutes of sitting with assistance in severe pain to doing enjoyable activities. including in the documentation, we oftentimes got from her wheelchair down to a playmat. And she laid on her stomach, propped on her elbows with her back extended, reaching and playing with games, or different various positions that she would be agreeable to, that we would try. So all three of those areas we improved. You know, I wish that we could have progressed her more in the standing and walking. Like I said, that was the big goal. We just didn't get there.
Mr. Cecil, do you recall being asked by Mr. Anderson about some documentation you had of quadricep spasm, I believe?
Yes, sir.
And that was during passive motion, I think you said?
That's correct. That's what the documentation said.
Now, I think you also said that spasm can be a sign of weakness. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Let's hear the next question.
Sure. In your experience as a doctor of physical therapy, can the fact that a patient has been in a wheelchair since, in this case, July 4th of 2015, be the type of weakness that could lead to spasm?
Objection leading, yes or no answer.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes. Knowing her history and that she hadn't walked for such a long period of time, that by itself, when you move that leg or when she tries to move that leg, it can cause muscle spasms that will then cause pain. I equate it similar to a patient after a big knee surgery, like an ACL surgery or something like that.
All right, I got to get to the jury questions because I'm tired of direct. I don't want to hear the redirect.
Performing progressively decreased activities independently, including propelling her wheelchair.
Let's just
lower
get to the
extremity
jury.
exercise.
Let's get to jury questions because I got to get running here. I can't stay here all day. I feel like I've been here all day. I have been here all day. It's almost 5 hours. It's enough already. I've got to get moving. All right, come on, guys. Jury questions are when?
Yeah, that's probably. I'm very pleased about this.
There we go. Anything before we bring in the jury?
We have the dates of the videos, Your Honor, if you want those.
What are those? And you want me to just announce them?
I'm sorry.
By the way, thanks, Chris, for the Venmo. The $25 Venmo coverage of Maya Kowalski trial. I like your style. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate
And when
that.
he's transferring her into the wheelchair is October 20th, 2016. And the piano video in the lobby is January 3rd, 2017.
Okay. And you want me to just announce those dates to the jury?
Yep, no objection.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. Let's bring in Dr. Cecil.
I never tire of hanging out with you folks. I just have mom stuff to do that I gotta get to. I don't want to neglect my chillins. They need their snacks and they need me to pick them up from sports and they need dinner and I gotta go do all that.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? And no, there was a request for the dates of the various videos that were shown to this witness. And I'm just going to tell you the dates of those videos. The Tampa General Hospital video was August 14th, 2015. The EEG video was the October 20th, 2016. The piano in the lobby was January 3rd, 2017. Members of the jury, I went over these questions with the lawyers outside of Dr. Cecil's presence, so this will be the first time he's heard these. In the video, it seems odd that you would try to make Maya stand up without some equipment or warm up.
Oh boy.
There was also a question about the date of this video. So any comment on that statement?
Sure. So I think that video was one of the very first times I met her. So what's not shown in that video is probably what we did in bed, if we did any activity in bed, trying to assess where she was at that day. I don't know for sure. I can't recall exactly, but once we sat at edge of bed, as we talked about, she wasn't kicking her legs. She wasn't moving her ankles. But what we did see in the video is once we were sitting edge of bed, she was interacting with us. She was pleasant. And when we were ready to complete that transfer, we call it a stand pivot transfer, going from one surface to another via a pivot. She leaned forward and leaned into it and participated with us. Yes, she needed a lot of assistance, but she was actively participating in that transfer. So what we did before that moment, I can't recall exactly, but doing that transfer, she was actively participating in that and willing to do so.
Does it not seem reasonable Maya would be moving and sitting better
during the piano video, given it was January 3rd, 2017, and she would have had numerous physical therapy sessions?
Yes, exactly. I think that's exactly the point, is that we've been working with her that entire time, working on sitting activities. So it's entirely reasonable that her sitting isn't better, because that's a lot of what we worked on. We're working on core strength, core stability, sitting balance, dynamic sitting balance. So I think it's entirely reasonable that by January that it improves, because that is the majority of what we were working on.
Did you think that her being Maya's lack of participation was due to her growing depression with being away from home?
I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know that I can comment on depression or anything of that sort. I think that's outside of my scope of practice. So,
is distraction a typical tool to use in PT with children?
Yes, I think it's one of the most common tools that we use. Sometimes we see kids of all ages, and when we're in the hospital, they're focused on a lot of the things other than what we want or need them to do. So for Maya, we use distraction to get her focus off of the pain and onto an activity to improve her strength and function. For another patient, say like a 3-year-old who has cancer, we might use play as a distraction. Instead of, we're not going to engage in conversation with a 3-year-old, but we're going to present toys that they enjoy or an activity that they enjoy at home in order to distract them from all the lines and tubes and everything else going around them in the hospital, to focus on the task to improve their function or whatever their goals are.
Before caring for Maya, had you had any formal training provided by Johns Hopkins on CRPS?
Yes, I had. So when I was a student, I had a clinical internship at Johns Hopkins, all children's in their outpatient sports clinic. And during that time, we had seen several CRPS patients. So at that time, I was under the clinical supervision of a licensed therapist. And we had frequent discussions about what proper treatment is for patients with that condition. Also, when I became licensed and got hired as an employee at Johns Hopkins, when you're a new employee, you have clinical mentors you can throw ideas off of, treatment ideas, things like that. As was brought up, there was another PT who was also treating Maya at the same time. So we would frequently go back and forth with treatment ideas or techniques or things that we could try during various sessions. So there was a significant support in training, I feel, prior to seeing Maya.
Before caring for Maya, how many CRPS patients had you cared for?
So prior to seeing Maya, I finished that 4-year degree in physical therapy school where we talk about chronic pain. We talk about CRPS and proper treatment. I had seen 2 or 3 maybe during my clinical internship, maybe 4. And then while I was licensed before Maya, between my outpatient experience and inpatient experience, it was probably around 5.
Is it more common to have a spasm with passive movement on a limb that has not been moved in a long time?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Is it more common to have a spasm with passive movement on a limb that has not been moved in a long time?
I don't know that it's more common. Spasms can be caused by different reasons. So passive range of motion is, like I said, the patient doing no active movement, right? They're not squeezing their muscle. They're not activating any of their muscle fibers. It's simply the therapist lifting their leg, working on range of motion, usually at the joint. So like I said before, if you're weak in that leg or that muscle is not used to extending and flexing with what we're doing, it can cause a spasm. But also, with active range of motion, those can cause spasms too. And there are other reasons that spasms cause with no motion. My work with Maya, from what I recall and from the documentation, that's the only spasm I noted. And the 20 hours I spent with her, 21 sessions, that was the only time I documented on a spasm. And I don't recall any other active or passive spasms during my time with her.
Other physical therapists that worked with Maya indicated in testimony that CRPS patients find cross-leg position, crisscross applesauce, the most comfortable for that condition. Is that not your knowledge with regard to that leg position?
So my experience with CRPS over the last 9 years is that it's highly variable. CRPS can affect any limb of the body, in any joint of the body. So and that allodynia, that hypersensitivity to touch, can be in various areas. So it's really highly dependent on where the patient is having their pain, what it feels like for them, and then what their comfort positions are. So I don't know that I could say in general that crisscross is a overall general comfort position for patients with CRPS. If I have a patient with CRPS of their elbow, they're not gonna have a problem getting into crisscross. But if I have another patient who has CRPS of their knee or in their knee, crisscross may be very difficult, or it might be that comfort position. It's highly variable how these patients present. So I wouldn't say, I can say in general that that's a comfort position in general for CRPS patients.
I see in your note from December 1st, 2016, and then also documented in January, that you documented, quote, transfers to and from the couch with max assist, end quote. Can you please define max assist to the jury?
Sure. So in therapy, we use different terms to describe how much assist the patient needs. And it's a scale. So max assist would mean the therapist is providing 75%, and the patient is providing 25%.
So she never could move very well while you were with her, could she? I love this. I just went to Twitter and I found this. Claire, this is hilarious. At Megan Fox Writer, Wine Wednesday and catching up on Take Care of Maya trial. Megan got me laughing my head off. I love this picture. I'm dying. What a great photograph. I love it. Thank you. And do we have any? Hold on. Let me check the super chats. I feel like I missed something. Unhung Hero says, reading in church, trash can Jesus approves. Nick Campbell, thank you for the super chat, says, 911, I need to report the desecration of a corpse. Plaintiffs are mutilating this defense. We don't need a priest. There's no soul for last rites.
of the effort, or of the effort to complete that task. So 75% total assist would be 100% for the therapist.
I agree.
Mod assist, as I said earlier, is 50-50. Min assist would be
seems like
75% for the
placed
patient,
in a bad
25 for the therapist. And then we use words like contact guard assist, which is mean just like holding their hand or holding their back for support, or standby assist, which is being close and monitoring, but seeing them do it by themselves.
Did you have any interactions with Kathy Beatty regarding Maya's care?
I remember working with Kathy Beatty. I don't remember having any conversations specifically with her about Maya.
So you wouldn't know how often those interactions were?
No idea.
Did you attend interdisciplinary rounds on Maya?
I remember having many communications with various providers about Maya and her case and how she's presenting and kind of giving my input. I don't recall attending any specific interdisciplinary rounds where everyone got together.
So if you don't recall, then you want to know who was present.
Correct.
Were you aware if upper or senior management was aware of Maya being in your hospital?
I have no reference to know whether they did or didn't.
We have heard testimony Maya was a fall risk. Is it a policy at the hospital to use a gait belt when transferring children with a fall risk at the hospital?
It is. There are various thoughts on gait belts, whether they're helpful or not. I believe after this video, we did have gait belt on her frequently. I think during the video you saw, I didn't have a gait belt because that was one of my first times seeing her, and I was assessing what she was able to do. Still providing the proper assistance to make sure she didn't fall. She was safe, monitored. But afterwards, I do believe we had a gait belt on her when we brought her down to the therapy gym and things like that.
The exhibit 1002-0188 that read conversion disorder as a treatment diagnosis had an admitted date of January 6, 2017. Do you know if this diagnosis was listed on the previous admitted date, October 7, 2016, when you first started therapy?
I don't know off the top of my head. The way those medical diagnoses are viewed from a physical therapy perspective is the doctors make those medical diagnoses, and they end up in our chart based on what the physicians consult us for. We're a consulting service, so in order for us to come see a patient, the physician has to consult us to come and work with them. My treatment diagnoses under that are the physical therapy treatment diagnoses, the things that we're trying to improve.
Next question. Back in 2015, when you were employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, you were very book smart, but You were new to the position. Now, 8 years later, I believe you testified what therapies you use for CRPS today are the same that was used in treatment for Maya back then. In 8 years since Maya, you are saying there has been no improvements in the therapies used for CRPS patients, and that's the question.
So the conservative physical therapy treatments that we use for all CRPS patients are research-based. They're contained, and research is shown within what's called the clinical practice guideline, which is held by the APTA, which is the American Physical Therapy Association, which is the national organization over physical therapy. So they have what's called a clinical practice guideline. So it has the collection of the research that shows that physical therapy treatment, various physical therapy treatments are effective and beneficial for the treatment of complex regional pain syndrome. Every so often, no new research comes out. To my knowledge, the graded exercise that I've talked about all day today, that, based on how the patient is doing, pushing them within their limits to do as much as they can, grading them up to do more, grading down if it's a day where they're having more pain or more complaints. That is the standard for physical therapy treatment. We have options within there, like therapeutic exercise, working on ADLs, things like neuromuscular rehab, which is kind of making the connection between the nervous system and the body in order to improve the function. But at the end of the day, the big goal of physical therapy, what you're trained to do in school and in your internships and in your training on the job, is to find those impairments, find those difficulties, the range of motion, the strength, the walking, and then develop a treatment plan to improve those things. And that's exactly what we did with Maya. Our treatment plan, I wanted to perform with her didn't go exactly as we wanted, right? As I said before, she wasn't walking when she left, but we did things every single session that was inside that clinical practice guideline in order to help her improve in her function.
Dr. Cecil, you stated at first Maya was 5 or 6 times a week for therapy. Is that correct?
Yes.
As time went on, it was lessened because Maya refused or couldn't do it. Refresh my memory. Was it refused or could not?
It's a combination of both. She, at the beginning, I think you're reading through the notes, the first several times I saw her, we were attempting to stand. We were, supported standing with assistance in order to start building strength in our legs and to tolerate standing more. The goal of those sessions is to work through the pain in order to become more functional. Oftentimes what we see in chronic pain patients, CRPS and other chronic pain, is that function improves before pain improves. And that was our goal, is to improve her function. That's the physical therapy goal, is improve her function. So as we kept going, her function was improving in some ways, but in the areas that we wanted to see improvement, the standing, walking, participating in those things, she was flat out refusing, which we were never going to push her past and into something that she was refusing to do. We were never going to.
All right, you guys, the jury just is never going to be done with him, and I've got to get going. I can't sit here any longer for right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to review this. I'm going to keep listening while I make dinner and stuff. If there's anything spectacular that needs to come to your attention, we'll do a night stream, because I have a new fun intro and outro for our night chill streams that I'm excited to show you. So if there's anything that we need to catch up on, we'll do a night chill stream tonight. But I got to run right now because this is just taking way too long. Thank you for being here. You guys are the best. Thanks for all the super chats. If I missed anybody, I'm very sorry. I will get to it then at the night stream. But it's time for me to go, even though I hate to say goodbye, but you know how it works. Make sure you follow me over on meganfox.locals.com, because that's where you're going to get all the notifications for when I'm going live, and you won't miss anything, especially if you want to see more of stuff I do at home, like my cooking and my cleaning and all sorts of stuff we're doing over on Locals, and it's a lot of fun. Plus, movie night coming up soon. We're going to do one soon, I promise. Good night for now. Perhaps I'll be back later. Check Locals, meganfox.locals.com. See ya.
Lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, alive. I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've
problem
seen
is he
Tamara
should
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water.
Mr. Judson's
cross,
first
a crucifix
bedroom?
one.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You
Sure.
realized
Miss
his house
Hubbard,
was infested with
except for
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a picture here with you of what it, yes. Do you
Suck
recall
you
whether it was there
loaders.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why he
Robert
wanted to
known
drown
as
her.
Glacis, and that
Next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.